and Michael Haskell. I believe we're live on the internet. Welcome, one and
Good
all.
evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Bang on time. So, welcome to the first Battle Streams of Middle Earth of 2026. If one of you kind souls out there, I believe we've got 20 people watching already. If one of you lets us know that you can hear us and you can see us, that would be absolutely marvelous and will allow us to progress somewhat with the stream. As of yet, on my internets, I can't see us. Oh, there we are.
I see someone. I think it's Mark put in.
It sounds good.
Good.
Incredible scenes. So yes, welcome, happy new year, one and all, and welcome to Battle Streams in Middle Earth. This is, of course, our fortnightly stream where we take a look down memory lane via this dear lady. Oh yes, DXD's Partwork. Oh, we're gonna. Oh, lovely. DXD's Partwork Battle Games in Middle Earth, and what we like to do is we hang out together as a global community for a few hours normally on a Friday night, and we take a look through an issue of this, and we read through it, and we find out what the models are like and what the rules are like and what the hobby's like in there, whilst painting for the joy of the hobby. And the idea is that we're trying to. Oh, sorry, I've gone rogue because of course I don't know if you're ready with a. Do you have a mug? Oh, he's got a mug. Yeah, the point, of course, of Battle Streams in Middle Earth was to help the SBG hobbyists of the world to clear your backlog. The idea is that we're going to hang out together for a few hours tonight, and you're just going to paint something, not because you need it, but just for the fun of it. And so, every week we have a theme. Now, this week I am delighted, honoured, humbled to be joined by the wonderful Mr. Michael Haskell. So, Michael Haskell.
Good evening, one and all.
Good evening. Happy New Year, my friend.
Happy New Year.
Would you like
out there?
Yeah, would you like to tell the kiddies what our theme is for this week, based around issue 84, and how they can get involved?
Okay, so issue 84, as trailed in the pre-Christmas stream, the figure was Durbers.
It was
the Moria Goblin King, and he will feature at some point in when we rattle through the magazine itself. So then the question was, as regulars will know, that you want to expand it a little bit, not just the pure model that came with each issue. So the obvious one in this case is to say any Moria Goblin hero, and I think we said any named.
We did.
Moria Goblin hero.
I believe unique is the terminology these days, isn't it?
The unique keyword in the
absolutely
current edition.
Yeah.
And I think. And if I rattle through, it's Durbus himself. Then we've got Druzag, which is the one that I've got for this evening. Ashtrak and Groblog.
We do. So 4 models. You can choose one. Are we being, Michael, you obviously weren't on the last stream. Are we being harsh to Durbus? Did Durbus deserve his own week, do you think?
No, I think it makes sense to increase to include the 4, because 2 of them are now in. Oh, is it 3 of them are in Legacy? Oh, they're all in Legacy.
Didn't Druzag survive?
I can't remember which ones made the cut.
I think Druzag survived.
It might well have actually. You might be right.
I think Ashrak and Groblog went to Legacies. Well, it's an FAQ right at the start. You can tell what top table players me and Michael are. We have the Balrog. We have the Watcher in the Water. Oh, he's not going to be in here, is he? Because he's going to be in the other book. I haven't got the other book here. The other book's in the other room. Don't know.
Up here.
I think Druzag is in Armies Middle Earth. I think. In fact, neither of them are in the Armies Lord of the Rings, are they? Durbar isn't going to be in there either. I think you're going to find 2 in there, is my guess.
Druzag and Durbers, yep.
So Druzag and Durbar survive. So even more reason, I would say, to paint Ashrak and Groblog, because this is almost the point about Streams Middle Earth. When are you going to use them? And I know a lot of tournaments do allow Legacy, so maybe I'm being unfair there. It's not quite. The real joyous Battle Streams Middle Earth models for me have been like the Metal Radagast and the Metal Thranduil. The kind of ones that are almost slightly invalidated by the Hobbit films. and so you're unlikely to use them on the table. I think those are really cool. So yeah, you got 4 to pick from. I don't know if the Drizag Defence Committee Durbur's Defence Committee will be out in force for us today, but when it's a named hero, we normally don't give them their own week if it's like only one sculpt. Even someone like Theodred, he had 2 sculpts at the time, didn't he? He had a footer mounted. I think when there's only one sculpt of Dear Sweet Durbers, it's a little much. So we decided to expand it to be more inclusive, Michael.
Indeed. And that's not a bad thing.
No, it's not. And so, Michael, how do people get involved? What should they be doing?
So, now, you don't have to be painting one of those 4. Okay, so you can paint anything that, you got a tournament the weekend and you're last minute painting whatever. You can paint whatever. So what we've got is on the GBHL Facebook page, we have what we call a whip thread, which is there, and I can see that people have already been posting up what they're working on.
Of course it's there.
So whatever you've been working on, put it up there, because we'll go through that towards the end of the live stream and just see what you've been, how much progress you've made, anything you've been doing that's interesting to it. Just use it as something to enjoy and revel in other people's hobby. But if you happen to be painting or working on one of the 4, you then become eligible for a very special dice draw.
A prize?
A prize.
There's a prize, Michael.
No expenses spared on this live stream.
6 years into it. We've done 6 years of this. We're into our 7th year, and we're still doing prizes.
We're still doing prizes. We're such a generous bunch.
Remarkable scenes. So, oof.
Ooh.
This is of course not the prize. These are our purple patron Battle Streams Middle Earth dice. Money can buy this prize, but money can't buy this prize. Whoosh! Oh, look at that 5. Perfect. Perfect for I don't know. When do you need a 5, Michael? I don't know. When you just want to use 1 might to win a fight. Ideal. This is of course a black Battle Streams in Middle Earth dice. And the only way in the world to get hold of one of these is by entering on theme and winning the dice draw. So someone painting a Durbers, Groblog, Ashrak, or the other one will, thank you, will get this very dice. That only rolls 1s. Perfect. Great. There's a cut away from that. Boom. So there we go. That's the prize. And remember, all you have to do, if you're new here, all you have to do is make some progress on it. A little bit of progress on it. This is incredibly annoying, by the way. I'm going to come back to that. I've just realised what's going on. I'm getting WhatsApp notifications at the top of my screen, and they're appearing above all the other windows. And I'm in a traitors group. So people are now watching the traitors live, and I'm getting WhatsApp messages, and that's unacceptable, and I wasn't expecting that on my laptop, and somehow I'm going to have to quietly try and kill that, otherwise a disaster is going to happen. So I know there's someone who already said, how could you schedule this at the same time as traitors, but it's 8 PM now. It's become our regular. We're sorry. If there's an influx of people at 9 o'clock, we'll understand it.
And just for those who don't live in the UK, the Traitors is a very popular. Would you say it's not a reality show, is it? But it's how do you depict it?
Well, it's also not just in the UK. There's at least an Australian one, and there's
other versions, aren't there?
So
most people, I think, will be aware. But it's a show that's captured the imagination.
It's quite I don't know. It's not. It's a game show, isn't it? But it's a game show with a bit of kind of human reality in it. It's very, very good.
Yeah,
very, very
yeah.
popular.
So
and it's also on a. I know you don't watch it, do you?
I don't know. My wife's now been drawn in. She's Penny's been captured by it, but I've not.
It was on such a cliffhanger last night. Like such a cliffhanger, such a gorgeous cliffhanger as well. Anywho, point being, if you are new here and you going, I didn't come for Traitor Stream, you don't have to finish the model. You just have to work on it. You just have to make some progress, and you're in that draw. So if you're now sitting there going, well, I don't need it. I've got Durbers upstairs, but I don't need him. That's exactly the point. Go and get him. Assemble him. Clean him up. Get a bit of paint on him. It's fun. And we'll all be doing it together. And that's what we do here on Battle Streams Middle Earth. And that's what we're going to be hanging out for tonight. As I said, the first stream of 2026. It's the start of Season 7, Michael. Season 7, when shows famously continue to go uphill, I think is the common thought, right? Any favourite season 7s, like that you've come across?
Well, when Star Trek got up and running again with the Next Generation, the
Yeah.
3 shows that followed it, Deep Space Nine and Voyager, they all went to 7 seasons.
Oh, okay.
And that was each of those were the last.
So and Buffy got to 7 seasons, so maybe this is it. When Game of Thrones got to 8 seasons, they didn't like that. They didn't enjoy that.
Yeah, the 8th season, went a bit, the wrong direction for some fans, didn't it?
Season 7 of Buffy's pretty good.
I think it varies. As a rule, I think the longer you go on, the harder it is to keep things fresh and interesting.
Well, that's age, isn't it? Beyond anything else.
Yeah, well, could be, yes.
But do you know what? I like this. And you know how sometimes famously, I'm not sure it happens in the same amount anymore, but it used to be a running gag in like American sitcoms that they would introduce new characters just to freshen things up and that sort of stuff. Yeah. We're gonna do it, man. We're gonna let's spice things up for season 7 of Battle Streams, because season 7 of Battle Streams, that means, to be clear, if you are new here or if you've joined us, we have been going for 6 full years. We started in January 2020. It's quite remarkable. And this issue, Michael, is issue 84. 6 years we've been going, and we've got to issue 84. And do you know what that means? Do you know what's monumental about season 7?
It will be the last season where we'll cover the Battle Streams, or Battle Games rather, magazines, because there's only 91.
91, yeah. 3 specials, but we've done all the specials.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to finish it this year. We're going to complete Battle Games in Middle-earth this year. And, there were some people when we started this that said, you'll never finish this. 2 guys in particular, 2 very mean men called Damien and Steve, said, you'll never finish this. And take that, Damien and Steve. Take that. So I think, it's not there yet. Let's be careful. We're not there yet, right? But I reckon the rate we're going at, 7 more issues with some specials in between for various stuff. I reckon you're looking at about June time for the actual end of Battle Games in Middle-earth. But fear not, as we've said, to allay people's fears, we are then, as long as you're still watching, we're going to go on to the supplements and start looking through the supplements, starting with Shadow and Flame. So the streams will be here as long as people are out there enjoying them. But yeah, what a time to be alive, right?
So I assume come June time in issue 91, it will be a special stream.
Well, I think, I don't. We've chatted about it for years about what we'd actually do, and I don't know. I still don't know, but there'll be some. It probably won't be a special stream. We should probably be a few special streams, because we'll have to like reflect a bit, and then we have to work out what's the best one. We've been nominating them as best issues for the last 6 years. We got to do something with that. So there'll probably be a few streams after it ends, celebrating, as it were, in some way, shape, or form. And but it's kind of cool, and it's kind of melancholy. But yeah, it's pretty exciting. So make the most of it, because there are only. I guess there's 8 more magazines to come, including this one. 8 more of these delicious magazines to flick through. So yeah, make the most of it. Let's clear that backlog. But yeah, have
you got plenty of party poppers?
At the moment, no, but I will have to stock up.
Good.
I'll have to stock up for that for sure. So yeah, that's what we do here. That's what we hang out. We hope you're enjoying it. We hope you enjoy our chat. Get involved in the comments. And I'm sure people are saying hi. Michael, are you on theme? Are you in the draw for a dice?
I am, and I've already put my start of evening pick up on the whip thread.
What have you got for us?
So I'm going. So I did. I was trying to cast my mind back. I think I did most of them several years ago. I've got a feeling I might even have done a couple of them on one of the hobby camps that I went to with my 2 sons.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Back in probably 2010, 2011, something like that. Would that be about right? They'd have been out by then.
Groblog and Ashrak were early 2012.
Yeah,
they were the 5 source books. Yeah.
2012 was the last one we did, and I've got a feeling I did one there. So I only had one left that I'd got. I was in sort of my box of just individual. So I have Druzag.
Oh, lovely. Batless Druzag.
The bats are separate. You see, I thought there's no point attaching the bats because then you can't get to his hole to make it more difficult to paint.
So you're going to be painting them and then gluing them on.
Yeah, something like that.
Do you know what a lot of people used to do? I don't know if they still do it. It used to sit a lot in the sort of 2012, 2013, 14 GBHL. A lot of people would use that as a bat swarm. You'd see a lot of people breaking that off Druzag, sticking it on a base saying bat swarm, which I was always like, that's so mean to Druzag. They're his bats. You give them back.
Yes, they're certainly better bats than the other big 3 bat models.
I don't think that's why people were doing it.
Oh, well, no, the other bats I'm not a great fan of. These ones are passable.
So you are on theme tonight, Michael.
I am on theme.
So I would say, I think you've got a very good chance because I think, and colour me wrong, prove me wrong, BSIMers, but I think it's going to be a relatively small entry list tonight. I think those 4 heroes are all a bit niche and there's no duplicate sculpts of them. So I think tonight is a great chance to win a dice because I think the entry numbers will be small, I think. But maybe not.
So maybe we're going to have a few people listening in right now. They're going to be scurrying off to their boxes.
That's the plan. For myself, true story. I've painted a bunch of Moria stuff on these streams over the last 6 years. It starts with Moria Goblins. I got very excited. That's what motivated me to start doing it. And I've done some Prowlers and stuff. I had Ashrak left, and I kept him. I kept him for this stream. I could have painted him at any point. I had no desire to use him. But about 2 years ago, I was looking ahead and I was like, I've done Durbos, but I'll do Ashrak. I'll do Ashrak that week. And I saved him for this stream. And then you schedule out your year. And this stream was going to be in 2025. You can see it's the first one. So, when we started playing out 2025, it was likely to squeeze into 2025. And I was going to paint him there. And I was doing my hobby bingo, and you have to paint a goblin. And he's my goblin. Huge spoilers. There's a hobby bingo vlog coming in 5 vlogs time or something. That I was working on in December. I had a lot of fun with hobby bingo in December, and I had to paint him as my goblin. He was always the plan, but the stream hadn't happened, and so I've saved this model. I've saved a name Moria Goblin hero to paint tonight for about 2 or 3 years, and I did him last month. So I've painted Astrak, so completed it, but alas too early. So instead, I have this chap. Frecker, Lord of the Westmarch. This is my first model of 2026. It's the first model I'm painting, and so I'm going to try and base coat him and wash him tonight. And he has to be done for next weekend for an SBG magazine photo shoot. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be working on tonight. And I might do something else. Can I show you something cool? And you can put guesses in the chat what this is. So, Michael, I don't think you should guess because you're so clever. You'll get it right. I don't think it's necessarily that hard to guess, but I've decided a week before the photo shoot that I'll try and make something for the photo shoot that we didn't have. And so far, I have this. I got some. I got some Rohan House walls down here, and I got some kebab skewers or wooden doweling, and I'm working on that, and I might do a bit on that tonight. Michael, would you like any? Do you know?
I don't.
You don't know? Okay, well then, I guess you don't need to worry about your guess. But yeah. So I
this
might
is for the photo shoot.
Yeah, it is.
And Frecker's also for the photo shoot.
Yep.
So that means you're doing something to do with the War of the Rohirrim?
Well, it means that Frecker's being photographed for the magazine.
Well, there's got to be something to do with Edoras.
Maybe. But here we go. So, yeah. This feels proper BSIME. This is like a week ago. I just went to Tom. I was like, I'll have a go. I'll see if I can make it in a week. See what happens. And yeah, it's quite good fun.
So do you want the minions to make suggestions?
Yeah, I think so. So what's quite fun, and again, this BSIME regulars will be pleased with this, I think. The Throne of Skulls vlogs, which are coming, Michael Fest. You'll be pleased to know, Michael. I reckon it's about a week away. The first part of Michael Fest. Michael, Sheds, Cold, Stressed, a lot. It's coming along nicely. And there's still about 4 or 5 vlogs to come. But there's a new vlog covering stuff in January that I was never planning on doing, because I've taken a bunch of hobby that I wasn't planning on doing in an incredibly tight time scale. So there's going to be a new vlog of me in Sheds, freezing in January, stressed, which I know everyone will be delighted about. So yeah, you'll probably see that in about March or something. But yeah, new stressed out Damien Shed content, bonus like post Throne of Skulls, and Michael's not even there. Where are you? You should be here helping, right?
Yeah. Bit of shed stress. It's what they love.
Absolutely. Some hot footage of you in the shed this year.
Sorry, David.
There's some hot footage of you in the shed this year.
Oh, yeah, I think I know what you might mean. So when will the 2025 review of the year and look forward to 2026 be?
March.
Because when you were talking about March, I think we've got to wait a bit longer.
Yeah, it was like, I think the last one was in August, wasn't it? It was August this year.
I do remember being a few months in.
I'm gonna be better than that. Because this time I was up to date up to Throne of Skulls, and then after Throne of Skulls you then have to do all the stuff about the stuff that you finished the day before Throne of Skulls, which is 4 vlogs. So yeah, the first one of those is coming. The Mummock one's up for our patrons, so hopefully in about a week our patrons will have the first part of Shedfest, and everyone else will have the Mummock video, and then we'll keep going. It's good fun.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, that's what. So I'm going to be trying to base coat him. Have you got any sustenance to keep you going, Michael?
The only thing I've got is the last bit of chocolate left over for Christmas. Not that I got a lot this year, but I have some.
That sounded incredibly angry and bitter. Chocolate coins.
Chocolate coins.
Perfect. It's a classic. That's all you've got to keep you going for the stream?
Yeah.
No drinks?
I've just got water, actually.
Is it a dry January?
No, I just had a glass of wine earlier, so...
Well, I feel sickened by your restraint, because I've gone the other way.
But yeah, I was going to say, so I'm sort of one end of the swing, as it were. So you be the other end of the swing and tell us what you've got.
Well, I feel like I celebrated this last year. It definitely happened last year. I'm not sure if I talked about it on the stream, but Damien's pro tip for January is go to Sainsbury's and buy all the cheap Christmas stuff. So what I now have, I've got a festive platter where I've got mince pies and I've got some Stollen. Michael, how much do you think mince pies are in Sainsbury's at the moment? And to be clear, this is a freshly baked mince pie.
Oh, freshly baked one?
Yeah.
Not even out the packet scenario.
No.
So just for one mince pie?
Well, it's a box.
A box. Box of 6. 60p. Less? Oh my goodness. 30p. Are they giving it away? 20. 10. 15 pence.
15 pence.
The 6 mince pies.
That's 2.5 pence per mince pie. They are more expensive to not buy them. In the time that you don't go to Sainsbury's buying them, you'll lose 16 pence.
Now, I'm actually slightly gutted because I nipped into, was it M&S? Because I happened to be in Chester, hoping they might have some mince pies, and they had nothing. All they had was walnuts, which I got for 7p.
You're flying too high with your M&S life. You need to head to Sainsbury's. Well, they did it last year. 15p for 6.
I definitely fancy some mince pies.
And like the Stollen and stuff, the Stollen's like down to like, you know, £1 or something for like a Stollen loaf or whatever. And I'm pretty sure I was this excited about it last year. But yeah, you know, so Christmas isn't over, man. I'm trying to keep the Christmas spirit going by stuffing my face. So we've got about 18 mince pies, like a box of Stollen.
I mean, we did go into Tesco a few days after, and we did pick up some more mince pies because, like you said, they're going on offer. You might as well, and if it's something you enjoy doing, and just extend the Christmas spirit, as it were, extend the Christmas celebrations.
Absolutely, incredible scenes. I was amazed they had the freshly baked ones. I don't get that.
Yeah, that's what's a bit of an eye opener.
I don't get that. They had the other ones as well. They had like the, you know, almost Mr. Kipling boxes of 6.
Yeah.
But I guess they've got the ingredients, and so they're having to bake them or something.
Yeah, could be.
So, incredible scenes. But yeah, so head to Sainsbury's and get your mince pies for 2.5 pence. Incredible.
There you
So
go.
I've got that.
Top tip, everyone.
Yeah, so I got some Stollen, I got mince pie, and I got something else because I wanted to shout this out. I can't remember if I might have shown this off in the Christmas stream, but I got this card from my SBG Secret Santa. I know I've put it in the Patreon chat. I'm not sure if I showed it on stream, but I opened the card last Christmas, and it's amazing. It's a photo of me the year before as a firework with my Secret Santa. And fair play to Secret Santa. I don't know who this is. I don't recognise the hoodie. And inside it said, "Season's greetings, Damien. On the front you'll find a picture of me with a firework, the finest rockets ever seen. They burst in stars of blue and green, or after thunder, silver showers came falling like a rain of flowers. I hope you have a very Merry Christmas." From an Emmy SBG Secret Santa. So I think I'd opened this. I hadn't opened the presents. So Christmas morn came and I tore the presents asunder. And I just want to say thank you, because it sounds to me like they're a BSIME. Because I got, check this out, exactly what I wanted, which is Glorfindel and Ayana. And you're not allowed to ask for. It's really, Seb's got a really kind of cool. Do you do it? Do you do it?
I don't know, but I'm aware of it, obviously.
Seb's got like this kind of rule where you're not allowed to. You can't just say I want a Balrog, and so you have to be kind of clever about it. And I think I got away with saying I'd really like to do Battle of Fornost. I've got all the troops. And Santa got it. Santa cracked it, man. This is literally exactly what I wanted. Exactly what I wanted. So I was blown away by my Secret Santa. And you see they've already been devoured. But I got some of this. I got some fudge.
Oh, I love fudge.
And check this out. Macaroon. But look at that. What we got under there?
Traditional, Regal Sweets.
You got the flag.
Oh, yeah, the Scottish flag.
And I also got a tablet. No, I don't mean an iPad. I mean a thing of Scottish tablet. So, I think my SBG Secret Santa is Scottish.
Yeah.
That's what I'm taking from this.
Who suggests that, don't they?
That's it. So yeah, so I've also got I haven't got tablet. The tablet's gone. But I've got some macaroon and I've got some fudge to go, courtesy of my Secret Santa, who may be out there, who may be watching, but is some lovely fudge. So thank you.
I'm jealous now.
Secret Santa smashed it this year.
That Glorfindel is just a gorgeous model. You'll have so much fun with that.
Yeah, he's a bit intimidating.
I'm sure 1,000,001 people have said already. Just be careful when you clip the cloak bit off.
So I hear it's the cape, isn't it?
Yeah, the cape bit.
Yeah, I'm hoping, because I have done the army mainly on this, right? I did Hobbits for Thrones Skulls last year. I did the BSIME Gondor army. I did the BSIME Last Alliance army. So I've actually painted all the troops up. And I've got Círdan in a very BSIME fashion, just sitting in a case from years ago.
So it's Fornost for a particular tournament this year? Have you got a particular?
No, I kind of pondered it for Throne of Skulls, but I don't know what I'm doing for that yet. Maybe Ardacon or something. But I'd like to try it out. I think it's cool. So that is what we're doing tonight. That is what I'm eating. That's what Michael's eating. That's what Michael's painting. That's what I'm painting. I'd love to hear from you. So, Michael, are you all right to do the first shift? Do you want to jump in and see who's in?
I will, yes.
Incredible scenes. I'm going to finish my
This time,
fastly cooling tea, eat some cake, and try and slap some base colours on Frecker.
and this time I've tried to make sure I'm on live chat.
Live chat, king of chats.
Yeah. So, okay, right. Are we doing this in a nice sort of gentle meandering brook? Because if it's going through the Shire, or are we doing it like a rushing river like the Anduin?
Do whatever suits you, Michael. It's the first one of the year. We could.
Well, we're not quite time pressured, are we? We haven't got.
Friday night. Let's enjoy ourselves.
Lots to get through. Right. So, first up is Frederick, who says hello there. I'll have to catch up in the coming days. Have fun with this one, BSIME. Yes, I think Frederick mentioned he couldn't make it on live stream tonight. So, but he popped his nose in to say hello. Then Michael Dublay's in. Evening all. Yeah, and probably getting a well-earned rest, I suspect, from his festive exertions.
I believe he also had a relatively stressful week, did Michael? So lovely to have you in, sir, and I hope this helps.
Yeah. Joe Holzman, good evening, everyone. For the second mag-based stream in a row, I have not yet read the mag, and I'm now attempting to finish it before the stream starts in 26 minutes. That's very precise, Joe. I'm not quite sure when you made that. Actually, I can probably check on.
Must be 39.
If I do the chat on my tablet, it gives me the time the person put.
It'll be 7:39, I reckon. No, what? How many did you say? How long did he have? 28 minutes.
Well, there we go. So where was it? There we go. So Joe said that's 7:41.
Did he say how many minutes did he say?
29. No, 26.
Oh, 26. So that's 41 there. Sorry, I thought you said 28. Yeah.
But for some reason, when I do the live chat on a Windows page or a browser page rather, it doesn't give me the time, not like it does on my tablet. I wish apps would be consistent in the way they operate. Anyway, Sam Page is in. Good evening, everyone. Then we've got, I'm thinking this is Chris. Yeah, I think it must be Chris. Evening all, we'll be watching the rugby for the first part of the stream, but hoping to join after. There you go, there's a difference.
Murphy?
No, Chris Cooper.
Oh.
At least I think so. So it's C Cooper 88.
Yeah, sounds like Chris.
Yeah. Then we've got Calman's in. Good evening all. Brian Pickering's in. Good evening everyone. Simon Glazebrook, who's one of our Team Diva crew. Evening all. Then here we go. This is the first ones that made me smile. Ashley Fisher. Evening all. Can't believe you scheduled this for the same time as the Traitors.
There you go.
Sorry, I'll see you all in an hour. But when you do, Ashley, you know you're not listening here. I've no point me saying it. No spoilers. Someone's gonna have to wait for a bit later. Then we got Richard Clammer. Evening all. Looking forward to the stream tonight. Got to actually hunt through my boxes though for the right model. Maybe a bits box job tonight. Oh, that'd be interesting, Rich. Oh, and that could be a dilemma. What if someone makes one of the 4 heroes out of bits of other Moria goblins?
Well, that doesn't count. It has to be you have to start with one of the 4 models. I think he might be saying maybe I can find some bits of one in my bits box.
Yeah, as long as there's a large chunk of the original model, even if you just crop an arm and a leg here and there.
Yeah.
All right, and then Chris, just had a very surreal thing happen to me. The music for this started playing just as the minute silence started in the rugby. Confused the heck out of me.
We're sorry.
So it sounds like Chris has probably got 2 screens running at the same time. Right. Sam, first dilemma of the evening. Nick asks if she can paint a goblin villain instead of a goblin hero.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a matter of perspective, right? One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So, yeah. As long as it's one of the 4 named goblin villains.
And it can be any colour, but I'm assuming if it's Nick, it's going to have some pink somewhere.
I think it might.
Then I'm pretty certain this. Yeah, this. I'm sure this is Mark Greentree. Hello, people. Happy new BSIME year. Yep, season 7 erupts. Right, Ricky drinks paints. Good evening, everyone. Ashtrack and Drozag on the desk, ready to go. Oh, two. And then Mark, I spent an hour digging through old boxes in the garage just to find the right model for tonight. I think it's the first Goblin I've ever worked on.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what you do with it, Mark. Yes. I must admit, I knew I had Drozag because I've got myself a list of all my unpainted miniatures because I got fed up with accidentally buying something I already got, which I did a couple of times a few years ago. It was one of my COVID projects. So I knew I had a Drozag, but I couldn't remember. Even though I spent a couple of years ago redoing my boxes and getting them all organised, I couldn't remember where I put him. It took me a while to find him, but I did get there. But it's very cold in the garage.
You should film it. People like that stuff.
Right. Right. Hurley and Dave. I should know who this is. This has come up before. I never noticed Groblog had a jewel on the crown before seeing it on the big screen.
A jewel in the crown?
You're going to have to enlighten us a bit.
I don't know.
When you say...
I presume he's got a big jewel in the middle of his crown. Is that the Is that the sequel to Romance in the Stone?
I think it is, actually, yes. They were good films, actually, those two.
Is it the Jewel of the Nile? Is it Jewel of the Nile? Is that right?
Oh, no, yeah, you're right. I think you are right, yes. But it was Jewel in something, yeah. When he says big screen, it might just be on a bigger screen, as it were.
I think it's because he's on the thumbnail. He's on the stream thumbnail, so he's watching that.
Yeah. Ah, yes, got it, yes. You've spotted that. Then Mark says, here we go, sound good. Sam says, Dale, you aren't looking right tonight.
Yeah, Dale was very nearly the host tonight. Dale's fine. There's nothing. It wasn't like an emergency, but Dale was nearly hosting tonight, which some people may know about. But Michael was our. I don't want to say backup. It's a horribly offensive term, but Michael was also on standby.
Standby. Yes.
When Dale
I can't do a Brummy accent. Sorry, I can't do accents. Full stop to save my life. Yeah, Rich confirmed you can see and hear us, and says that Dale looks younger. I'm not sure Dale's going to appreciate that, since I'm immeasurably older than Dale.
That's good work.
And then we got GR Hobbies. Good afternoon from Canada.
Boop, boop, boop.
So do you know who GR Hobbies is?
Yeah, well, didn't I? What did I do? Didn't I work out who it was by using the wrong letters? I know who it is, but the letters... do you remember this?
Are you about to upset one of your five famous Canadians?
No, do you know what's really bloody annoying? I don't think I remember who it is now, but I think on the last stream, I said, "Is that not going to be?" and said who it was. And then it is that person, but is it Jacob? Is it Jacob Hanlon? But the point being, I said, "Oh, is it not? Is GR Hobbies not Jacob Hanlon?" And the letters aren't right. Do you see what I mean? It was like that would be J and H, but in my head it sounded like GR or something. It was very strange, but I was right about who it was, but the letters weren't right, and that isn't why they're called GR Hobbies. And now I can't bloody remember who it is.
I'm sure they'll have to reveal themselves in traitor style later on tonight.
Again, yeah. I'm sorry. Well, I say sorry. I got it right last time, and now I've just forgotten you over Christmas. I drank too much.
So Rich Clammer, yeah, we go 2 Legacy, 2 Middle Earth, yeah.
Yeah.
Ashtrack and Groblog are Legacy, Durbaz and Drozak are Middle Earth.
God, we know, honestly. Ugh.
Stephen Ryan's in Evening All feels weird going back to Moria Goblin so close to the end after starting the hobby with them.
Yeah,
we'll be joining Poppy at 9 when Traitors is over. Here's another one that's been seduced. I can't say to the dark side, although Traitors is quite dark, isn't it, in some ways?
There's a lot of murdering. Yeah, it's not real murdering, but...
yes, but you're right, Stephen. You know, the fact that it's not like full circle as such, but it's nice that Moria Goblins, because I always think, when I think of the Fellowship in particular, Moria goblins are sort of quite prominent because they just seem to be. They seem to be in a lot of the sort of the visual stuff.
Yeah, they were.
That sort of advertise the film effectively. So
Well,
so they're always associated with the Fellowship. So it's nice in a way that they're still getting their moment in the sun as we come towards the end of the sunset of the series.
It's this famous shot, isn't it? It's these shots which are from when the goblins chased them into Lothlorien. That were very, very early promo shots and aren't in the film. So you get a lot of these, and of course that very first of our box set, the starter set, had Moria goblins in it, and Moria goblins on the cover. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Moria goblins feel very, very disproportionately SBG. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. I think they're very associated, certainly with that first film. And all that followed. Right, here we go. Andrew Clark. Hello all. Happy New Year. My first time painting something that qualified. Oh, excellent. Well done.
That's Andy Clark, who is one of our newer patrons who joined the patron chat today. So it's not his first day as a patron, but it's his first day in the patron chat. God help you, young sir.
Oh, excellent. Well, you've got 6 seasons of BSIMEs to catch up on.
I think he's been watching for a while.
Oh, that's all right then. Michael Dublé, why did they schedule Traitors on a BSIME night? Well,
thank you. That's it.
Yeah, that is the right question.
That's it. That guy knows. Dublé knows.
And then GR Hobbies, thank you, Michael, for clarifying what Traitors is. Is this the game show where Harry Parkhill becomes a famous drummer?
Could be.
Joe Holzman, some of us haven't seen last night's yet. Oh.
There's an awesome cliffhanger.
Oh, I suspect I know what my wife is watching then right now. Joshua Crosby.
Watching this, right? She's watching this, Michael. She knows what's good for her.
Well, I did mention to the rest of my sons and my younger son's fiance. I said, I'm on tonight if you want to put your nose at any point. Ben might do, we'll see. So Joshua Crosby's in. A Rohan Traitor stream would be great. Boom, boom, yes.
Is that Josh Crosby said?
Yeah.
A Rohan Traitors stream would be great.
No,
I see. Is it a Traitors gag, is it? I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to be seeing that Josh Crosby guy pretty soon.
Excellent. Have you got any of these? How many dice is he still owed?
He might be owed another one. Let me check my records. He caught up a few at what was it, doubles? Let's have a look.
But for those of you who are new to all of this, Josh went on a spectacular run of form last year and managed to win several black dice in a short space of time, and is now sitting quite far ahead of everyone else at the top of the tree.
It's he is owed 1 dice.
He is owed 1 dice. Don't
he's
forget.
Got 10. But yeah, Michael, you're absolutely right. He won in stream 101, 109, 111, 113, 115, and 122. I mean, that is insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, even if you take away the 2 outliers on that, you've got 109, 111, 113, 115. That's
every other stream, isn't it?
That's 4 out of 7 he won.
Yeah.
It's just incredible consistency. So yeah, he's owed 1. So I'll get that to him soon.
Because that takes him into double figures, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
And behind him is Cuthers on 6. And then Ashley Fisher and Joe are chasing on 5. And no one is currently on 4 dice. But maybe someone will be tonight.
We'll have to build the excitement.
Well, quite. Or maybe we'll have a first timer. Who knows? Who knows? That's the thing about live
there you
sport.
go. Sam Page makes a good shout here. Clone Wars Season 7 is the best. And I'd agree. So Clone Wars...
Go.
For anyone who don't know, it was an animated series that was done, I don't know, it feels like a while ago now. My younger son got me into it, and it started off being quite some young adult orientated, shall we say, but actually as it got on, it got darker because of the point it was heading up to. And yeah, the last season was a good one. Yeah, it's a good shout, Sam.
Do you know what, Michael? Talking about season 7 being the best, I meant to mention this when we were talking about innovating, and I forgot. You know how obviously we're going to innovate for season 7. Everyone's like, oh, these guys, nothing changes on here. Things change, man. And we're going on to supplements, but not only that, I got something pretty damn exciting for the start of 2026. I'm going to give away a Christmas present.
Is this a late 2025 or an early 2026?
Yes. As regular viewers will know, we always give away Christmas presents to our patrons on the Christmas stream. And we gave away 3 as normal. 3 £50 shopping trip vouchers on us. And I believe they're both in tonight, but Ricky Drinks Paints and Mark Greentree won. As did a third patron. And that patron hasn't claimed the prize. So the prize isn't going to anyone. And obviously I could just embezzle that and spend that on Freddo's, but that is not the BSIME way. And so I'm going to give away another one. I've told the guys, I told Ricky and Mark, and I said, if you hang on, I'm trying to get in touch, but we're going to give away another one today, right now. Michael's going to pick, and that person will join us on a Zoom call and a wonderful shopping trip. How cool is that? We don't change. Season 7's dead. Nothing ever gets better. Christmas present. Episode 1. January. So Michael, if you
Talking
ever
about Christmas, just before I get you to do your claw bit, just before the stream started, I got email from Chester Storyhouse, which is one of our theatres in nearby, advertising Panto for 2026-27, and you can buy tickets already.
Oh no, they're not.
Oh yes, they are.
We've got our 2026 Panto tickets.
Oh, you have already?
We go on the 27th of December every year to Aylesbury, and it's amazing. The Panto's absolutely amazing. Went this year, and as you leave, so you're facing out of the theatre, inside the theatre, effectively on the front wall facing the auditorium, they have all the adverts up for next year. They have all the signage up for next year's Panto, and the tickets are on sale. I think they go on sale in mid-December for the next one, because obviously they get a lot of people. I guess they try and do the kind of, did you love this? Why not book now? But it's massively popular. So yeah, we're 27th December this year, man. Panto. Woo, woo.
Why Aylesbury? I mean, which is that the main theatre in Aylesbury? Because I'm sure I've been to it.
It's called the Waterside. Why Aylesbury?
Yes, I have. I've been to Waterside. I've been to see Big Train there, and I think see Marillion there as well.
Big Train? The
Big Train,
the
yeah.
sketch show?
Oh, fantastic. Big Train, great band. But that's another story.
Oh,
yeah,
I thought you meant the old. I thought you were talking about a live tour of that Simon Pegg sitcom. Sketch show.
All right, no. Big Train. If you like your folk, prog, rock music, check out Big Train. New album coming out in February. Anyway,
and
right.
If you like your hilarious British sketch shows, check out Big Train. Was made 30 years ago. No new series coming out in February.
So Aylesbury, because I mean it's not that far from where you are, but it's still a bit of a distance.
I grew up in Tring. That's where my parents live. So we go. We go to there. So. It's magnificent. And do you know who was the villain this year? Nigel Harman.
I'm going to look blank. Sorry.
He was Dirty Den's son in EastEnders, and is a big West End star now. He was like a proper actual famous person, and he was the villain. So it's cool. It was very, very good. But anyway, yeah, Panto. Oh no, you're not. So yeah, Christmas presents and Panto tickets in January. Just what innovation from Battle Streams in Middle-earth. So
indeed, right.
So thank you to all of my lovely patrons, one of whom is Michael Haskell. Michael Haskell's name is in here. So he might draw himself out. Wouldn't that be something?
In which case we'll redraw. So, okay, so what did we do? The Toy Story, we go, the claw.
The claw.
Is it the little aliens go, the claw?
It's your claw, Michael. You can do whatever you want with it.
Well, I have to, I thought, was it Mr. Murphy was directing last time, wasn't it? And Joe, and I thought they made you work quite hard for it. So I'm going to go a bit more easy on you.
They were mischievous.
Yeah. So if you want to drop down,
Mhm.
right, keep going, keep going, keep going. Put your fingers right in.
Thanks, man. I'm hitting.
It's just bits of paper.
I'm hitting.
Give
bottom.
it a good shake. Give it a good shake.
Okay. I'm spinning.
And then go towards the edge of the box that's first away from you.
Yeah.
And pick one.
I have one. You ready? Oh, look what you've done! Oh. Look what you've done! It's Mark Stone! Incredible scenes! Mark Stone of Guernsey. Oh, Michael Haskell. Mark Stone of I'm handing over Damien's Throwing the Skulls project to Mark Stone. What a legend of the community. A huge supporter of BSIME for many, many years and a very dear friend of mine. He'll be delighted with you, Michael.
Well, I think he probably needs showing up right now after having a rough ride in the storms last night.
I don't think Guernsey's still there, is it? I think Guernsey.
I don't think anything that was left outside that's plastic is still there.
Well, Guernsey's largely isn't Guernsey plastic?
Oh no, that's too modern for Guernsey.
I thought Guernsey was like one of those plastic small sheds you get, and it belonged to Jersey. I thought it was like an outbuilding of Jersey. Is that not right?
Oh, you'll be in trouble now by mentioning Guernsey belonging to Jersey.
Oh, I'm in trouble. I gave him 50 quid. I don't think he's in. I don't think he's watching. So ungrateful. So incredible scenes. So that's wonderful news. So congrats to Mark. You're joining Ricky and Mark. Actually, it's a double Mark. So we'll get together. We'll have a Zoom call and we'll take you all shopping on BSIME. And
a virtual shopping tour.
Yeah, very, very cool. So well done, Michael. Thank you for that. Who knows what the hell else we can possibly do this year? But I think
life is full of surprises.
Well, quite. Sorry, I interrupted.
That's all right. But we got to keep everyone on their toes, haven't we? We can't just keep doing the same old thing week in, session in, session out.
Season 7, man.
Right. Mr. Holzman agrees with Sam in terms of that observation with season 7. Richard Clammer, calling the 7th year, the 7th season, like shows even come out every year anymore.
Yeah, it is a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
We're old though. We're old school.
Yeah, because Richard thinks we're technically on season 4, but yeah. But we make the rules. Look, Damien makes the rules. There we go.
Why are we on season 4? What's the reasoning there?
Yeah, Richard, you'll have to explain that. So, Sam Page can't wait for BSIME to finish on issue 90.
It is tempting. It is tempting.
So, for those who don't get that, and there can't be many of you now, Damien, for several years, fronted a show called The Palantir with the wonderful, fabulous, handsome Thomas Harrison. And they famously got to 99 episodes. They trolled everyone, asking them for little videos for episode 100. Several people submitted content, and it never arrived.
It wasn't trolling. It wasn't trolling. It wasn't intentional. Still got the videos.
I think isn't there still didn't you do a quiz question that needs to be answered at some point as well?
It's an ongoing trivia question, yeah.
So it's become a sort of a standing it's not joke, but just a running theme.
Got past episode 99 of this though, didn't we? So
we did. We've done here, yeah. So I think Sam will probably be safe to see it through to the end and beyond. Like Buzz Lightyear said, to infinity and beyond.
We can dream.
GR Hobbies, it's too bad Steve isn't around to see you reach the end of the magazines. Well, maybe he might put his nose in.
He will certainly be asked. It's not too spoilerific, but I'll certainly be reaching out.
Okay. I'm not quite... Joshua Crosby, how I loathe Damien and Steve.
Doesn't sound like Josh. There must be something.
Where's that come from?
Oh, is that because? Do you think that's because I did a little bit about how two guys called Damien and Steve didn't think we'd get there. I wonder if he's talking about them.
Could be. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Then we've got Jack Brown, who says, "This must be the How Do We Celebrate issue 91 24-hour stream?" ?
Maybe that's how we work. Because part of my worry is I think we've got about 20 nominees for best issue. It's like you couldn't do them in a stream. Maybe you can do them in a stream if you make it 24 hours long.
Well, I say you just get Dale on, because you two, when you get together, can't far off that.
Yeah, that's what we do. It's not wacky. It's not crazy. Is it crazy?
Got to think of something. Yeah, well, everyone have to put their thinking caps on. So, the duck pie. Who was the duck pie? Oh, come on, I should remember this.
You can probably tell who the duck pie is based on the nature of their comment, I would suggest.
So, we're going to run out of mags. And if Game of Thrones has taught us anything, it's that the quality only improves when the makers run out of official source material.
Not quite. That's slightly less mischievous than the duck pie normally is.
And here we go. Andrew Clark. Here we go. 91-hour-long stream.
91-hour stream is good. Hello.
Oh dear. If to be honest, I'd love to do that. No work for a whole week.
I'm not sure I'd love to do that.
Oh, you could do it with all the guest hosts and do it in relay or something like that.
Yeah, maybe you guys could do it, and I'll have one off. I'll watch one.
Right, Sam's in. Right, I'm here. Times 2 speed on, and the catch up begins. Yes, it's really useful. If you just need to nip to the toilet or something like that, hit the pause button, and then come back and just double up speed. I don't do it twice because you can't quite always hear the words on double, but time and a half or time 0.75, whatever. Michael Dublé, a seance stream to contact Steve, R.I.P.
Frecker's got purple in him.
Holtzman.
I didn't know that. Did you know? I'm not sure if this shows up on the model, but Frecker has got purple trousers and a purple cloak.
Are you looking at your big? Yes, I'd say your big source book.
Yeah, that's cool.
The landscape-sized one.
I think it's a little bit of visual interest in there. That'll be fun.
I like the fact that he's got it. When you showed me earlier, the fact that his fist is up, because obviously that was the fisticuffs that brought us demise. The fact that they've chosen that.
Yeah, the model's awesome. It's great.
Joe Holzman, they're all his bats.
Drizag. They're all Drizag's bats.
Yes, yeah. Sam. Steve moves the planchette 1, 1, 1, 1.
That's 1-1. It's the 1-1 joke.
Yes, I get that bit.
I don't get the other bit.
No, I don't. Sorry, Sam. Right. Joe Achille, good afternoon from the States. Happy 2026 to our fine host, Mr. O'Byrne. And hello again to the smooth, melodic tones of Mr. Haskell. Thank you very much, Mr. Achille.
They are melodic.
And then Joe Hobby says Michael's voice would be lovely for a Lord of the Rings audiobook.
I agree.
I have to say, I do enjoy reading books. When we first got married, I read Lord of the Rings to Penny, actually, amongst other books. And then when with the two boys were young, I read loads to them. And it's something I always enjoyed doing.
Didn't you do bedtime for my kids? Not this year, the year before.
I did, yes, I did for Charlotte. Yes, I did. We did a Spider-Man story.
We were reading the Castle books we kindly got for the girls just the other night.
Oh, that's cool.
The Lift the Flat one, great book. Great stuff about castles. Do you know, just inside the drawbridge, there's like a metal gate that can drop down. It's like a grid. It's called the portcullis.
I don't know at what point I got fascinated by castles, but they've always been there as long as I can remember.
Yeah. I think it was Lego for me. Growing up in the 80s, the Lego castle, I think that was a really good kind of all that.
My sister got one of the first Lego castles because it was all yellow bricks.
Yeah, that's a while ago. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to think.
That's because the knights are the 80s, but the yellow castle is before that, I think.
Yeah. We moved. It was definitely when we moved to Blaydon, so that must have been post that. I wonder if that was Christmas 77 or Christmas 78, something like that. Because I do remember helping her build it. Yeah. But no, it was before that. Even before then, I'd loved castles, and I think my love of history. I can't quite pinpoint where, but
I went to Leeds Castle was cool as a kid, and really enjoyed that as well.
I know what it might be actually. We a couple of years we went to South Wales for holidays, because one of my mum's best friends was there, and I reckon it was there actually. Now I think about it, but anyway, yeah, that's off to one side. But yes, excellent. So Richard Clammer, OIC, we know where Damien's priorities lie. Bingo over BSIME.
Well, bear in mind that bingo is BSIME. But for me, yes, paint a model to complete BSIME hobby bingo over painting a model to be on the string. I can't win any dice. All right? It's not the same for me, man. There's nothing in it for me. I'd love to win a dice. Do you have any idea how much I'd like to have one of these dice? But I can't. It's the rules. I can never win. All I have to do is hold them and give them away. You have any idea what I go through week after week?
Well, why don't we put that on the topic for issue 91 celebration? End of this, a reward for getting through 91 issues. Give you an honorary black dice.
I think I've earned it, haven't I?
Joe Holzman has put Siege Tower.
I know what he means.
Oh, you're good at this. You've had some practice.
Can you not think about why Joe might?
Oh, your construction.
I think that's what he thinks.
Yeah. Yes, it's because you read the comments minutes after, several minutes after we actually talked about something.
Interesting guess.
I suppose you yeah, okay, so that's an idea. So I think there might be some more coming in a bit. So Joe Kelly, Michael should be on Cameo doing birthday wishes for people. Earn good money doing that.
That's because of your voice and your birthday song etiquette, I believe.
Yeah. Sam, unfortunately, if he did, Michael's house will be overrun with fans camping outside wanting autographs and photos and such.
They already are, aren't they? Can't get to yours.
Michael Dooley, Siege Tower and Best have a drummer on top. Yeah, Sam Pagey, drummer Siege Tower.
There seems to be quite a lot of Siege Tower thoughts.
Well, it did have that vibe, but oh, well done, Joe. Joe Kelly, is that a CD case?
Is that a CD
okay.
case?
And for the really young folks on this live stream,
he means a rack, doesn't he? Does he mean? Do you think he means a rack?
Yeah, a CD rack. That's what it means. Yes.
It does look like a CD rack. Oh, they were. I used to have a four one, so like four of those, and it spun, so you could fit 100 CDs in it.
I've still got a big one that's got that. So it's I can store about 400 CDs, I think it was, and it swivels round.
400 CDs.
I've got. I need to do a couple of pictures.
Was that a floor? Was that a floor one, like one of those?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
I have got lots of CDs. You'll be horrified by how many CDs I've got. I did a cull during COVID, and even then, I took a small chunk away.
Do you know what I thought over Christmas? as I was driving home, and it was when we went to stay with my parents for a while, listening to our Christmas playlist on the way there, as we always do, listen to Christmas music, and then as we were driving back, I put my Christmas playlist back on, and I hadn't really actively thought about it because you just don't notice these things. But I was like, I don't have any new music, and you must know this, that it used to be incredibly exciting at Christmas to get new music. You'd get like albums, you'd get CDs, and you would have new music for Christmas, and that just doesn't exist anymore. It's just not a thing anymore. Like,
So I still got a CD for Christmas, albeit it was an old CD. It was by a band called ABC,
yeah, well
of
done
the late
you.
90s.
Lucky you, Michael. But that was one of the things you did on Christmas Day, wasn't it? You'd listen to new
Yeah.
music. Same with films.
Yeah.
You'd get new movies. It doesn't happen anymore. It's rubbish.
No, it's just different.
It's not different.
I would
rubbish.
say it's not always different better, but it is different. But yes, I know what you mean.
You never could have put a. It's one of those weird things you couldn't like ever predict that you'd stop getting certain types of present. Do you know what I mean? Like that's a weird thing, isn't it? That you would stop getting. You know, when you're in the 80s and the 90s, you go, oh, here's your film, and here's your. Oh, I wanted all these films for Christmas. I wanted all these albums for Christmas. Like, yeah, well, make the most of it, because in 20 years' time, you won't be able to get music or films for Christmas because you'll just have them all. Rubbish. Stupid world.
Duck pie. I would say a siege tower, but it doesn't look stupidly tall enough. Yeah, I mean, I must say that from the film, that was one of the things I sort of, with my historical hat on, sort of thought,
Do you know how it works? Because I looked into it in quite a lot of detail for no reason whatsoever recently. So what happened? I need a prop. Let's use this. Let's use this CD rack. The way it works is, because I know a lot of people haven't seen the film a lot, and it's quite quick. But again, it's in the book that they build it upright to about here. So imagine, and I've tried to make this. This CD rack happens to be about the same height as what it should be if it was a siege tower in SBG scale, and they build a triangular bridge. Okay, so the bridge is like a pyramid shape, like a Toblerone box, and they build it inside here, and then somehow in the depths of winter, when Helm and or a snow troll are killing them, inside that they build another one, which is thinner, and inside that they build another one. So it's like a telescope, yeah. So inside here you'd have three things, and then what you see them do is the first one is this height, and then you see it rising out. So like that's the middle bit, the kind of telescope bit comes out. So then it comes up higher than this to about here. It's all built in here, and then it falls forward. So then you have this kind of empty shell type thing that looks a bit like this CD rack, and then the bridge goes across there. So it's a pyramid shaped bridge that has three sections that telescope down into each other. Why isn't that plausible, Michael? What's so it's presumably now you understand how it works. Your historian's hat is back in the bin. Go, well, that's fine then.
I think the physics of it all were probably a little bit dubious, but visually it was a lot of fun.
What is your issue with it? What, like, genuinely, which bit doesn't work?
How they get it up?
Well, that's a problem for all of us, Michael. Come on now.
The fact that it stays steady, the fact that when it does its collapse, it doesn't just hit and fall in a heap,
Explode.
Or snap or break. So
that's the bit for me. Like you spend months and months building it, and then when it collapses, just goes. That didn't work.
But visually, it looked a lot. It was fun to watch. I have to say, I haven't watched the film again. I've got it on Blu-ray, so I don't want to watch it again. But I just haven't had a chance to get around to it yet.
They at the end they just set it on fire, right? At the end, they just decide, the Rohan guys just set fire to it. It's like, do that earlier. Just it's a giant wooden tower. Just set fire to it earlier before it destroys your castle.
Yeah.
And I would wait until they'd finished it, and then do it. And you know what really winds me up? It's the same as when they're rebooting it. Where's the wood come from? There's a lot of wood there. Where does the wood for that come from? I believe, and historian Michael would tell me, you'd normally kind of like chop down a forest on your way to your siege to build your siege equipment, right? Where the hell do they get the wood for that thing in the Valley of Helm's Deep?
There are occasions where they actually bring siege engines they've already got built and trundle them to a particular siege. I need to be careful if there's too many Scots in the conversation here, because I did my research on Edward I's invasion of Scotland in 1303, 1304, and he had several siege engines which he had brought to the siege of Stirling in 1304. But he did have one special siege engine built over the course of the 3 months of the siege. It was called the Warwolf.
The Warwolf?
The Warwolf, yeah.
Grond? Hammer of the Underworld?
Well, exactly. But the Scots decided to surrender just at the point it was finished.
Well, they'd probably seen The Lord of the Rings.
But,
And you know what's going to happen.
Edward was so cross with them, he said, I'm not going to accept your surrender. You go back in your castle for an extra day so I can try out Warwolf and just, see it hurl a few stones, and then I'll accept your surrender. So it hurled a few stones, and then he let them surrender.
They must have been pleased they pushed that to Scotland.
Yeah.
So
yes, but yes, traditionally speaking, you want to have wood close by in the siege if you possibly can.
It looks pretty cool though, doesn't it?
Sorry?
Looks pretty cool though.
It did visually. It was great. Yes, It'd
be annoying if you were making a massive Battle of Helm's Deep based around that and you didn't have it, wouldn't it?
So, Mr. Holzman, Michael sheds what? Yes, well, you have to wait and see. Jack Brown, it could be an early whip pick from the Dunlendings.
What do you think that was? The tower again? Are we still on the tower?
I think it's your tower, yeah. And then Ricky Drinks Paint says Harry Parkhill Siege Tower.
Drummer. It's good.
Yeah. Joe Kelly, I thought you added a heat to the shed. Did it break?
No, the heater works.
But I'd say that the shed it's a very nice place to be and do hobby when it's all dark outside. Michael Dublé, also not sure it fits the description of shed. It is a garden room. Well, to me, it's even more than a garden room. So, the duck pie. Tragically, my Durberts did not arrive in time. Okay, yeah, no idea. That's the penny drop moment. Yeah.
You dropped your wife.
Yes, sorry, with you there. Yeah. So duck pie. What was plan? I can't remember what plan B was. You did put something in the patron chat. What plan B was?
I think he said he had one of the other ones, didn't he?
I thought, or was it Shaman? I can't remember. Joshua Crosby. I still don't think I get the Patreon video links by email.
You don't get emails. You should get like messages. I send them from Patreon and then they come to your email, I think. But the Mimic one was a few weeks ago for patrons. The Mimic one was before. Was it before Throwing Skulls? I think it went up before Throwing Skulls. No, it's just before Christmas. So you should have been about the 20th of December or something.
Yeah.
Patrons.
But it's just in the Patreon chat, isn't it? There's no email with it.
Oh, don't do that, Michael. You should get a message.
Yeah, I get a message in the Patreon chat that you put a Patreon video.
You should get a direct message as well. There was a time where I was narrowcasting to 4 patrons for some reason.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I don't know if it started that again. No, but yeah, you should get when they go up. I put it in the patron chat, and I try and remember to then send a message to all the patrons saying, "Here's the link," so that you're always one ahead. If you're a patron, you're always a hobby vlog ahead.
Do you do it in the same? Because I get emails when it's a reminder of the next live stream?
I don't send the reminders. I think the reminders are automated by YouTube.
Okay, so it's not part of that. Well, I'll have to go back and check my emails. But I always do it from the link you put in the Patreon chat.
Yeah. That's the safest place because Chris Cooper very helpfully pins it every time.
Yeah, so that's useful actually. I have to use that once rather than just wade through the chat. Right, I've just seen that Duck Pie's Plan B may also have fallen through, and I can't seem to find my Ashrak. Oh, here we go, Plan C, but I have Druzy, thankfully.
The thing is, he will be absolutely adamant that none of this is based on his planning or organisation.
Joe Kelly, Joshua Crosby, maybe the link is in your weekly dice envelope delivery.
Boom, boom, boom.
Right. Michael Dublé, be right back. Off to Sainsbury's.
Fill up, my friend, fill up.
Oh, it's just done what it's just jumped. It just jumped. Why does it jump? Why does it jump?
We've never worked it out. I'd also like to say, as Michael figures out why that is, one of our discussion topics we wanted to have with you, so you can all stop your ramblings at the moment, is how was Christmas? How was your hobby Middle-earth Christmas? Let us know in the comments, like, what did you do? Did you watch any of the films? Did you play any games? Did you get any stuff? All that kind of stuff. And we want to hear about your hobby Christmases. So start that, please.
Okay, right, I might have to up the pace here. So, Joe Holzman, freshly baked for 2.5 each. Surely they're losing money on that. Surely they could just stop baking them. Well, yeah, I think it's Jamie's point. If they've got the ingredients, it's probably.
I was genuinely shocked to see the freshly baked ones.
So I can't quite remember when half p stopped being in circulation. Do you remember half pennies, Jamie?
I believe they were in circulation when I was alive, but I don't remember them.
Right. Okay. Right, Joe Kelly. Sorry, what is a mince pie, or is it a mince pie? So I'm not quite sure if that's a genuine or just being a bit cheeky. So mince pie is not mince in the sense of meat mince. It's mince in the sense of it's mostly it's fruits, isn't it?
It's like cooked fruit, isn't it?
Currants and raisins and stuff like that in a sort of rich, saucy, sweet sauce, but not overly sweet sauce.
It's the stuff you get inside mince pies, Joe.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what else, Joe. If you don't, because I bet what he's saying is about the spelling, isn't it? When he's asking, is it a mince pie or is it a mince pie? Isn't he?
Oh yeah, it could be. Yes, I've just my curse was in the way. Yeah, mince pie. Yeah.
So what's he asking? What was the choice?
The mince was MINZT pie, or is it a mince pie? Yeah, no, it's just mince pie. Who said mince? Someone must have put MINZT.
I'm just trying to find.
So I think Joe was teasing someone's spelling.
He must be here, isn't it? Oh, hang on. There we go. Yeah, well, I don't know. What's that minced? What is that? What's that? Do we know what that is? Minced?
MINZT. I think someone's. My guess is that someone spelt that.
Oh, maybe he's asking us how because he can't see it, right? Maybe he's asking how it's spelled. Yeah, it's a mince pie. The second one.
It's mince pie. Yeah.
But it's like it's not beef. And also, what's great, I can. Do you have crackers, Joe? Do you have crackers in the US at Christmas? But if you do have crackers, you can't possibly have. And if you have crackers and you don't have mince pies, you can't possibly have this joke. But every Christmas, every family will say there'll be a joke in a cracker that will be something like, "Who hides?" Something like who carries out covert operations at the Christmas dinner table, and the answer will be mince spies. It's a classic. Or who hides behind the tree at Christmas? Mince spies. And of course, beyond the fact that it's not in any way funny. You won't think it's funny because you wouldn't understand the joke.
So they're just the Christmas equivalent of dad jokes. Right. Duck pie. Reduced Christmas stuff, ? Sam. A wizard is never late, nor is he early, Larry. He arrives precisely when he means to. Sadly, Durbers ain't a wizard, so that sucks. The duck pie. Last week got myself a stream snack of some reduced Halloween stuff. The duck pie keeping up. GR Hobbies, a fun stream idea once you're through the magazines could be one army list per stream. You can start with the Battle of Fornost, otherwise you may never paint those heroes, Damien.
One army list per stream. That's I think that's more than there's more than we've done in the last 6 years. There's at least 100 army lists, I think. Good God, could you imagine? Maybe once we get through the supplements.
Right, here we go. The duck pie says, I bet it was Mark. He's a Scottish BSIME. I think this is your
yeah, because he thought
your secret Santa.
Because he thought Mark lived in Scotland.
Joe Holzman says, be careful with the sword.
That's about Glorfindel.
Oh, yes. We have Destro the Dexterous, Houstonian greetings all. We can have a couple from across the pond. So Joshua Cosby, read these comments like the stagnant waters of the dead marshes. Joe Holzman, it was at 7:40. No, yeah, 7:41. Yeah, got it, Joe. I procrastinated actually. Started reading it at 7:56 and finished it whilst you were doing your intros.
I think uninterrupted they take about half an hour, right?
Yeah. It all depends how quickly. I mean, think of the paint guy, for example. You sort of skim those.
Oh, do you? I see. Lazy. I read every bloody word of that thing every week.
Making effective use of time. The duck pie. Wait, I could be watching the traces instead. Joe Holzman, unless by a goblin villain, Nick means Barlin.
Is that from the goblin's perspective? He's the villain.
Yeah.
He does sort of steal their home, doesn't he? Or try to.
Yeah. Sam, I'll be watching Traitors after we finish. Need to see what happens after yesterday's ending.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Some people can't wait, but some people like Sam know their priorities.
Is that Sam Huddy?
Yes.
Yeah, he's always been a good one, hasn't he?
And then Nicola says, sorry lads, goblins aren't iconic enough to be painted pink.
Oh wow. That is
I don't know.
I didn't realise there was that kind of like criteria for the pink thing.
I mean, because you can give them the pink clothing bit. That would work well.
It'd work.
Yeah, I think it would with the green skin, because they have the red one. It's just a bit slightly pinky one. That'd be fine. Duck pie. Only just started watching a couple of days back. Joe made it to episode 3. Joe, we only like your suffering, Damien. Haskell shivering wouldn't be the same.
Don't make Michael cold. Don't make Michael cold, you jerk.
Oh, thank you, Joe.
It's all right. He wasn't cold. He's fine.
So we got now Beggar Hero.
One of our lovely patrons.
Hello, everybody. No goblins to work on for me, so I will do my Legolas proxy, also known as Teclis, for my Return of the King army.
So is he working on is that the new Teclis with the big cat thing?
Is Teclis
wizard from the old world?
Old world, that's the word I was trying to reach for.
Very, very cool character from Classic Warhammer.
And then Richard Clammer, what's he going to do? Rock up to the stream he bailed on?
Who's that?
Dale?
Could be. Don't know. If it is Dale, he didn't bail.
Joe Kelly, maybe it's Brian Adams. Going back to, yeah.
Oh, that's the GR hobbies.
Your hobbies, yeah. Sam, I think Christmas Damien had indulged in drinky poos too much and got confused.
Who was that?
Yeah, here we go. GR hobbies. You are correct again, Damien. I am who you think I am.
There you go, Jacob
And
Hanlon.
again, there is no G or R in my name.
That's it. That came up, and I thought, oh, it sounds like Jacob Hanlon, GR. And I was right. What's that about? What's that? Is that psychic powers? That's got to be something supernatural, isn't it?
Yeah. Something in the air. Sam, not real murder. Illusion ruined. I'm up to date now. Back to normal speed. Right, Rich Clammer. Anyone else noticed that GW now says back in stock soon? Is this just a complete reover for temporary out of stock, do we think?
I hadn't noticed, and I don't know.
No, I hadn't either. James Wilson, evening, peeps. Then Chris, your Ben needs to join in to brush up on some MESBD knowledge ahead of my tournaments. He might be attending this year. Yes. So my younger son Ben's going to come over from the Isle of Man because we're going to go to Chris's The Return Journey in April.
That's very cool.
Because Ben has always loved trains from when he was very, very, very young. So the idea of playing Middle Earth on a train is just ticking so many boxes.
I think Chris managed to schedule that on the only single day of 2026 that I was busy when he did it. And bizarrely, I'm on a boat that day.
Oh, not on a train.
So I am travelling, but I don't think I'll be playing SBG.
So Sam, Crosby has flown ahead in BSIME Dice 1, and the community couldn't be happier for him. And then he's got a little star next to it, and then next one says, probably. The Duck Pie, are you not adding a surprise extra red dice this year?
What's that got to do with what's season 7 and red? It must be something. Don't know.
But it's a good question, though. Come the end of the B-Sign streams, are you going to change the dice colour for a different set of content that we're going to go through?
What, for the supplements? Probably not.
And then change it again when we do the White Dwarfs.
It'd devalue it, wouldn't it? Suddenly you'd be like, oh, now I've got to try, Josh. I'm sure people wouldn't mind this except Josh, but Josh would be like, well, now I've got to try and get win now. I'm back to 0 almost. I think we keep it pure.
You're the governor. Joe Holzman wouldn't get many Freddos these days anyway.
Is that for 50 quid? Is that the joke?
Chocolate's got up ridiculously. Rich Cammett, if I win, can I buy a Freddo? Yeah, that was a very Palantir thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, that was what you could win every week, the chance to buy yourself a Freddo.
The Duck Pie, has Druzak got a knife strapped across his chest, or has he been impaled?
I don't know. Painted him, but I don't remember.
Pass. Oh, Sam. Focus, Michael. The claw is complicated, as we have seen. Doesn't have to be. Ricky Drinks Paint could be a double winning for Cosby.
Could have, but wasn't.
Joe Kelly, was Cheryl Cole in Pig Train? Question mark, smiley face.
That was the stream review, wasn't it? Wasn't?
Yeah. It's all this modern showbiz stuff. You certain names sort of partly lodge in the memory. Richard Clamery said anything, make him text you his card details with the claw. The team spirit. Sam, Guernsey will hold a parade in his honour. Mark Stone of Guernsey, says Chris. Surely you mean Mark Stone of Damien's basement. Ricky Drake's parade. Congratulations, Mark. Jack Brown says Mark could then get a new gazebo.
Yeah, that was. Did you read that? That was the Guernsey news update. The real thing that we've also had reports that a gazebo has come loose.
Yeah. Joe Holzman, don't tell Mark, but the worth of that prize is greater than the value of the island. Duck pie, jokes on them. I still haven't finished my contribution. Sam, Steve will be there in spirit.
Not dead.
Joe Holzman, you'll be getting the Ouija board out then, Damien.
It's not dead.
Jack Brown, if Steve is on for the last episode, you should cross out his name on the graphic for the stream and then write Steve next to it. Oh dear. Joe Holzman, you've got enough guest hosts to get you through 24 hours now. James Wilson, cool. We host the stream and Damien can be the guest host.
Sounds good.
We probably need a crash course now to use the technology. The duck pipe, I just put it on my phone and take the stream with me when I have to step away. Well, that is one way of doing it, yes.
Everywhere Sam, you go, always take the stream with you. Everywhere you go, always take the stream.
It's just that if you then boil a kettle, you can't always hear what's going on.
I love the commitment, Michael. You want to hear every word of the 5 hours.
Well, there is a bit of me that's like that. I have to say, there is a little bit. I have this bit of sort of completist instinct that's sometimes difficult to keep under control.
It's commitment, it's passion.
Sam, Damien may regret it when Larry holds a glass eating contest.
Is that on the 24-hour stream?
I think Larry will be the only competitor in that one. The duck pie, Damien's voice would also be great for an audiobook, to be fair to him. Yeah, he could voice Gollum.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. You put them. Yep, Yellow Cast is the original, says duck pie.
Yellow what?
Joshua Crosby, Mike and I must have a pint and castle chat. I am teaching my A-level students about the castles of Outremer at the moment. Oh, the one I always want to go and see, the castle I really, really want to go and see is called Crac de Chevalier. And it's right on the southwestern part of Syria. And the nearest I got, I did 3 trips to Beirut at the end of 2012, beginning of 2013. And it was just at the beginning of the Syrian civil war breaking out, because if it hadn't done, I could have, because I was there for a weekend, one of those trips, I could have gone and seen Crac de Chevalier, but I couldn't because the border was closed because of the civil war. So I ended up just going, I went up the coast to Byblos, where there was a Crusader castle, Roman ruins and Phoenician ruins in a wonderful, the way they set it out was lovely. And it was a lovely, I think it was December, but it was still reasonably warm, lovely and sunny, right on the Mediterranean. But yes.
Are they still building that castle in France? That community build thing?
Oh, yes. Godellion. Yeah, it's not far from finishing.
Really?
So I get updates from it every so often. I want to go and see it at some point.
Have you worked on it?
Sorry?
If you worked on it, you can go and volunteer on it, right? You can go and work there.
You can do, but no. I probably need to speak French now.
I feel like I haven't looked at it since COVID, and it just occurred to me now. I was like, I wonder if that's the sort of thing that COVID killed, you know?
No, it's still going. They based on a template of one of Philip Augustus's castle. Philip Augustus was king in the tail end of the 12th century into the beginning of the 13th century. He's the one that reconquered Normandy from bad King John.
If anyone didn't know about that, they're in France. They're building a medieval castle now.
Yeah, and they're using original techniques. Obviously, they've got to be careful of modern health and safety, but they're really trying to adhere to the original techniques as far as this experimental archaeology trend, as it were.
I'm hoping that an invading army then uses traditional techniques to build siege towers, and actually builds Wolf Siege Tower, which that isn't, and storms it.
Yeah, well, they have done. There have been some trebuchets that have been built using original techniques.
Stormzy would be good for that, wouldn't he? Stormzy would take a castle.
I'm going to look blank again. I've heard of Stormzy. Is it a singer?
Yeah, he is. He's a rapper. But
A
of
rapper?
course,
Yeah, that's about as much as I don't even sure what he looks like.
I don't know if he's ever laid siege to a castle before, but given his name, I thought it'd be appropriate. I have
Here we
finished
go.
all
Joe
my base
Osborne.
coats on Frecker, Michael, so I'm happy to jump in while you do some painting.
There's a couple more that relate to me, so let me go a bit further. So Joe Holzman, I was playing Wiggins at Into the West last weekend. Of course, yes, the first big set piece tournament of the season was Into the West in Cardiff. I went once in 2019, but it's moved to a lovely new venue now. I mean, the venue before was good. But yes, we had Joe played Jamie. I think it was first game, day 2, I think. Scenario was whole ground and Jamie was broken. Yeah, I think he lost that by a point or something, I think. Something like that.
Wasn't Joe something like 6th place at the end of day 1 or something? He was
I think he won. Did he win all his 3 games? I think to get to game day 1.
He was doing very well.
Yeah, and it was. I think he took the Wolves, didn't he?
Yes.
Wolves of Angmar. Or no, did you have to take both? West, you need a good and evil. I can't remember now, but yeah, Joe did very well. Game day 1. Duck Pie, you could win a dice if you faked your death and waited until the guest host takes over. Sam, let Damien compete for a dice in issue 91, get to the final, and they get absolutely unquestioningly slaughtered by a hungry Crosby.
Maybe I'll enter on issue 91.
Yeah, I think we need to do something so you can get a sense of the excitement that we've all had these last 90 issues, 100 and whatever it is. What are we, 130 something streams?
130 is this one.
Jack Brown, 1 per project completed. Are there enough to go to catch up with Crosby? Yeah, he is a bit far ahead. Joe Osman, I picked up my BSIME black dice, said, shall I tempt fate? Rolled a 1, the game ended, and I lost by a model. Yes.
You're welcome. That's what we do.
So here we go, Joe Holzman. It's not a siege tower. All I can think of is it's a Rohan Ballista tower.
Do you have the Rohan Ballista in the film?
Yeah. Joe Holzman, lots of CDs, but how many DVDs? Question mark. Yeah, I always thought it was odd with DVDs when they first started to do them. They'd have these sort of portrait boxes, but it's still the same size disc. What a waste. Waste of plastic, waste of space. Sam, 400 CDs, Michael. 400, that's insane. Right, you need to talk to Penny, Sam. I've got loads.
Hang on, don't hang on. You can't just drop a huge truth bomb like that and then why is that? Is it the posters? Do you think it's the movie posters? Movie posters are portrait. And so they have to have those on the front.
Oh, you see, in terms of my observation about DVD cases, it could be, yeah. Yes, because I think about CDs with the same sort of shape as an album, so it's still that sort of roughly squarish.
And I reckon DVDs, because DVDs are really like emerging in popularity around 2000, 2001, I reckon.
Something like that, yeah.
And that's about the same time you start to buy games in those cases, I think. I want to say PlayStation games came in CD cases, the first PlayStation, I think.
PlayStation 1s were in the CD, in the CD size.
But then, like, Xbox were like the portrait ones, right?
Yeah, PlayStation 2 onwards, because let me think about this. 2003 was when Adam reached 10, and when he reached 10, same with Ben, we had this will make some of you youngsters laugh, but Adam said he wanted a game console. And Penny and I had an idea that there was these things called game consoles, but we had to do a research in what there was. And there was a PS2, there was an Xbox, I want to say 360, something like that. And then there was this Nintendo something or other.
Probably the GameCube, wasn't it? If you're talking about 2003.
Could have been, I'm not sure. But we had to do our research in terms of what they were, how they worked, what sort of games they had available, what would be the best one to get for our 10-year-old son. And so yes, it was a bit of a steep learning curve for us because it was just a world that just passed us by.
You're right, though. It's interesting. don't know why.
What, the DVDs are a portrait?
Hmm.
There'll be an answer on the internet somewhere. Someone might know, and we'll have an answer
Well,
when you put that in chat.
as I often point out, someone might know, but I think someone's more likely to Google it and then type it as if they knew.
But yes, Sam, I have not an insane number of CDs, but I do have a lot of CDs. And like I said, I'll do a couple of photographs and I'll put in the Patreon chat, so you can all just go, my goodness me, Michael. But
that's
then
how
I
you used
have
to get
had...
lyrics. Remember that? You kids
Yeah,
don't
what?
know you're born. That's how you found out the lyrics to your songs, because inside the CD there would be a booklet and it would have the lyrics, and that's how you knew what the lyrics were, because there wasn't an internet to go on and find them.
Yeah.
You couldn't just click on Spotify and see all the words.
It's just too easy for youngsters
You
these
have
days.
to work at it, and that's why when my band were covering Brown Eyed Girl, and we all rehearsed it separately, and then we came together to play it, and I launched into it, I said, well, hey there, amigo! And the bassist went, boom, and he went, what? And I went, hey there, amigo. And he said, hey, where did we go? And I went, hey there, amigo. And he said, hey, where did we go? And I was like, no. Yeah. Couldn't find out.
Yeah. Yes, I must admit, it was frustrating when you did buy an album and there wasn't a lyric sheet.
Yeah, it was. Because then the words could be anything.
Yeah. You really had to listen carefully. Well, one of the joys of going to live music over the last, too many decades, but because sound systems have improved immeasurably. Because when I first started to go to concerts, you'd struggle sometimes to hear the singer, or even hear the pianist, for example, the keyboards. It would just be bass and drums would just dominate. But now with the modern sound systems, you get they're really able to better balance different instruments, and it's much clearer, and it's a much more enjoyable experience. And you don't come away stinking of smoke.
No, this is true. We were talking about this over Christmas. We had a big chat about going out and the impact of going out, because we were in the pub on me and all my friends go to the pub on the 23rd. We've done it for 25 years. 23rd December, we all go back because we will go see our parents for Christmas.
Yeah.
And we all go to the pub on the 23rd December. And we had to book an area. You had to book an area. And it was rammed on the 23rd. And it was just really sad this year. We went to the pub on the 23rd and we just sat down, and there were loads of empty tables all around us. And I was just like, the hell's happening to the world, man? It's, and it's the cost of stuff, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's just sad. I was just like, this is terrible. Where are all the people? Where are they all? And it genuinely makes me quite sad. Harry Parkhill did a little piece about the death of the club. He did a little video piece.
Oh yes, I've not watched it, but yes, I did see that in passing.
It just made me really sad. It just made me. It's like a part of culture that seems to be going away. I'm not talking about going out and getting absolutely smashed and drunk and causing chaos around, but just the socialising, the going out, meeting people, spending time with people, chatting, developing your social skills. I see it at the university all the time where I teach. The SU bar is really quiet now, and it used to be rammed every single night. And now they sit in tiny, tiny groups inside their rooms drinking cheap alcohol from supermarkets. And it's like, it's not good.
Yeah, there's definitely a change in the way, and this is the UK, but I think it's also sort of parts of what we sort of quote the Western world, the way younger people now spend their leisure time. There has been a shift. I still think that there is still a good social dimension in there. So a good example is for us up here. The Bulwark Board Games Cafe that we use as our club for Middle Earth games. They have stuff going on. They're open till 10 most nights, and there's lots of people gather there, and that's their centre action. They're not going to the pub, but they're going playing board games with friends over a drink, over a coffee or something like that. So it's still happening, but I still think you're right. I still think there is a decline in social interaction, physical social interaction. But some of it is just being expressed in different ways.
What are we going to do there? We're unlikely to solve it tonight.
Sorry, I missed that.
I said, what are we going to do? We're unlikely to solve it tonight.
Yeah.
Go to the pub. It's brilliant.
So yeah, let me just finish this. But here we go. Joe Achille, Just showed my age with that comment. CDs are from a different age. Well, they are. I still buy lots. Well, not lots of CDs. I probably buy about 20 CDs a year, something like that, because the bands I like are still doing CDs. So Meridian, for example, they're still doing CDs. Big Train is still doing CDs. So I'm still, they are still there. But you're right. It's my children don't buy them. They don't have them.
I think
so.
you might have also missed Sam's comment saying 400 CDs, Michael.
Yeah.
400.
No, I
That's
did.
insane.
That's why I said I think I'll probably need to do a couple of picks and put them in the patrons thread. So
that's also that's a reference to Peep Show.
I just make the observation, Sam, that I have had a few more decades than many of you to accumulate stuff.
And Joe said I had hundreds, like for sure. I had several hundred CDs at the peak. Like obviously, of course you did.
Yeah.
This is the only way you could have music. Like.
Well, that's it. Yes, Joe Kelly. Yeah, Joe says I've got hundreds as also, yeah. Michael. Yeah, and Michael Dublé makes an important observation based on past precedent. Are all the CDs in the correct case? Yes. I did that episode of Larry. Or was it an episode, or was it a series of pictures in the patron chat? Yeah. Where Larry had got one. It was like a sort of a displacement that one CD was in the wrong case, and and the next one was in the wrong. And it's just like this trail of CDs in the wrong case. That just sent me into spasms of angst.
Well, it's insane.
That'd be a situation I just would not want to encounter.
And speaking of Larry, he says, me and my dad often get new movies at Christmas.
Do you want to pick up the thread from there?
Yeah, I'm happy to, if you want to paint some Goblin. And Larry, another copy of iRobot doesn't count as new movies. Joe says, don't lie, Larry. Joe says, don't lie, Larry. You just get a new copy of iRobot. Oh, you can. That was beautiful.
Ka-ching.
Oh, you love to see it. Ryan Pickering, man, I remember burning CDs onto MSN Messenger for my playlist. Yeah, it was amazing. Sam Huddy, I remember gambling with LimeWire to get music and often just getting viruses. There also seemed to be a thing where if the uploader didn't know who sang a song, they just labelled it as by Green Day featuring their hits. By Green Day featuring their hits, Closing Time, Brown Eyed Girl, etc. I remember putting the album covers on. I mean, this is insane now, but it was better. Like everything was better back then. So you had to go and find a picture, either scan the picture of the album cover onto your computer, or maybe find it on the early web, and then you would upload it to your iTunes library so that there was an album cover for it. Larry says, "Who is the Hill Tribe's master engineer who designed all of this?" This is what I mean. It's wonderful. Joe says, "Wasn't there a mention of the siege tower being built outside of bow range?" Not that I recall. He might be right. I don't know the script to that one backwards, like we do with some Lord of the Rings, but I don't think they say they do it. But even if they do, look where it is. It ain't out of bow range. If there is, that's just what's happened. There is that one of the producers has said, "Why don't they just set fire to it?" And they've gone, "Oh bloody hell," because it's clearly not out of anything that's within bridge range is within bow range. I would say. Certainly wooden collapsible telescoping bridges, maybe not the Golden Gate Bridge. Richard Clammer, same place. This is where all the crops come from. The wood comes from the same place all the crops come from. Ricky says, it's quite amazing the engineering effort from a bunch of people who scratch a living out of a bunch of rocks. Rohan propaganda there. And Sam says, this is Wolf. Hera, can we borrow some wood? We want to do a thing. And he changes it to wood. Jack Brown thinks they made the whole thing out of harps. Oh, that's too soon. Ashley Fisher is back. James Wilson, Siege Tower, nearly built. Scotsman, hey, do you know what would be a really fun thing to do? Joe Holzman, Michael, really not doing anything to sell Damien's latest hobby vlogs here. Why was that? What was that about?
Probably saying that the shed was actually quite a nice place to be in.
Probably, that's probably it.
Something like that, maybe.
Sam Harley, King Edward. Don't you just hate it when you spend forever building a really cool army, painting it, and then your opponent just concedes? Stephen Ryan is also back. Time to watch on 2x speed to catch up. Then I have a question about troll loincloths. That's something to look forward to. I didn't get an email about tonight's stream. No, I didn't send a patron email about the stream tonight. That one's right, Joe. Apologies. Oh, goodies. There's a lot. Oh, my God. Right. Joe said, I do get an email from patron about it. Sam says, Charles loincloths, there's today's distraction. I don't think we need one. Larry, I don't know if I get them. Everything from Damien just goes straight in my junk folder. It's reckless hate. Joe, I've been getting them after you fixed it, but perhaps it's gone wrong again. This isn't a new email, though. Let's be absolutely clear. I'm talking about like last year for one thing, but about a month ago. That was when the Mimic one was finished. Josh Crosby, last email I got was 19th December, and it wasn't about a new vlog. It was after that. Yeah, should have been after that. Don't know. I'll have a look at it. Let's look in about a week's time when the new one comes out. Hopefully there'll be an email. Joe Kelly, Jack jumps in memory of Steve. Larry says, Drizag isn't my fault. I didn't see. I told you. I didn't expect Damien to suddenly spring a stream on us with a few days' notice. Ashrak going missing was my lack of organisation. Oh, fair enough. Sam says we usually have a big battle, but they say, we're on to Christmas. On to Christmas traditions, Michael. They used to have a big battle, but couldn't do it in December, so it's next Saturday. That's very cool. Joe Holzman, didn't mince pies used to be minced meat? What, like historically, traditionally? Don't know. Possibly. Joe Achille, don't you guys call ground beef mince also? We do.
You do, yeah.
We do. And what's fun is I don't really think we call the kind of stuff that's inside mince pies mince. We'd never call that mince. Mince, if you ask anyone over here, will be ground beef. It'll be, meat that you would then put into a spag bowl or a chili or something. That would be mince. But then you have a mince pie, which has this stuff in it. But you'd never hear the contents of that described as mince. Is that fair, Michael?
I think so, yeah.
And you wouldn't have that contents at any other time of year in any other form. It only ever exists in a mince pie. Andrew Clark used to be able to buy a blackjack or rhubarb and custard for 0.5p when I was a lad. Oh, halfpenny sweets. Sam confirms that us English are unnecessarily confusing. Joe says we had a Christmas battle. I was told to bring all my festive minis, and on arrival was presented with incredibly broken custom rules for them all to play against Alert Scouts Double Army. That sounds fun, possibly, I think. Richard Clammer, I was waist deep in 44 Rohan Stronghold sprues over Christmas from 2 boxes and the starter set. Never seen so much plastic flash bits. I hoovered for days. And Joe didn't know how mince pie was spelt. Andrew Clark says they're sweets, by the way. Yeah, obviously, of course they're sweets. What did you go for? Blackjacks and rhubarb and custards. What was the I didn't eat, because blackjacks were licorice. I didn't like those. But what were the they weren't refreshers, but there was what was the fruit salad? Fruit salad was, they were always with blackjacks and were far nicer, I think. Jack Brown, I painted lots of orcs while listening to the Hobbit and Fellowship audiobooks with my mum, who had read the Hobbit but not Lord of the Rings. Oh, that's lovely. Wow, that's cool. And Joe Holzman screams, mince spies! Of course. Just Crosby, is the duck of the duck pie minced? Who knows? Double. Phoebe got me some excellent hobby goodies, including a hot wire foam cutter, very useful for shed-based adventures. Some Easterling bits from my Secret Santa and some GW vouchers, which I will save for Shelob. Very cool. Joe Holzman, I also finished last year's hobby bingo with 45 hours and 45 minutes to spare. Good work. Quite possibly the earliest I've ever finished it.
Just to come back to the GW thing. And it can't have been more than 2-3 days before Christmas. GW just sent me a £10 voucher. Yeah. And it was something about a year since something other. I can't remember now. Yeah. But I thought, oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, I think we've talked about this before. They started doing it. It's not last year anymore, is it? Like, they started doing it in 2024 because all my mates got them who have bought me stuff. And it's like, I don't know why you would have got it unless you didn't order anything direct from them in a while, but it seems to be if you order something and you don't order something for a year, they send you a tenner. And so it happened again this year in like November and December. I got 3 of them from 3 family members. So I'm loath to say that. I'm kind of loath to say this because I want to do it, but I'm not going to do it. Do you know what you should do, Michael? You should send everyone you've ever met 10 quid and tell them to buy you a £10 Games Workshop voucher. So they're even, right?
Yeah.
And then in a year's time, you will get £10 times how many people you've ever met in vouchers that they can't use, and they'll send you the codes.
I'd not thought about it like that.
I'm just saying.
Well, it proved incredibly useful because I bought something to do with what I hope will be a workable proof of concept for next year's Throne of Skulls. Or this year's Throne of Skulls.
Very cool. Are you allowed to say what the thing you bought was?
Oh, no, it's still secret.
You could even sweeten the deal for them because you could pay your friends £11 so they get something out of it. £11, get me a £10 voucher. And they're like, all right, I'm a quid up on bunts. I could buy 200 penny sweets from the 80s. But next year, you'll then get 9 quid net. I think it'll work. There's obviously the chance that they stop the promotion and you're £10 times everyone you've ever met down. No, you wouldn't be down, would you? Of course you wouldn't be down because you'd get the vouchers in the first place. So yeah, no risk, free money.
There'll be some new AI type algorithm that will be able to run over it and check and find people doing this and stop them. And
I suppose you'd be able to. Yeah, they would see one person's account going ding 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 ding, but I don't see how they could stop it really. Anyway, Joe Kelly says lots of difference in language can be confusing. Chips here are potato chips, or whatever you guys call chips or French fries. Biscuits here are a flaky breakfast side, or biscuits there are a cookie. Yeah, quite. I mean, we are divided by a shared language, aren't we? You say elevator and we say lift, and you say sidewalk and we say pavement, and you say
what I always say,
herbs.
it's pants that always gets me.
Pants, yeah, you say pants and we say trousers, and you say herbs and we say herbs because there's a bloody H in it. And Andrew Clark got the War of the Rohirrim DVD for Christmas. Really enjoyed it second time. Good for you. Joe Kelly, never heard of mince pie. Feels like it should be a meat pie, but sounds more like a dessert. It is a dessert. It's definitely a dessert. It's pastry. Kind of like you get like an apple turnover out there, like pastry with kind of apple and cream in it. That kind of puff pastry, that sort of thing. Well, you can get short crust mince pies as well, to be fair. And then like fruit inside, kind of Christmas. You probably get Christmas cake over there, like the kind of fruit cake. It's got the white icing around. It's kind of like what you get in a Christmas fruit cake inside a mince pie. It's our Twinkie. Chris Cooper, originally a mince pie was a meat pie. There you go. A meat pie that became a dessert pie. That's a big move from Joe. I think we're talking about over many, many decades here, to be fair, Joe. Joe Holzman, I wouldn't say mince pies are a dessert pie. They're more of a savoury snack. What?
No, mince pie is a sweet snack. It's definitely sweet.
Absolutely sweet.
I like mine with brandy butter.
Oh, of course. Choice of Kings. It's definitely sweet. Yeah. I don't know what's happened there. Joe Kelly, sounds like the dessert Rachel made on Friends. She mistakenly made an English trifle and put beef in it. Yeah, it's not got meat in it anymore, to be absolutely clear. Sam says, based off the strawberries and cream sandwich last year, probably not beyond belief that we'd do that here too. Joe Holzman, failing upwards. I was falling upwards. Is that falling upwards or failing upwards? I think it's failing upwards. Mother of God. Richard Clammer, he didn't bail? What happened in 9 hours since you posted the stream thumbnail? Oh, we're talking about Dale.
Yes. Sorry, yeah.
I hadn't heard from him. He wasn't sure that he couldn't. And I made the thumbnail and I punted. But alas, he couldn't. Joe Holzman thinks he's dead like Steve. The Duck Pie was a traitor's reference. Julian Hammerson, evening guys, working on Ashrak tonight and some Glathrum. Very cool. Joe Holzman suggests that you move away. Some sass for you, Michael. Why don't you just move away from the kettle while it boils? That's really good.
Kettle's quite loud.
That would solve all of your problems.
Yeah.
Richard Clabber, he says, that's funny, I was listening to that song in Paris. Could be anyone. Oh, God. And Larry says, I don't boil a kettle. Obviously he doesn't. He just like grabs a kettle and rubs it together whenever he needs hot water or something. And he says, actually, I do have to boil a kettle tonight. Well, make the most of it. Enjoy it. Sam says, to be fair, if you missed the critical words, you come back and suddenly your stream about Little Men is now talking about beaver bums. Joe Holzman, this stream has never been about Little Men and you know it. GR Hobbies, Michael went to Syria 3 times during a civil war. He must be a spy or some sort of traitor.
Well, the first time I went to Beirut, was it October, November 2012? I was there Friday afternoon, 2:00, there or thereabouts, and a bomb went off about a mile away. You could see it through the windows. You see this smoke coming up. And it was because it's the beginning of the Syrian civil war. And essentially, one of the factions was trying to get a government intelligence officer, and they did. But in the process, they got several innocent civilians at the same time. So I was due to fly home the following day. But I thought I'd better phone home and just say, you'll see this on the news, because it was quite a number of casualties, to let Paddy know that I was all right. And my company it was an American company. They were nervous about sending me out again or saying, but I thought I was perfectly fine. And I mean, Beirut was a lovely place. The people were lovely. So, but yes, it was strange going back in the taxi on Saturday morning with lots of armed police or armed military people all around. But I went out 2 more times after that.
So not confirming that you're a spy?
I've been in my years of overseas travel. I did spend a couple of months in Moscow. So I went to Beirut. I went to Bucharest. I went to Cairo.
That sounds like spy destinations, Michael. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's why I'm rattling through them. Amsterdam, Madrid, Lisbon, Milan.
Definitely a spy, everyone. Definitely a spy.
My first overseas trip of that stint was to Kiev in autumn 2007. So just for 2 nights. But yes, so Singapore. Yeah, I've been to Singapore. Was in there.
Definitely a spy.
Johannesburg.
Joe Holzman has confirmed he was 12th after day 1. Before secret missions applied, and I've done well on them as well. Lost all 3 games on day 2 by narrow margins. Ended up 60th, but my team won the team event. Well done, team.
Yes.
Richard Clymer, it's funny how they're building that castle in traditional methods, but built the house in the middle first. Is that funny? Why is that funny, Michael? I don't understand. I'm
not sure.
I don't understand castle jokes. Jack Brow says, I think it is brand distinction from CDs. What, like as in shops to notice them or something? So it's not like they're in competition with each other. Maybe they're. Josh Crosby.
Well, I did wonder, to make them say, this is different, this is not a CD, this is, and I wondered if that was, the visual side of it. But I like your idea of film posters being a steer.
Maybe it was to avoid confusion in your house.
Yeah.
So that they would physically look different on the shelf. Might be. You might be right. It could be brand distinction, Jack. Josh Crosby, I swore I would retire when I got to 8 black dice, but it turned out I lied. They're too beautiful. Beating Damien in his first final would be a dream come true. Larry says it was probably because at first DVDs came out alongside VHS. They wanted to reuse the same cover for both. Yeah, I was thinking cover possibly. And yeah, the connection to VHS might be something. You know what I've got up here? I don't want to
get... Are you VHS era, Damien?
Am I VHS era, Michael?
Yay.
Check out that bad boy. Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. There was a rich man from Nottingham who tried to cross a river. What a dope, he tripped on a rope. Now look at him shiver. Beg for mercy, rich man. I beg of no man. I think I can do most of the script of this. I'd have a good go at it.
What year was that again?
1991. You remember Bryan Adams was about.
Yeah, it was number one, wasn't he, for about 12 weeks or something?
16, I believe.
Summer.
16, I think. And inside here, this is going to be now Damien's annual bit that makes him cry. There's a note on here. It says, "Dear ma'am, surprise. Don't cause too much emotion when you watch it. Much love as always, Alison." It's on the 8th of February 1992, because back then, if you wanted to own something, you had to wait about 8 months after it was in the cinema. That was two. Do you remember on the Christmas one about my Tolkien calendar and the woman who got it for me died? This was her VHS. So she's going to come up in every stream, it seems. This was her copy of Robin Hood, and I didn't get it when she died. It was like she left me this in the will. I was like, brilliant. But we always used to watch it together. And I think when she got rid of her VHS player, when she was alive, she gave me this, and I've just kept it. I've got a few of them.
I was going to say, my question was, do you have the ability to play it?
No, we haven't got a VHS player. I've still got Jurassic Park on VHS, and I've also still got... There's a very sentimental VHS collection up here. I've got these, which are the Tom and Jerry videos that my gran had. She's dead too. And whenever I used to go to my gran's house, what are there on here? It doesn't say how many. There's about 10 cartoons. Oh, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's eight Tom and Jerry cartoons on here. And you'd go and you could watch that, and you could watch 8 cartoons. Like, kids don't know they're born now. You just watch whatever they want, whatever they want. It's like I had to drive to Tunbridge to watch 8 cartoons on this, and there's 3 of these. And again, when my gran died, I was like, I want these, and they're just like books on my shelf, you know, because they're quite pretty. But these remind me of my gran. And yeah, I think I prefer this. I want to go back 20 years, man. I don't like all the early access to stuff. People have to like things in the past. You have to care.
I'm not sure whether I should suggest this or not, but if I was to come down another weekend to yours, I could bring a VHS recorder with me, but I suspect that might take a big hit on hobby time.
What, we'd watch 24 Tom and Jerry cartoons, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and Jurassic Park. I've got them all. I've got them all on DVD. I've got all the Tom and Jerry's on DVD, and I'm not sure if you can stream the Tom and Jerry's, but you can certainly stream the movies. But this also, for my money, this is the best Robin Hood ever. I saw the trailer today for the new one. Have you seen this? It's The Death of Robin Hood with Hugh Jackman and Jodie Comer. It looks utterly miserable. Like, he sounds utterly miserable, obviously, The Death of Robin Hood, but it just looks so serious and so miserable. Everything has to be dark these days, and this nails it. This has got a little bit of Satanism and murder and some really dodgy sexual stuff in here, but it's also got rip-roaring, heroic, swashbuckling stuff.
Oh yeah, it certainly had that. The one of the Robin Hoods I really enjoyed was going back to Death Point. It's Sean Connery.
Yes.
Robin Hood with Audrey Hepburn. And Robert Shaw as the sheriff, and that has it's light, but still has a lot of pathos to it. That's quite a good Robin Hood story.
I love this. I think this is absolutely brilliant. Unapologetically brilliant. I think it's absolutely great. For the good of all men and the love of one woman, he fought to uphold justice by breaking the law, Michael. By breaking the law. Do you know what else I learnt about this when I was at some point a child, or 15 or 42? I don't know. I learnt an important thing about filmmaking in this, because on a documentary about it, I presume on the DVD, maybe about 2005 this is, they had a bit about the music in it, and they had a bit about the score. And the score of Prince of Thieves is... That's like the love theme of Robin and Marian. And I was like, so Bryan Adams took that took that melody, I assumed, well, as a kid, I assumed he was playing the Bryan Adams song. Do you see what I mean? It was the other way around. I assumed that, as a kid, that the song was there, and they put a version of the song in the film rather than Bryan Adams heard the melody and wrote a song out of the melody. Middle age what's battle streams in middle age? Middle age crisis. I think hate the modern world. Rubbish. So Larry's thinking it's that rather than having to make a square cover and a rectangular cover. Sam says Green Day needs to sing clearer for Damien's sake. What's the connection to Green Day there and Damien? Green Day, that's because someone else said Green Day and their hits Brown Eyed Girl. That's what that is. That's very clever and I got it. Ricky Drinks Paint, do you remember when DVDs came out and they didn't have art prints on the disc? The title of the film would be small print around the circle. Yes. It would be A and B like a record. Yes, absolutely, I remember that. My Tom and Jerry DVDs are actually exactly like that. Richard Clammer, portrait like a book, so it would sit on the bookshelves. Yeah. Joe Kelly says, hey there, amigo. I love it. Put it on a mug. It's good. Hey there, amigo. It's a good start to a song. Sam says, I think the ones going out getting blitzed and causing chaos are still committed to the culture. Larry said, when did it change? We went out a lot when I was at uni. It wasn't long ago. It changed in COVID. COVID did it. COVID caused a lot of hassle for the catering industry, hospitality industry. Things didn't recover. You got a couple of, not generations, but a couple of years worth of kids who weren't used to going out and so stopped going out when they came back. And it's 2020 and 2021 for sure. It was up to 2019. RSU was full and it was fine. Maybe things were going down a bit, but it's the COVID years that did it and never really recovered. And then you also think the combination, depends on your politics, but of Brexit and the various wars, with Ukraine putting prices up and energy prices up and all that. They've there's a lot of clubs saying that their utility prices have literally doubled, and so they have to put their costs up and so on and so forth. You think about the size of those places, man. The size of those clubs we used to go to. They were Destiny and Oceana in my day, and then I think they were largely taken over by like Prism and that sort of thing. But they were huge warehouses with multiple rooms with tons of lights and stuff. The running cost must have been huge, but it's fine because they were full of people. Crazy. And then Larry goes, yeah, that wasn't long ago. I mean, it was 14 years ago. Jack Brown, viewer numbers drop off as the stream host tells his audience to go to the pub. And Ryan Pickering says, I can't go to the pub, it's shut because of the weather. Oh, well, they're not helping themselves there. Larry, there's a band I like, and I still get the CDs, their album when they released them. Some were CDs, but most were DVDs. James Wilson, CDs are good. However, I'm going to make an argument for vinyl. Very good sound quality, and you can't really appreciate the artwork and you can really appreciate the artwork. Yeah, well, vinyl does sound good. Vinyl has a richness of tone to it that CDs don't sound better than MP3s in any way, shape, or form. They're the same. But yeah, vinyl's different. There's a point to having vinyl still, I think.
Yeah, I'd probably buy 1 or 2 vinyls a year, and I will occasionally play them on my record player. But yeah, it's the ease of playing a CD in the car or at home that wins out usually.
The ease has beaten me now because my car hasn't got a CD player and I don't have a CD player here. So it's my last car still had a CD player. I kept CDs in the car, but now it's my phone connects to the car via Bluetooth, and because of this stupid new world, it's got all the music in the world on it. So I used to go on holiday with a wallet full of CDs. Ugh, it's better.
We used to have. My wife's a voracious reader, so we used to go away. We were away for a week or something like that. We'd have a special bag full of something like 10 books because she'd get through them in that, because she just consumes them. And it was always a bit of a bind to take all these books. And then she got a Kindle. And all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, but after a short while, we didn't need to take lots of books this away.
Books
They're all
have survived
limited.
though. Books have survived the Kindle.
Yes.
There's multiple things, but largely because of the cost. I think people, particularly on holidays, people still want to take a paperback to the beach.
There's still
get wet.
something. There's still that physical experience of a book. I still read most of my stuff on books.
Yeah.
I rarely use Kindle. Penny
It's
probably
because
does
the
more.
experience is different. There's a warmth. There is a different experience of holding paper and looking at paper as opposed to a Kindle in a way that there isn't in listening to a CD or an MP3.
Yeah. Because you're consuming it in a different way. Yeah.
Joe Holzman, I feel like they said the hill tribes were staying out of bow range and the tower was further back than the most advanced of them. It's not out of bow range. You might be right, they say it. It's not out of bow range. It's very close. Josh Crosby, oh wow, I need a hill tribes master engineer. He repeatedly mentioned how nice... Joe repeatedly mentioned... Oh, so this is about you not selling my vlogs well. He repeatedly mentioned how nice the garden room / shed is. Richard Clammer, I had software I paid for, Damien, that did that, filled in all the iTunes metadata for the songs I pirated. Joe Holzman, they're called mince pies because it used to be minced meat. It's now minced fruit. Well, there you go. But what's used to be, though? We're talking about like 100 years ago, right? We're not, it's not the 90s, is it? Ashley Fisher, nonsense. We definitely call the contents of a mince pie mincemeat one word. But when? I presume he's serious here. I'm going. But look, what my point being, you might have a name for what's in it, but you don't ever talk about it in any. It's not like in March you go, oh, pop some mincemeat on. We'll have that. We'll just whack it on some crackers. It exists. It solely exists in a mince pie, right? When I go, wait, what are you having? I'll have the salted popcorn. Can you put some M&Ms on it? No, I'll have mincemeat on the top. Well, just pop it. Oh, popping down to Sainsbury's in August. Do you want to think? Yeah, can you get me some grapes, some apples, and a big tub of mincemeat? Like, that doesn't happen, right, Ashley? Come on now. I don't think we eat that stuff at any point in any way whatsoever, other than inside a mince pie. Am I flailing in the dark, Michael?
I don't think so, but let's see where the chat takes us.
Who knows? Joe Osmond, it's the anniversary of you making your first purchase on the new web store. Is it? Hooray. I got my... Oh, sorry. He's not... He's not celebrating my thing. He's saying the email. Yeah, but... because he then says, I got mine on the first weekend of the New Year, spent it on Rangers. But it's not just that, because my mum and my best mate and my cousin have all had two. So it's not just the anniversary of the first one. Unless I suppose he's not been exclusive here. An anniversary could be every year. So,
every year. That's where my brain was just going. Yes.
So you get it every year. Yeah, fair enough. Sorry, Joe.
Okay, so that means does that mean I can expect £10 every December?
Maybe. But they put a note in it that doesn't it say something like, we haven't heard from you in a while? Isn't it one of those? I thought it was kind of like, if you hadn't bought anything in a while, they'd send it to you.
Well, let's have another look at it. It's still somewhere in my inbox, I think.
Ryan Pickering, my mum got one and had sent it to me back in November, and I got mine before. My mum got one and had sent it to me back in November. I got mine before Christmas. Yeah, I think he's saying they're different dates. Yeah. Joe, in a bid to be a bit more conservative with my hobby spending this year, I worked out what armies I want to work on this year and what I need to make them work. Settled on about 3 armies. Figured out it'll cost me 150 quid to get them all sorted. Is there more? Then realised by using stuff I already own and buying just Frecker and Thorn, I can turn those 3 armies into 6 armies. So they immediately got added to the list of purchases. Excellent hobby rabbit holing there. Larry, pants makes more sense as it's a shortening of pantaloons.
That's French, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just not going to argue. While we use it as a short... Oh, he's still going. Good. While we use it as a shortening of underpants or under pantaloons. So pants have become the thing that goes under what was once the pants. Joe Holzman doesn't eat mince pies, but was guessing based on appearances. And he says, failing was about to show you somehow guessing. Failing. Oh, so when he said, I think this is when he said failing upwards, was about you somehow guessing who J.R. Hobbies was, despite being completely wrong or why. Ryan Pickering, gas is the one that always annoys me because it's a liquid. Oh, what? American gas. Duck Pie, that was the red dice. A traitor's reference was a red dice. Cool. Richard Clammer, I've never boiled a kettle before. I've boiled the water in it. Oh, bazing! It's like water, isn't it? Water's not wet, right? Water just makes things wet.
Getting very metaphysical here.
Absolutely. It's what people come here for. Joe thinks, if anything, you've implied you're a spy for the US. So both a spy and a traitor. Larry says, when you've confirmed whether or not you're a spy, can you also confirm whether or not you are minced? Hey! And Ashley says, and East Berlin? James Wilson says, the name's Haskell. Michael Haskell.
Yeah, I've been to Berlin as well. Yes, that was yeah.
Joe Kelly, is Michael really Q from James Bond? Are you the quartermaster?
Q. No. I'm more dangerous than that.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, no, I'm Bond. Joe Holzman, I think it's a conspiracy by the furniture manufacturers to make you buy different towers for CDs and DVDs. Imagine if the furniture manufacturers had the power to determine the formats of the DVD cases.
Market collusion.
James, so this is you. James, this ordinary SBG model is really an explosive. Just break off the sword. Joe Holzman says, I think Brian Adams is still about. He is. He's not like Steve. Sam says, I reckon I could do most of the script of this, and I shall next 2 hours sorted. What's the first line? It's in the prison, isn't it? And it goes, he says, you stole the bread. I think that's the first line in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. He says, you stole the bread. I'm sure you'll Google me, and there'll be indiscriminate screaming beforehand. He says, you the scroll. It's a lie. I caught him taking ours. Cut off the infidel's hand. No, it was me. I stole the bread. No, Robin, don't do it. You'll never survive. You'll never survive it, Peter. Good film, man. Good film.
So is that Christian Slater and Morgan Freeman?
Yeah, Christian Slater's Will Scarlet. Wait, I must have done my Christian Slater Robin Hood story, haven't I? That was a good one. I went to see him in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in the West End about 20 years ago, and so he was playing the Jack Nicholson role. So this was Christian Slater kind of, reframing his career as serious stage actor. And I got meet and greet tickets, and at the end you got to mingle with the cast. Alex Kingston of ER fame and recently in Strictly fame, she was in it. She was Nurse Cratchit.
Well, you see, for me, Alex Kingston is Doctor Who's future wife.
There you go. So she was in it, and at the end, you just got to wander around a bar with all the people and chat to them. It was really cool. Christian Slater was there, and he was signing programs, and he got over to me, and I handed him my copy of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, and he looked up at me in slight despair with this look in his eyes that said, "This is not my finest work." And I just said to him, I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm not joking. I wasn't taking a piss. And so, yeah, my copy of Robin Hood is signed by Christian Slater. One of the very few actual autographs I've ever got, for real. It's a good film, man.
You got Lenny Henry's. Do you remember?
I've got Lenny Henry.
The cue for Rings of Power season 1, wasn't it?
Isn't it on here? I think because it's come out of the DVD case and is in my potential Rings of Power signing case. There you go. Bernard and the Genie, signed by Lenny Henry.
Yeah.
Good times. Another good film. Larry says, I was also VHS era and I'm considerably less old than Damien. Yeah, I think they were around. A couple of my students now who are 18, a few of them still had them. I think they were still around until about 2010, but DVDs emerged in 2001, and then there's a sort of 5 to 10 year period where they sort of crossed over, isn't there?
Coexisted.
Yeah. Ryan Pickering, I'm old enough to see the end of the VHS era. Still got the Lord of the Rings trilogy and the first 2 Harry Potters on video somewhere. That's very cool. James Wilson, best Tom and Jerry was the Fred Quimby era. Yes, yeah. I mean the classics are the best for sure. Larry says my favourite VHS fact. Some of you don't even have a favourite VHS fact. Is that there is a bus stop in London that almost always has a copy of Hellraiser on VHS on its roof. There is. I know this story. It's amazing. Yeah, it's like a community effort. You could. There's photos from, I think it's from a flat above that can see the top of this thing, and there's always a copy of Hellraiser on VHS on it. It's incredible.
Why?
I don't know, because it became famous for it, and then whenever it got removed, someone would put another one back. It's incredible. Sam says, Damien, watching his video, such a shame. Michael would have loved this. Shame he still haven't finished my bloody... Oh, this is what you've come down. I'm watching these. He goes, such a shame. Michael would have loved this. Shame he still hasn't finished my bloody display board. Joe reckons the Hellraiser is Larry. And Larry says, best Robin Hood. It's not even historically accurate. They didn't even make him a fox. That is a very good Robin Hood. Joe Holzman, Larry and that tune will be stuck in my head for the next 72 hours. And James Wilson goes, Robin Hood and Little John walking through the forest. The Duck Pie, here's a thought. Did DVD start the trend of behind the scenes documentaries? And have they, to some extent, died with them? Excellent question, my friend. Fight Club on VHS had a documentary at the end of it. So slightly before DVDs come out, the idea had got there. You always got trailers on VHS, but the idea of having something at the end was on there. But they were limited by the tape. They were limited by how much you could actually fit onto the tape. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of behind the scenes features, as we understand them, was absolutely started with DVDs for sure, because you could suddenly they were thinner, so you could fit another disc in the case, and you could fit so much more on them. And I think it's why the Lord of the Rings behind the scenes features are so good, and so well, to this day I think they're still the best set of behind the scenes features ever made. I rewatched them with was it with you? We were watching the commentaries when you were down. I rewatched them as part of my Throne of Skulls project. I've rewatched all 6 films and all the behind the scenes features on them, and they still stand up so well. But you got to remember they're filming that in 1999, and Peter Jackson, there's a very famous bit where he says when Alan Lee and John Howe sit down on the hill and they start sketching, and he gets his camera out, he says this will be great for the DVD, and everyone, when you watch that now, everyone sort of takes it for granted. And that was incredibly forward thinking. Like it's hard to say not just how good those behind the scenes things were, but the very idea that you could make hours and hours and hours of behind the scene features and release them in 1999 is crazy. It's crazy. And Jackson quite rightly saw how the tech would flip around 2000, and how it was also, I think it was meant to be an incentive to get people to change to the new format. It was like, if you buy a DVD, not only will the quality be better, but you'll get more stuff on it. And yeah, so they were all there. And then, and I know we've said this before, but did they die with them? Yeah, like largely. And I remember when the Hobbit films came out, Jackson said that he had to really, really, really fight to get the behind the scenes features. And he gets it. They're just as good. They're people won't say they're as good because they don't think the Hobbit films are good, but the documentaries are just as good as the Lord of the Rings ones. They're made with love. They're full of, they're filming constantly during the shoot. It's all the same stuff. They're absolutely brilliant. And
I'd say the Hobbit ones are better because I watched the Hobbit ones first during lockdown, because I took the opportunity to watch watch these behind the scenes stuff, and they were really good. And then when I watched the Lord of the Rings ones, they were slightly disappointing by comparison.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
But I think because 10 years previously, although they were filming stuff, it wasn't. It's obviously with a view to be able to release the content, but it still was a little bit more, not amateurish, but it wasn't to the nth degree of this is going to be for bonus material. Whereas I think for Hobbit it clearly was. we were
Well,
doing
they're
this.
also
because we
arranged
don't-
differently, which is interesting. Like on The Hobbit, they're very much they're the scenes. You get 2 discs, and the first scene is like the narrative of the film. So it's like, here's the bit in Dol Guldur, here's the bit in Lake Town, here's the bit in Mirkwood, and they have like a documentary about each bit. And on the other disc, they've got a kind of like, here's a documentary about Beorn, here's a documentary about Dane. Whereas all the Lord of the Rings ones are about how you make a film. The Lord of the Rings ones are, here's your pre-production, here's your storyboarding documentary, here's your scoring documentary, here's your editing. So I think the way they're presented is a bit different.
Yeah, and I suppose it's the equivalent of the books. The fact that the Hobbit books are just so much more different and organised differently from the ones that we got for Lord of the Rings in terms of content. The Hobbit ones are just and infinitely better in many ways in terms of the wealth of material, background material to the films compared to the Lord of the Ring ones.
Oh, do you mean they're like the Chronicles books?
Yeah, the Chronicles book.
Yeah, the wetter ones. Yeah, no, I do agree. People always talk about weapons and warfare for Lord of the Rings, but what the 6 Chronicles books of the Hobbit are better than what they released for Lord of the Rings. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was, I know, one of the most influential filmmakers in the world, like creating the follow-up trilogy to the biggest trilogy in the world with all the money and power at his disposal, and he had to really fight to make behind-the-scenes features for it. And he did get them. And now they don't really exist in the same way. You get these tiny little, and I find it really sad. So no, see, the modern world is worse, man. I'm telling you, we're losing stuff. They don't exist in the same way.
But is this a good point just to pause and mention the Empire magazine doing a 25th anniversary special?
Absolutely.
Because there was this sort of 4 p.m. on Thursday, wasn't it? Little announcement with the words from the Ring, and it turned out this special anniversary edition. And they got the 4 hobbits plus Ian McKellen back together again, and lots of other bits and bobs. So I think
it says they've got everyone. That's like, maybe not in the same interview, but it says like Viggo Mortensen, Orlando Bloom, Sean Bean, all that. Yeah.
I got the impression it was Viggo with Sean Bean. I got the impression it was the 2 of them together.
Yeah, that's. I think so. I think they've broken them up into little interviews or something.
But I think it's hitting newsstands next week. I want to say sometime next week.
15th of January. Yeah, 25
Or is it
years.
week after next?
I think it's the 15th, whenever that is.
Yeah, so yeah, maybe it's week after next.
But yeah, 25 years, man. And I think they're being a bit cheeky with 25 years, because they've done it as quickly as you possibly can for 25 years. Cause it's like,
well, yeah, because it's technically December,
it's
isn't
next
it?
December, yeah. It's like, we're not quite there yet. But yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be good that they have that out. But yeah, and so, and you can obviously pick any film you want, but even something like because I don't think War of the Rohirrim's a fair comparison. I was really disappointed by the extras you got for that. There's like 3 10-minute vignettes or something, but people say, well, the budget's tiny and it wasn't a success, yada yada yada. But something like Wicked, which is a huge success, and is probably the best marketed film in years, right? It's they've gone all out for Wicked in all its production, and even that doesn't have a lot. And I've watched them. I've watched a lot of the extras, and you can get stuff, and they've done more than you normally get, but it's nowhere near what even like your average blockbuster would have had 20 years ago, and nowhere near it. So yeah, I think it is that, and Frozen 2's got an amazing documentary on Disney Plus, but it's like a separate entity. It's like it's a 4-part documentary, I think, absolutely brilliant. But that's very, very unique. And again, they were like, how Frozen was the biggest thing in the universe? I reckon we can put some time into making a documentary about the sequel. But yeah, and they have died, and I think it's a great shame that they've died in that format. So yeah.
And I guess with the public service broadcasting responsibility in mind, I'm guessing everyone in the stream will know this, but in the UK at least, there's several cinema chains are showing the extended versions this month and next month.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know if anyone's in, is it Melton? I think it is, and in it's in Greater Manchester. I'm trying to think where it is. But anyway, the 2 of the 2 Trees crew
Yes.
runs cinemas.
Yeah, it is Melton.
And
It is
they're
Melton.
showing the extended versions in their nice sort of reasonably plush cinemas actually. So yeah, but I think I'm certainly View is doing it, Cineworld's doing it. So if you want to see the extended on the big screen, I saw them a couple of years ago, and if you haven't seen it, get to the extended on the big screen because it's just a great experience.
I've in a bizarre twist, I've been to it's Jake. Jake runs the cinema in Milton, and I've been there. I went to one of their little events on a Friday.
Oh yeah, of course you did, didn't you? Yeah.
And yeah, we got to. I mean, we only watched a bit of it because he was running the tournament, but I got to watch a bit of Return of the King, and there it was awesome. But yeah, I've got tickets. I've got fellowship tickets for next Saturday, a week Saturday, and I'm going to see that with my best mate who I saw fellowship with 25 years ago. Which I'm very
Chris?
excited about. It is Chris, very good.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about that one, and I've got 2 Towers tickets for the following Wednesday. And I'm not going to see Return of the King because the 2 Towers is the only extended one I haven't seen on the big screen. Like last time I did it, like you said, when was it, about a year ago, a year and a half ago or something? They were out.
Yeah, it feels like that, something like that. Yeah.
And I saw Fellowship, and I went to see Return. I might have told you this. I went to see Return of the King. It's too long. It's too long in the cinema, man. It's 4.5 hours. Well, I got to 2 hours. I'd finished my popcorn, finished my drink. I needed a wee, and I was like, "There's 2.5 hours left. It's too much." And I remember all the when they talked about having the extended versions, they were saying the studio wouldn't let the films be certain long because unless certain like art house cinemas or what, mass audiences just aren't going to watch a 4-hour film. And then he said, but home audiences are different because they have different demands, they have different desires. You can pause it, you can watch it over 2 nights, you can go for a wee. And it never occurred to me that when they put these monstrous films on the big screen, it was like reversing that. And they're bloody right. They're bloody right, man. 4.5 hours in the cinema, it's too much, it's too long. So yeah, I think partly because of that, I haven't got Return of the King tickets. I'll always go see Fellowship because it's so good, and I wanted to see the extended 2 Towers, but I've decided I might just watch Return of the King at home or something. But yeah, I am very excited about that. And I finished reading Fellowship to Charlotte over Christmas. I don't actually know when we started, but sometime last year she said, "Can you read me Lords of the Rings?" And I said, "Yeah, whatever. We'll obviously never get through this." She's 8, about to turn 9, and she stuck at it, and we've read the whole of Fellowship together. And I was really hoping it would be on in cinemas over Christmas, so that we could celebrate finishing the book by going to her seeing Fellowship for the first time ever on the big screen. What an experience that would be. And we finished the book just before Christmas, and it came out in January, and I was like, "Oh my God, Charlotte, it's on. Do you want to go and see it on the big screen?" And she said, "No." I was like, "Cool, that's that ruined then, isn't it?" And she was like, "I haven't seen it, and I don't know if I'd like it." And she actually said, "If there's bits that scare me, you won't be able to stop it, will you? You won't be able to fast forward them." And I obviously said, "Don't be such a little coward," which I didn't. But she was right, and I was like, "Oh, maybe you're right." And I did, maybe she's a bit too young as well. Don't know. She's right on the cusp. But I was like, you just want,
Well,
you know.
I was going to say because when Fellowship first came out, 2001, Adam was 8, and like I said, he was on that cusp, and because I said this before, Penny wasn't sure, so she sent myself and one of our university friends to go and see it for the first time, and we said, although it's changed, it's in the spirit of the books. You'd love it, and she did.
Yeah.
But because we'd seen it, and I was thinking it was just one or two things in there that I don't think Adam would have coped with at 8 years old. So we didn't take them, and it's always been one of my regrets that they were just neither of them were just that old enough to be able to take it the first time to see them at the cinema. So they only saw it on the small screen for a long time until they started to show them.
She wants to watch it. She does want to see it. She just doesn't want to see it in the cinema.
That's very sensible.
Yeah, it is. But then I'm like, well, then no, you can't. Wait 10 years and we'll. So you know, like, you just want that mythical experience, you know. Yeah. But it was cool. It was cool.
Of the books, which was the bit she enjoyed the most, or have you not had that conversation yet?
She enjoyed a lot of it, to be honest. She was really into it throughout. She actually, hilariously, when we got to Boromir dying, which is obviously right at the start of Two Towers, but we read the first chapter of Two Towers, so I was like, this is at the end of the first film. And she said, "Oh, I've been waiting for this bit for ages."
Because of course, but so she knew, didn't she?
Yeah,
That,
and I was like, "What? Do you hate
Right.
Boromir?" But she knew Boromir died. She'd picked up on that, and she'd been waiting for the death of Boromir for ages. And then, of course, in the book, it's relatively underwhelming because you don't see him die. Right? He's just, you know, that whole battle doesn't happen.
You see, because I don't think when I first read Lord of the Rings, and I'm trying to remember the sequence, I don't think I knew. I mean, apart from being aware of this big story about a ring and so on, just the very barest of outlines, I don't think I knew anything in terms of the detail. Because I do remember being a bit shocked when the Fellowship, effectively lost a couple of members and broke up, as it were. Because you were sort of thinking the Fellowship would see it all the way through to the end, albeit maybe lose. I think so. Yes. So when it all broke asunder, that was probably a little bit shocking in a way.
Well, you didn't have again. I haven't said this much tonight, but the world used to be better. But you wouldn't have had without the film adaptations. You wouldn't have had the spoilers. It was and without the internet, it was harder to have things spoiled, right? So I imagine, when did you read Lord of the Rings? Was it in the 70s?
Yes.
Yeah. So
I want to say it possibly. I think it may have been 79.
Really, the only way you can have that ruined is if someone has told you what happens, as opposed to accidentally turning it on telly or something, and watching it in the same way. And there are shocks. I mean, there's shocks in The Hobbit, right? All the way through this kid's book, and then 3 of the main characters inexplicably die right at the end. It's like, what the hell are you doing, Tolkien? There's definitely big shocks in there, for sure. But yeah, that bit stuck with me of her saying, "Yeah, I've been waiting for this bit for ages." But yeah, we'll see. So yeah, good question, Larry. Sam says, my stupid phone has all the music in the world on it, so can luckily find the perfect angry song for my drive. Larry, there's still a place for physical media though, less for music and film. Yeah, I mean, I still got all my Blu-rays for the Lord of the Rings. I tell you what else. I don't know if it is a full-on midlife crisis, but there's something related to this that happened at Christmas. Frozen 2 was on Christmas Day, right? I've seen Frozen 2 a lot. I think it was on Channel 4, and I bloody watched it when it was on. And I watched it with the adverts on a TV that had Disney Plus on, where I could press it and watch it without the adverts. And I watched it and I was like, Frozen 2's on at 4:10 on Christmas Day. We're going to bloody watch this because that's fantastic. And that, again, that's something else. The kids of today will just never understand that joy of looking through the Radio Times in December and seeing what films were on. And they were going to be on Christmas Day because you were going to see films you'd never seen before. And there's some part of that that's still magic, of watching a movie badly edited, ruined by adverts, that you could watch in several better ways because it's just better. Take that.
Yeah.
And he says, I had to go out and buy How to Train Your Dragon recently, and a few years back I had to buy Rat Race as I couldn't find them on streaming site. Yeah, that's fair. It's gone. Josh Crosby, printed books make me sad for the days of taking a manuscript. Printed books make me sad for the days of taking a manuscript to the beach to read. Joey says the origin of mince pies go back to the Crusades. Robin Hood did it. Jack Brown, you talk about it as if you're making it. You talk about it if you are making it and you get a tub of mincemeat to make them. Yeah, but that doesn't in any way question my argument, does it? I'm saying it does. What you don't do is you don't stock up on tubs of mincemeat and then eat them throughout the year as delicious mincemeat, do you? Joe Holzman, also they're apparently called mincemeat pies in the US. And then Joe said, I believe he must course correct her. He says, you get anniversaries every year, Damien. That's why they're called anniversaries. Mine said it's been a year since your first purchase. So they haven't updated it. And I imagine by the time he typed that, we had said the same thing. Larry, I definitely have had two. Ashley Fisher, Ari mincemeat. Agreed that mincemeat has no purpose other than mince pie. But your argument was we don't call it mince. Furthermore, it absolutely does happen that I buy it in a jar for making mince pies. Sure. Sons of Gondor, evening, popping in for a bit this evening. Don't know if I have any Goblin heroes that need painting, but excited for green skins all the same. Not been too much Goblin content. It's mainly how awful the world is, and not in the ways you might predict. Joe Holzman, pants makes more sense because of pantaloons. Trousers comes from the Irish troubhas or Scottish troubhas. Sure. Larry, here we go. Surely the water is wet as it's covered in other water. Oh, interesting. Jay says, Damien's been reading the same articles as me this week. What articles? These about the state of the world, or the state of mincemeats, or water? Might have done. I don't think anything I've been saying has particularly come from articles I've read this week.
Well, this is not political per se, but I get a weekly, in the UK, a weekly periodical called The New Statesman, which is a sort of left-leaning, primarily political, but also cultural magazine. And the first one after Christmas is usually sort of a thin affair, but the one that landed on the doorstep through the letterbox on Thursday was about twice the length of normal because, as the editor observed, quite a bit has happened in the last few days that we need to digest.
Yeah. There's been we've always tried to steer clear of it so much, but we're an international community, and every now and again, I just remember me and Steve several times saying, "God, this was big. We hope it's all right." And I just hope everyone's all right wherever they are. I hope everyone's all right. The world's a scary place, and it seems to be getting scarier. And just stay safe, whoever you voted for, and whatever you think. And I don't know if BSIME can continue to be a little oasis of escape from the horrors of the news page, then that's all for the good, because it's an incredibly scary world out there at the moment, I think.
And of course, Damien was talking about Manchester United there, but you know.
Come on, Michael. Gosh, God, you couldn't have brought up any of the other stuff going on that's better than that. Come on, go on then. What's your Manchester United material? Go on, have a go.
I have very little. But I did mention to a couple of people when we were talking in the gym that I thought it was quite incredible that within a space of a few days, you had the managers of the teams lying 5th and 6th in the Premiership both being given the elbow. And I just thought, we're losing a sense of perspective, I think, but that's a whole other story.
Wasn't there also a great stat that, and I don't think it's happened, but I don't think it's going to happen now, but it could still happen, that Nuno, which round is it? Because he's with West Ham. So Nuno was manager of Forest, and he got sacked because they lost to West Ham. And then he's now manager of West Ham, and they just lost to Forest, and he could get sacked in the same season. I mean, that if he kind of want it to happen just for the lols, because that is remarkable. Like to lose to a team and get sacked, take over managing that team, and then lose to the team that you got fired from by losing to your new team and get sacked. That's just something beautiful in there. But I don't know if it'll happen. But yeah, it's cool. It's great. You know, everything's positive at United now because we've sacked our manager for the first time in about 10 years. And we now begin a rebuild, which is really exciting and something we haven't done 7 times. And so yeah, there's nothing but optimism, and you know the better days are coming. And yeah, it's a great time to be a Manchester United fan. Sons of Gondor disagrees with you that Q's not dangerous. He didn't say Q wasn't dangerous. He said Bond was more dangerous than Q. I suppose you could argue, like, is Q the actual, is Bond weaponized by Q, effectively? Who's the real villain? The one who pulls the trigger or the one who makes the gun? Chris Cooper says, Ruth will be well jealous you've met Alex Kingston. I was correct. Ruth is well jealous and wants to know why you didn't invite her. I imagine I didn't invite Ruth because she wasn't born. That would be top of the list. You can find out whenever Christian Slater was in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in the West End, but I suspect it was before Ruth was born. Larry says, by the time Lord of the Rings came out, we had moved over to DVDs. What do you mean we? Do you mean society or you? Because they were certainly still available on VHS. Richard Clammer, we made the move to DVD in Christmas 2001 with Tomb Raider being our first DVD. We ruined it by watching all the behind-the-scenes stuff first before Christmas dinner because it was so exciting. Actually, I might be wrong, but I believe Laserdisc is where behind-the-scenes docs start. Oh, interesting. The forgotten era of Laserdisc. Criterion Collection Laserdisc.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, it's definitely where audio commentary started. Laserdisc was like DVD before DVD. Yeah, you might be right. To be fair, it's the medium, isn't it? It's the capacity of the medium that allows it to happen. Ricky says, it still really annoys me the 4K version of Lord of the Rings doesn't contain any of the bonus features, and the extended editions are still on 2 discs. Yeah. Well, I think it's the production companies have less willingness to put time into it, effectively. James Wilson, didn't Peter Jackson promise to release extra footage for the 25th anniversary? I think you're referring to kind of light-hearted comments he made at various points over the years about a 25th anniversary edition. I don't think there's any real goss about that. Ricky says, that's why I keep my Blu-rays for the behind the scenes. Exactly myself. Michael Haskell has listened to my Blu-rays in the last month. I've got the 6 Blu-rays of I think there's a Jurassic Park Blu-ray and the 6 Blu-rays of Lord of the Rings which live under our TV. Everything else is in a box somewhere. And Ricky agrees that the Hobbit bonus features are amazing. Larry says, I'm interested to see what the Stranger Things behind the scenes thing is going to be like. I don't know what that is because I dropped off Stranger Things. Richard Clemmer says, they won't do behind the scenes the same prevalence anymore because too many lawsuits for abusive directors. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know what an abusive director is. I don't know the correlation between behind the scenes features and abusive directors. Ryan Pickering, I recently watched the 2005 King Kong. It always amused me that all behind the scenes on DVD is focused on post-production as the production diaries are on the Kong website. Yeah, well, that's the other thing that Peter Jackson did with The Hobbit and Kong, didn't he? He did the production diaries. What's really clever about The Hobbit, I don't know the Kong ones as well, but really the production diaries for The Hobbit are completely different to what you get on the behind the scenes of the DVD. There isn't much overlap. They're different materials. So that, again, if you weren't around then or you don't remember, but during the production of The Hobbit, Peter Jackson released 10-minute YouTube vlogs about making The Hobbit over the course of a couple of years, and they were all included on the theatrical versions of The Hobbit. They're all on YouTube now, but they were like the bonus features on theatrical versions of The Hobbit. But when you now watch the behind the scenes footage, behind the scenes docs of The Hobbit, they're not the production diaries made larger. That stuff just isn't in them. It's all different bits, which is very, very cool. Larry says, somewhat embarrassingly, I haven't got around to watching any of the extended edition behind the scenes stuff. Do you mean for any of them? Like Lord of the Rings as well? That's incredible. You should treat yourself, man. It's really, really good. And Sam says, so the cinema just parented you. Fine. Have your 4-hour film. See what happens. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Do they have an intermission when the disc change happens? They do not. It just keeps going. Or do they play them as one thing? Duck Pie. I would have been 9 when I first saw it. Very cool. Woody Rex says, that's lovely you got to read Fellowship with your daughter though. Really special. Hope I can do the same with mine one day. Absolutely. And check it out. We're on to the Two Towers now. And what bookmark are we using? There is only one. What else could it be, Michael?
Yes.
That's what it is. So yeah, we're on chapter 2 of that, which is very, very cool.
Yes, I'd say for any dads or prospective dads out there, if you get a chance to read to your kids, I would highly recommend doing so. It's one of my treasured memories of reading various books to my 2 boys.
Bedtime, best time of the day. I don't just mean for going to sleep, and I don't mean the other stuff. Stop it, filth. But yeah, like story time, best bit of having kids, I think. Bath time can do one. Bath time gets in the bin. It's like the tax you have to pay for bedtime. But bedtime, nothing better. Read a book, fall asleep, get woken up by your kids going, "Why are you asleep? It's perfect. But yeah, good luck, Woody. I hope you will. I assume you will. It's awesome. This is cool as well. This book, this knackered old paperback version, I'd never read them. I have a habit of picking up old copies of Lord of the Rings. I don't even know where I got this 3-book set in a little box. It's been incredibly well used. It's all broken down here. I picked it up at a charity shop at some point. It is the 1976 edition, which is kind of cool.
Show me the front cover again. I think that's the front cover of the set I got. Mine was hardback though, but I think that's the same.
Oh, he's off. He's off to get them.
That was Fellowship you got there, isn't it?
This is the 2 Towers.
2 Towers.
Yeah.
You just have to stand on.
If you're watching this at home, please do not try this at home. Michael is a trained professional.
Yeah. Standing on the chair that whizzes.
Yeah, that's the one. Check it out. Oh, imagine if we... Can you imagine if we're playing this and we could have handed that off? That would have been incredible. Wow.
Here we go. So yeah, so 10th impression here, 1978. So yeah, so I either got this in Christmas 78 or 79. Something it would. So that's when I'd have read it. Should we let everyone weep? The price in the UK only for this hardback book was £4.95.
Okay. Do you know what? I think that's relatively expensive. That's more expensive than I expected it to be. We say 1977.
And you've got this wonderful map tied to the end piece.
You see, you don't get that in the paperback. Yeah. So these books that I've picked up, I've never actually read them. You know, you just pick up nice versions of it and stick them on my shelf. But so it's been quite nice reading because they're a lot easier to read in bed at night. A 1-volume paperback as opposed to the massive hardback thing. That's been delightful. Richard Clammer, you're going to spoil the start of the 2 Towers by letting your child see Boromir die at the end of Fellowship. Yes, I was. Because Peter Jackson's right. It should happen at the end of Fellowship. Entmoot Videos is in. And Harry says, I was 8 for Fellowship and the ring race was scary. I was also transported in a way I'd never felt any movie before. She should go. Being scared is part of the fun. I know, right? But she's a jerk. And she said no. So I'm going with my best mate Chris. So screw her. She's actually seen the ring race bit because the middle name's Arwen. She's seen the ring race chase with Arwen. She thinks that's really cool. I was like, I know, it's cool. And then I yelled at her, explaining that it should be Gorfindel and that she was a moron being sold some, mass production trash. And then she ran away crying, and suddenly I'm the bad guy. Unbelievable. Now, Richard Clammer, she definitely needs to read all the books before any of the movies. Too many out of order movie to book scenes. I fear you plan the Boromir. I don't think you have. There's not much more, is it? I don't think you. I think once you see Fellowship's fairly self-contained, isn't it? You could. I don't think not. You could see the Fellowship film before reading the 2 Towers books and Return of the King book. I think.
Yeah, I think so. Although I am pleased that I read them first, but I don't. I think it wouldn't matter as much.
Joe Holzman said, "I still haven't seen Frozen 2. You should. I chuck a hand grenade in here. It's better than Frozen 1.
I've not seen either of them.
That's us viewing sorted for next December, Ryan Pickering, me and my parents watched The Goonies when it was on ITV for New Year's Eve, even though we have the DVD for it, including adverts and censored moments. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you Christmas properly, Ryan. You're doing it right. Oh, Joe says water not being wet. No, I didn't read that in an article this week. It's something, I don't know, someone said to me ages ago at some point. However, I don't even know if I really believe it, or it's just a silly philosophical argument, isn't it? But I think it's quite fun. Joe Holzman, I don't think we need any Manchester United material. They do it themselves. Joe is flying high on his Villa ship, isn't he? They weren't sacked because of performance, Michael. Oh, they're talking about managers. This is you, Michael. I thought this sounded like a quote from The Office. They weren't sacked because of their performance, Michael. It was because they slagged off the higher ups. Yeah, that's well. I mean, is it? I don't know if it's Maresca. It's probably Maresca as well, but it's definitely Amarin. Well, I think that's it. Like, there's so many examples of them having worse results to sack him for, and it's very much
True,
the bit.
but isn't it the problem with the Premiership? The if you like, the higher ups now think they need to have more of a say in what's going on the pitch.
It is interesting, yeah.
And it's blowing. You know, Ferguson would have not put up with that, for example.
Yeah, it's the manager head coach thing, isn't it? That's what all the discussion's been around. Like Ferguson was a manager, Guardiola is a manager, Unai Emery is a manager, whereas certainly Maresca and certainly Amarin were head coaches answering to a director of football, and they have you take the job, and that's why all Amarin's comments was about the manager, wasn't it? I don't know. Maybe there was some naivety in taking the job and not realising that the name change meant something different. I don't know. But, his whole last press conference was, I came here to be the manager. I am the manager. He kept saying manager, And, yeah. It sounds like he went into a room and they went, no, you're not. Bye. But, what can you do? You can't do it. Lots of the pundits said that. None of us can go on TV and just attack our bosses and assume we'll keep our jobs. You just can't do it, can
you? No. Ultimately, yeah.
I just got knocked out of the cup by Wrexham too. Who got knocked out with the cup by Wrexham?
So that was one of the matches I was trying to keep an eye on this evening. Wrexham were home to Nottingham Forest.
No.
No
way.
Here we go. So it was Wrexham 3, Forest 3 after extra time. Wrexham won 4-3 on penalties.
Oh, imagine losing a cup game to a team vastly below you in league position on penalties. That would be so embarrassing.
Having said that, Wrexham are mid-table in the league below that. They are
better than Grimsby.
Waves.
He's in trouble there, isn't he?
Well, that's Sean Dyche, yes.
But the four of them are close, right? Aren't those four? They're bottom four, aren't they?
Well, when Forest beat West Ham, sorry, James, if you're still listening, during the week, that put a bit of gap between West Ham and Forest.
They're the bottom four, aren't they? It's Forest, West Ham,
it's
Wolves
at the bottom, then Burnley, and then you've got West Ham. Then there's a bit of a gap, then Forest.
Yeah, I mean, Dyche probably isn't going to lose his job for that, is he? But it's not what you want. It'd be good for their Wrexham documentary, wouldn't it?
Well, quite, yes.
Josh Crosby says, Man United will be back to winning ways very soon. That's the spirit. Joe says, my favourite thing about United this week is they are in talks with Solskjaer to be the caretaker manager, who they sacked because he was rubbish, but still had better than anyone else had since. Yeah, it's very enjoyable.
I think it's sensible to go for caretaker manager. It's just a question of who they pick.
Honestly, I'm just quite tired about it. I chat to my students about it quite a lot, and I'm just quite tired. It's like, yes, he should have probably gone, but I've seen this movie before. I'm just tired of the 18-monthly rebuilds. I find it hard to maintain emotional energy in it.
Enthusiasm.
Yeah. Oh, I watch the games, but it's just hard to care anymore. Larry says 2004 to 2005 is when he was first in it in the Gielgud Theatre. Oh, he's talking about Christian Slater, and then 2006 in the Garrick Theatre. So there you go. Ask Chris. You need to get on and ask Ruth. Sam says, release the extended edition, you cowards. Chris Cooper will let you off on the proviso that if you get to meet her again, you take her along this time. For sure. Here comes Parkhill. Someone's put 50p in him. Hobbit behind the scenes docs were better than the movies themselves. He's such a terrorist, that one, isn't he? He doesn't play by society's rules. He's out there to just cause chaos.
Well, he's a journalist. He's got to mix it up. He's got to try and do something to elicit a story.
That's what he's doing. It's clickbait. It's clickbait, rage bait. Don't fall for it, Michael. Don't fall for it. He loves them, really. You know what his favourite bit is? You know what Harry's favourite bit of the movies is? It's the 3 trolls. He loves them. He loves the trolls. Larry, they're doing a documentary about last season. Stranger Things is on my get around to watch list for a long time. Richard Clammer, if you see even a hint of abuse behind the scenes, the studio is liable for letting it happen, as they very arguably have knowledge of the abuse. Maybe. I don't know. I'd be surprised if that's the reason we're getting less behind the scenes features, but could be a factor, I suppose. Sam says, aim about 75% of the books read at bed. What? Oh no, at the moment, about 75% of the books read at bed is Paw Patrol, Chase's Birthday, and The Dinosaur That Pooped Daddy. Hopefully it'll pay off one day. You got to mix them up, man. You got to. They'll want to keep listening to the same ones again and again. You got to stamp that out. You got to introduce a variety of it. Okay, no, you can't just have the same one. We used to have a 3-story a night thing, and it was like maybe one of yours could be the same, but the other 2 have to be different ones. You got to change the same with music. You can't just listen to Steve's Lava Chicken 15 times on the way to school. You got to, you pick a song, I pick a song, you pick a song, I pick a song. You have to go back, and no duplicates. It's key, man. Don't let them get you. Don't let them get you.
I didn't twig to that one. So we usually only had the one story. For a while, Adam wanted this book called Harry at the Garage, over and over and over again.
Is it Parkhill? Is it Parkhill just moaning about the Hobbit films?
Could be, but and then the other one that they really enjoyed was one of the Mr. Men books, and I want to say it was Mr. Silly, because at one point was it Mr. Nonsense says to Mr. Silly, "You silly banana," or something like that, and it cracked them both up every time I said it. So that was on repeat read, as it were, for a while.
It's good stuff. I remember reading, because they're long, aren't they? The Mr. Med ones are tricky. They're small books, but they're long. There's a lot of text to them. And Mr. Tickle stands on hills, and then his long arms reach into classrooms and tickle children. It's like, probably not. I think Mr. Tickle's okay. And Jack says that's the version of the Lord of the Rings that he read. Larry says the copy I read as a kid was the green movie cover one with a race on the front. I remember that. My friend Chris had that as the copy he was reading. I think he saw the films first, and you could see where he was because it got dirtier. And we used to joke that he was dirty. And of course, all that was happening was the pages were coming like slightly looser apart, but you could see where he was because it just looked like his mucky hands were getting all over the book. Stephen Ryan, I'm up to speed on the topic experience Lord of the Rings with kids. This is one of the most exciting parts of having another on the way. We get to read it and watch it for the first time all over again.
Yes. Yeah.
Joe Holzman, I do break duty in the nursery on Fridays. There's a couple of kids in there who absolutely love me reading to them, but it's the same book every week. Rhinos don't eat pancakes. Mass. And then Joe says, mass production trash that you named her after. I'll have you know I named her after the book. The Duck Pie, Larry says, I saw Fellowship before reading Two Towers. Yeah, that's fine. And Joe's catching up on Scrubs from the beginning ahead of the new series. Seriously considering cracking the DVDs out because I noticed every single scene they cut edit and it's doing my head in. Oh, really? I haven't gone back to Scrubs. I haven't gone and re-streamed it since it was like on. So I don't know. I haven't. I wouldn't have noticed that. Richard Clammer, all the Frodo and Sam scenes are in the wrong movies to have better spacing. Yeah, but that wouldn't affect Fellowship. That affects the Two Towers. Obviously, if you read the Book of the Two Towers, you get the Shelob Steen, which might spoil the Return of the King film. I get that. I think you can read Fellowship and watch Fellowship irrelevant to the other two books or films, I think. Joe Holzman is then confirms he's talking about Forest. Stephen Ryan, we watched Scrubs on Disney and it wasn't the same with a changed soundtrack. Oh yeah, they had legal issues with the songs. All the songs are different, aren't they? Yeah, I don't want to go back to that. That would be weird. Music's such a massive part of Scrubs. I would see, this might not mean anything to you, but I mean things. A few people. Me and Emma went to see Josh Radin that 6 months ago or something in an incredibly rare date night out to a gig. Josh Radin did loads of the music for Scrubs, including possibly one of the most affecting and most iconic scenes in the whole series. And we love him. We've been going to see him for sort of best part of 15 years, and he was touring for the first time in a while over here, and went to see him, and he closed on Winter from Scrubs. It's just beautiful, lovely stuff. Sam says it's a natural evolution of a Karen. I came here to be your manager. Joe Holzman, I reckon they're after Glasner, whose contract is up at the end of the season. Well, United, possibly. Yeah, there's a few more appealing managers available in the summer, aren't there? James says, don't worry, Michael, we're used to losing this season. And he says, and he will inevitably be looking for another job by this time next year. Creative Wolf. No offence, turned my speakers on to watch your stream and crashed my PC. Only just got it working again. Anyhow, go back and watch from the start. I don't think that's offensive. No offence, turn my speakers on to watch your stream and crash my PC. Is he saying that the quality of the stream was so bad it crashed his computer couldn't deal with it? We're sorry, man. But he's going back to watch it from the start. Or he actually says go back and watch.
We could say it's someone's magnetic personality that crashed it.
He actually says go back and watch from the start. So I'm not sure if it's an instruction to us that we're meant to. I'm not going back and watching this. So I wouldn't watch this. It's rubbish. James Wilson, behind the scenes with Stanley Kubrick would have been very uncomfortable. Nothing criminal. He was just very demanding and effectively brutalised the actors he were. Yeah, but you got to remember, right? You say the same with James Cameron or something. You have to remember, it's not like a cretin with a video camera who then just puts it on the internet. That the documentaries you're watching are edited and produced and cleared by the studio. You'd have to presume, but certainly in the case of the Hobbit ones, you can see that Jackson's had a hand in them or whatever. Is it Michael Polarian, I believe, is the director of all those documentaries? But do you know what I mean? It's not like they're going to have James Cameron screaming at some young actress and making her cry and she runs away, and then they just pop that on the DVD. Are they? If there is anything terrible going on, the studio aren't going to be putting it in their promotional material, are they? I'm not denying it's not happening. I'm not denying it should be stamped out. But I think you're unlikely to find evidence of it in the studio documentaries promoting the film.
There is an American prog rock artist called Neil Morse. Does lots of really good music, but he also likes to film the making of and the recording of his stuff. And there was one with his band that had a real falling out with the drummer. And he actually he didn't capture the moments in terms of the harsh words, but he captured some of the vibe of the dissatisfaction, the fact that things have been falling out and so on. He did talk to that, and in fact, in that occasion, there was no more filming after the completion of the project, as well. They decided not to do anything more in terms of the making of. So that was probably the nearest I've got to a creative recording something where it went bad and it was a hard work to try and get it back on track thereafter. So yeah, I can imagine it. But like I said, they're going to have the control over what actually physically goes out at the end of the day.
But there's also I don't want to do this to spoil, because I think everyone watching this for the most part has very, very warm and fuzzy feelings about The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. They'll be high up on our list of favourite movies, and we think it's all good, and we feel like we know the cast a bit from watching all the behind the scenes, all this sort of stuff, right? And there's 3 other documentaries, and I can never remember the names of them, but they were filmed at the same time from the Lord of the Rings, and they were by a different director, and they weren't released for years and years and years, and they were finally released on the again, I've probably said this on here, we've done 130 episodes of these things, but we're talking about it. They were released on the Blu-rays of the Lord of the Rings. So when the Lord of the Rings Extended finally came out on Blu-ray, you got all the behind the scenes features that you had on the DVDs, and then you also got these like lost documentaries, and there's 3, and they're half an hour long each, and there's one for each film. And the first one begins with, or I think it's maybe it's the second one, maybe it's Two Towers, with a camera going into Billy Boyd and Dominic Monaghan's trailer, and they are facing away from the camera, looking down each other's trousers and saying, well, your one's longer than mine, isn't it? And he goes, yeah, my one's longer, but your one sort of bends at the end and mine doesn't do that. He goes, yeah, but what do you think's better? Well, I quite like... And they turn around, and there's not a joke where they then pull out, like, golf clubs. They just turn around and go, oh, sorry. And it's a documentary opening with them comparing penises. And they... And those documentaries, those 3 documentaries, are tonally completely different. And there's a bit where you see Peter Jackson in, like, just standing in a corridor while one of the production managers tells him that the studio want to cut the budget, and the line he uses is, that's fine, you can tell them to cut the budget, but the special effects will look like Lost in Space rather than...
You remember that, yeah.
And it's and then they obviously don't do it. And the whole, it's interesting that is that why those documentaries didn't get released? Like they are, the tone is different, and you can see suddenly it's like the magical, everything's happy, everything's wonderful thing that we see is probably still true, and you see how much people still fondly talk about it, the cast fondly talk about it, but it doesn't mean that people didn't row and people didn't fight, but that whole thing's covered up by the sheen of the production. Of course it is, because they're promotional documentaries. And the same thing happened with The Hobbit, where you look at The Hobbit, whatever people think about it, it's very, very clear from the documentaries that everyone loves it and everyone's happy and everyone gets on. The cast are amazing and everyone loves everyone and they're all very pleased with what they did.
In The Hobbit, there was something... I'm trying to... There were some shots of Jackson just going away, sitting down by himself. And I think it was to do with the Battle of Five Armies, at the point where he's realising that what they're trying to do is not working out.
Yeah.
So they give a little insight into the fact that things...
Even that...
But it's still controlled, it's still limited.
Watch it. You can watch that on YouTube. And it's a documentary. It's about 6 minutes long, and it's called something like Peter Jackson was winging it on The Hobbit, and it's cut together to make The Hobbit look horrific, and it's just loads of interviews of people saying how it was awful, how it wasn't planned, and it ends with him saying, and I just couldn't do it, and it stops, right? And that is all on the DVD, but it's been cut together, and it's all there. And after the bad bit, after the ending of the YouTube video, he then says, so what I did was I realised I didn't have enough time, so I rang the studio and I got them to pause production so that I could plan it properly, and then we made something we were really happy with. So it's like, it's all there because they're being kind of honest about it, but it has a very happy ending. And then some psychopath has taken all the negative bits, chopped them together into a 6-minute video and put it on the internet, and it's full of comments. It's full of comments of people who already hate The Hobbit saying, see, this is why I hate The Hobbit. I was right. And it's made by someone who hates it to tell people who hate it that they should hate it. There's also a hilarious bit that says, look how much weight he's losing throughout the production. He was so sick and so stressed, and he's putting the weight on. Like, he was really thin at the start. He was really thin at the start of it, and he puts the weight on, and it's hilarious. Even that, they can't get it right. But that's hilarious to me. That there are people out there in the world that do that. There's kind of like, there is someone who has gone through 12 hours of Hobbit documentaries, found all the negative bits, stuck them together, and put it on the internet to convince people that everyone on The Hobbit hated it. And that's a weird level of psychosis. But actually, my point is kind of reverse that, because the Hobbit documentaries, you can see that everyone's really happy with them. But then, a few years later, you start getting these other things coming out, and this is interviews with a cast where they are more negative about it. Doesn't mean what they're saying necessarily wasn't true, but there's a lot of discontent from the New Zealand actors, like the dwarfs, that they didn't get invited to the premiere and stuff. Or they weren't originally flown out to the premiere, and I think they backtracked on it. And so there are interviews out there with them where they were saying the first film was great, and then after that we got sidetracked, and there was all employment issues with the actors and stuff in New Zealand at that time. But obviously, whatever's going on there, that's not in their documentaries. It's not in their promotional documentaries, is it? And you kind of don't want to watch it because it, like any of these things, it sort of takes the shine off it. It takes the shine off. Oh, wasn't it all magic? But so I don't know. I don't think you're gonna suddenly find evidence of terrible things in studio sanctioned documentaries. But yeah, the ones on the 3 missing documentaries are kind of worth a watch because they're all different stuff, and they tend to be interviews with slightly lower ranking members of the production, and it's just got a whole different shape to it and a different tone to it. That maybe gives you a different vision of it.
Right, I've come to at least a reasonable pause point. If you've got stuff you wanted to pick up.
Yeah, well, do you want to jump in and I will go and grab a beer, chuck some washes over this, and then maybe we could read a magazine or something? That'd be cool.
Oh, that's true. I've got to find out where we're up to now.
So we're after Entmoot video saying Mr. Nonsense is very good. I've definitely had the silly banana line recently. Larry says my mum brings up there was a time when she kept having to rewind the VHS of Back to the Future Part 3 so I could watch the train bit on repeat. Yeah, great. Good times. I heard they had to change a lot of the music for some reason. That's Scrubs. And Joe says it's because when the show was made, streaming wasn't a thing, so the licensing was only for TVDs and DVDs, so they had to change it for streaming. I'd heard they were getting them back, but it doesn't appear to have happened yet. Yeah, I mean, Joe told me this like 4 years ago on one of these streams, I think, via their podcast. Joey Kelly, have to take my daughter to her team practice. We'll be back in an hour or so if you guys are still going. Tonight's stream has been especially good. Thanks. Cool.
There we go. Yes,
Thanks,
I'm here.
Rob Lynchbury?
Yeah. Shall I pick up from there?
Yeah, enjoy.
Okay, so Rob, Happy New Year all. Late night joiner after a quick pint at the pub. And why not? And Stephen Ryan. Okay, so I was painting the snow troll this week and had a thought. Are trolls in Lord of the Rings self-aware enough to choose to wear loincloths? Oh, that's like the meat's back on the menu, boys, sort of thing, isn't it? Well, I mean, they've got some intelligence in the game, so I would say yes. Or maybe they're just copying their goblins. I don't know. Anyway, right. Here we go. Oh, okay. You kept going. Or are they made to wear them by goblins who are sick of massive swinging around? Ignoring the 3 tons and Hobbit, of course. Yeah. I would say they're self-aware. Then Larry, I'm going to say Larry rather than the duck pie. Unless the documentaries are like the old Korean records, a Korean king once fell off his horse and told his men not to tell the historian, but he heard and recorded both the fall and him saying not. Yeah. With my medieval historian hat on, one of the main narrative sources we have available to us is various chronicles, primarily written by monks in different monasteries, but not always exclusively so. You always have to take into account the sort of individuals that have access to the sort of issues their particular monastic chapter might have been having, or monastic house might have been having with the royal government at the time, and all this sort of stuff. You've always got to treat your primary sources with a degree of skepticism. Right, Sam, was the director David Day? Didn't necessarily know what they were doing, but had a punt anyway. Did you catch that one?
I caught the David Day one, yeah.
Yeah. Creative Woof. No, I'm going to go back to the start of the stream and watch from start, as I don't have a clue what you're talking about right now. Your stream must be too epic and my PC needed a reboot. I dropped a like. That's fine. Yeah, like I said, if you go back to the start, you can increase the speed and potentially catch up before we hang up at the end. Ryan Pickering, the Fellowship One also starts with an argument between two crew members over walkie-talkies and drove one crew member in tears.
There you go. Yeah, he's talking about the missing ones that I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then Larry, was it Harry that made that?
Harry that made what?
Not sure. Sam, as long as the angry Hobbit haters are happy being miserable. And then Sam says, PJ says, put some clothes on or you can't be in the film. Oh yeah, this is to Stephen Ryan was opining earlier whether the cave trolls were self-aware enough for wearing loincloths. And then Larry says the three trolls definitely seem intelligent enough to wear loincloths by choice.
Was it because they've been in the Garden of Eden and they understand the concept of shame or something?
Yeah, something like that. And then Joe says Hobbit hating video. You know what? I've caught up.
There you go, smashed it. Good work, my friend. Good work.
I don't think I realised that you were so near the end and just dive in and took the glory.
You stole the XP. It's all good, my friend. It's a team effort. Michael, we were obviously asking about Christmas, and then fell back on how awful the world is. How was your hobby Christmas? Any treats? Any Lord of the Rings content? We've obviously talked about the films coming up.
There was no Lord of the Rings treats this year, actually. So as I mentioned earlier, I got one CD, and the rest of my presents were all around books, mostly historical, a couple of political, and a couple of art history books. The period of art I really enjoy is the Dutch Golden Age. So I had a couple of books. One in particular, a new biography of Vermeer by a chap called Andrew Graham Dixon, who some people might recognise as fronting various BBC shows over the last 2 or 3 decades. So I started that already. But yeah, no, it was a nice, quiet Christmas overall, which is what I quite relished because I've had quite a difficult few weeks before. In the previous couple of months before, so we just chilled. I did a bit of hobby. I finished painting off actually some minis from previous BSIME streams as well.
Oh, yeah.
So so it was good just to do a bit of that and listen to a couple of audiobooks and just play some board games. There's Penny in particular. I got for Penny a couple of new playing boards for a game called Terraforming Mars, which some people out there might know. So I got roped into playing that on Christmas Day and Boxing Day, and she and my eldest son play it reasonably regularly. I very rarely play it, so I usually end up coming third. But I did come second in one of them. But so it was just nice. It was just nice and quiet, which was we did go and see a university friend back end of last week. So it was good to catch up with him. He's a bit poorly at the moment. So
sorry.
So it was sort of fairly low key, and I've been off this week as well. I start a new job on Monday, so it's been a nice sort of extended period of time off.
Very nice. Congratulations. That sounds lovely.
Joe's just said 3.5 hours to fly through the chat. Is that a new record?
I was flying through the chat with some fairly big distractions about how awful the internet is.
Actually, they weren't detours, were they? They were just moments to pause and dwell and reflect and consider and chew over something of substance.
I have a follow-up for you. Do you remember? This is a hell of a question. In the last stream that you weren't hosting, the Christmas one, you asked a question to us that was kind of related to Christmas.
Oh, was that one in terms of Christmas traditions? Or?
A little bit. It is about a kind of tradition.
Because we talked about things like calendars and stuff like that, wasn't it?
You smashed it, calendars. And I brought up the lovely lady who used to get my Tolkien calendar, who died this year, the owner of the Robin Hood Prince of Thieves. And I believe I said that something like I suspected that Santa would find a way. And I did indeed get my Tolkien calendar from my mum, and we had little, as soon as you get it and it's wrapped up, I was like, know what that is. Thank you very much. So
who's done the illustrations?
It's Alan Lee, all Alan Lee this year, and it is the Tolkien calendar this year. So it's going to be, it's not like The Hobbit, it's not Lord of the Rings, it's not Silmarillion. So it's a selection. You've got. I was very pleased to see a certain cat making an appearance, which I was a bit surprised about, I guess. But you've got the Woodland Realm in there. You've got what looks. Some of these are quite hard to see actually. You've got the Killing of the Trees, but there's some. Is that Erebor possibly? There's some. I think are they new illustrations? Don't know. I'm not gonna read this.
Just on when you mentioned the cat there, Joe's just put in the chat Winston ?
alas, it's not Winston. Lovely free bit of card as always. And you got Tenuvial putting all Sauron's slaves to sleep. That's kind of cool. And September we get to Vildo. Got some good cat content for September. But whilst I got that, that's not what kind of surprised me, because up there last year I had the War of the Rohirrim calendar, which obviously picked up. You wouldn't believe this. As far as I could see at Calendar Club, there was not a War of the Rohirrim calendar this year. I was amazed. And I normally steer clear of like the Lord of the Rings one, because it's normally just, if they do one, it's just a bunch of pictures from the film. But I found this.
Now I saw that one.
Nice. Check these out. How cool are these?
It's certainly different.
Yeah. So I thought, live uncalendaring, never been done before. Season 7. They say we don't innovate. Tell me where you've seen someone unboxing a calendar. You tell me. And I mean, no one's allowed to type into YouTube calendar unboxing because there's obviously thousands of them. But I reckon. I was
going to say, Nerd of the Rings is bound to have done an unboxing.
surely we haven't seen calendar unboxings. And I picked this up, and you'll be amazed. Like regular attendees will be stunned to hear this. But maybe if you attend some doubles tournament in May, you might be able to get your hands on a handy calendar for 7 months and 5 posters.
Bargain.
Oh, it's free. So you get a free bit of cardboard and that. You'll get that. You could win that at 7 Stones as well.
Does it have a certain aroma like the books do at all, or is it a bit more neutral?
It's quite nice, yeah. That is good. And I don't like looking ahead. Actually, the start's kind of crap. So we got just Aragorn doing kingly things. But some of these, I don't like going ahead, but I just wanted to show some of these because they just look really cool. Right, look at that. Gandalf.
It's almost like a film poster in a way.
Yeah, but really, really like heavily stylized. And like this one of Arwen, like you've got a little cheeky Aragorn and Arwen down here and stuff. It's really nice. So I'm going to hang that up on the door here. Kind of cool. I've never seen this sort of thing before. Look, Gandalf and Frodo. It's just kind of weird that 25 years later you see genuinely different imagery. It's not, it might have been out before. I might have missed it, but I thought it was really, really good. So you can probably pick that up for about £5 now online or something because they're all half price now. Yeah, so there you go, Michael. Calendar. Got it. Smashed it.
So is that going to become a BSIME annual tradition in January?
Calendar unboxing?
Yeah, we have to find one of the calendars that are offer and unbox it.
Sure. It's good content.
If you don't can remember in 12 months' time.
Yeah, we'll see. Larry still hasn't confirmed if Winston is a cat or not. And Joe says we still haven't, as it's not in a box. That's good. Sam says, I'm not allowed to choose calendars after the dogs pooing in scenic locations debacle of 2024. Jack Brown, hoping to attend some doubles tournament this year as my first ever tournament. Spent a while thinking about display board this Christmas. Well, we'd love to have you.
Yes.
Rob Lynchbury, talking of the Seven of Stones, has it always been 3 days? I was looking at the GBHL calendar earlier and noticed it carried on till the Monday. Michael?
Well, technically, the actual tournament itself takes place on the Sunday and the Monday of the Spring Bank holiday weekend. There has been one exception to that rule, where it was earlier in May, but it's usually the last weekend in May. But it's 3 days because on the Saturday itself, from around noon, it's essentially sort of open gaming. People can come and play some games. Damien and Tom usually set up 2 or 3 different narrative games, specific games for people to come and play. So yes, it's just ruck up and from any time Saturday lunchtime onwards, there's stuff going on. There is food Saturday and Sunday night, and if you want to stay a bit longer, Monday night as well.
Good promo, Michael. Oh, look at the firework. Put right on cue. Come to Seven Stones, man.
It is definitely, it would be, if I had to choose only one tournament in the year, it would be Seven Stones. So
stop it. Well, Michael, you're a massive part of it. You're our third TO. Well, yeah, thank you. I think Michael's just about called it. So yeah, it's the actual tournament, Rob, is the Sunday and the Monday, but it's a bank holiday, so it's not crazy. But yeah, we try and make it into not quite a convention, but just get more for your money. 3 days for your travel, I guess. And yeah, it's a big hobby party. You should come. It'd be great.
And the level of hobbing that's the boards, it's on a par with Throne of Skulls. In terms of the quality of what people bring to the party.
Indeed. And Sam has helpfully said the same. A previous winner, Sam Huddy, winner in 2024 of Seven Stones. And Joe Holzman says, which May bank holiday is some doubles tournament? It's the last one. I think it's like the 23rd, 24th, 25th, I think, something like that.
Yeah, it's not, yeah. I think it's the earliest it can be because it's the 31st of May,
it is,
Sunday.
Right, it's early, yeah. I was surprised. And the way the calendar works, the way time works, amazes me. Because I'm pretty sure we've just done Seven Stones. And then you sort of roll through Ardacon, and then I get distracted by Throne of Skulls, and then you spend a month doing lovely stuff with your family and Christmas. And now it's like, do I have to put the Facebook page up? Seven Stones is in 4 months. Is that right? Yeah, less than 4. Seven Stones is less than 4 months away. It's Seven Stones season. It's like, that's pretty cool.
Bit, yeah.
I can't believe that's the case. So me and Tom are like, oh. So it's that, and it's SBG magazine season for us. So
well, I was going to ask what's the plan for the next SBG, because you usually try and have one pristine, brand new at Seven Stones.
Well, I don't want to give too much away, Michael, but all I will say is that next weekend I'm going to spend some time at Tom's in-laws' house to take a whole load of photos of a whole load of stuff. And we hope that will be coming out at Seven Stones. So yeah, we're hoping issue 18 at Seven Stones and issue 19 at Ardacon this year. And I can't reveal what's going to be in them. I'm just trying to think.
Well, I was going to say, issue 18 is going to have a picture of a CD rack, isn't it, with some CDs in?
Yeah, I think so. CD content, mainly. But yeah, maybe they'll be related to a new edition of the game and the resulting film that came out of it. Well, I can't say. I don't know. But it's gonna be a lot of fun. So yes,
there's been at least 2, if not 3, videos I've noticed or part watched that have come out in recent weeks that are reflecting on the fact we're 1 year of the new edition. So just reflecting on how it's landed and the state of the game and so on. And the long and the short of it seems to be that the game's still in a very healthy condition. especially judging by the number of tournaments going on and people wanting to play and so on. The new rules plus the 6 new scenarios and so on, and the adjusted previous 18, ticking the box for that. What Jay's done in particular with the new rules is just tightened it up, given it a little bit more, added a bit more spice here and there to it, and made it good. The one thing that still, not troubles isn't the word, but it still doesn't feel quite right is around the army lists. That's where I think one or two people are still thinking, it's not that it's bad, but we just it's just felt like, or some people have felt like there's just a little loss of flexibility of the fun of army building in the way that perhaps the previous edition provided. But that seems to be the only or the main sort of. Not sure.
Harry,
does that? I mean, are there sentiments you would?
I don't. The truth is, I don't really know, mate, because I don't go to enough tournaments. Has Harry released has Entmoot come out about the state of the game?
I think the last Entmoot, I'm sure it came up. It wasn't a major topic, but I'm sure he talked about it. Because I think on last tournament he asked a couple of people about it. The state of the game, and I think he hadn't. Didn't he? Was it Harry did an interview with David Farmer, the winner of the GBHL, as well, and talked about it there. So I'm sure it's something he has talked about.
It must be out, isn't it? I just haven't. I did an interview with him about the state of the game last year, hasn't he? October, November, I don't remember. For an Entmoot, and it might be out. And he interviewed 4 people.
It's one of the ones. Yeah, I'm sure I've listened to that one. Yes, I'm sure I have.
He interviewed 4 people, and I did my best to be rational and optimistic in the kind of way that I'd like to be, super positive. And at the end of it, he said that I was the most negative out of anyone, which is great. Do you know what I mean? And he was like I was trying to do the kind of, it's not as good as it was, but it's all right, don't worry. And he said that everyone else was more positive than that. And I think he cited like world champion. Someone said it's out. Hooray, thank you. He said Will, who was very anti the rules at the start, the armour list rules, was actually, when he interviewed, was like, no, it's all right, it's better than I thought it was going to be. So I don't know. It's a tiny thing. I just think it's so obviously worse. It's obviously worse because you have less choice than you did. The army list thing. Like, it can't, in my head, I can't rationalise how that could be better, having less choice. But I've always been like, but it's not nearly as bad as you're making out. That's always been my take on it. So I don't know. I'm not very good at that stuff because I'm in a little echo chamber of semi-retired, narratively driven players who it doesn't really affect. I spent a lot of time over Christmas reading the army list. You'll find out about that in a vlog in bloody March or something as well. But I've read every single army list in the 3 books and all their rules over Christmas, and all the fluff to get back into it. And I was like, okay, this is interesting. But even as I was doing it, a little bit of me was still like, I would like to take that bit and do that bit. Not because not because there's an oversight, but just because that would be creative. And so there's a bit of that. But I just don't care. I don't care. It has 0 impact on me. Do you know what I mean? I would keep the army list if you put the heroic strike back to D6. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, I'd sign up for that on a day. The army list of 5, give me heroic strike back. That'd be my thing.
No, I think.
What about you? You go to more tournaments than me. What are your thoughts?
Well, I don't think I go to that many more tournaments. I think the rules I think work really well now. I love. I mean, it's such a simple change to priority, but I love the fact that you can, you win the priority roll off, and you can look your opponent in the eye and say, "I think I'll let you have it," and they go, "Thank you very much. I really wanted." It's just that, and that almost starts the game off in a quite a fun manner. Yeah. But all the other changes that go with it, I think they work really well. I do like the new scenarios. I don't think there's any of the new scenarios that you don't raise your eyebrows at. I mean, we played Throne of Skulls. We played 5 out of the 6 new scenarios.
It was so weird, wasn't it? How at Throwing Skulls they rolled 5 of the 20.
Yeah.
5 of the 24 they randomly rolled were the new ones.
It was
so
spooky.
strange. It was so bizarre.
But I think they all work really well.
I didn't like that though because I didn't know how they bloody worked. I was like, it's another new one I haven't played.
No, because in the previous edition, there were clearly some like Storm the Camp or something that no one liked sort of scenario. So I don't think there's anything like that. So I think that, and even with the army list, at the moment I'm still fine with it simply because there was still so much to explore. And there are some things like the is it the Kings of Men one? Lots of possibilities that you can do something with.
That's almost the one that doesn't make sense that it's in there. Do you know what I mean? That's the one that's like, this feels like the last edition. It's odd that this is in here, given what isn't in here. I guess it's great.
But I'm guessing because they wanted to keep the models, they had to find a way of not shoehorning, but giving them somewhere.
But you could equally legacy the Kings of Men profile.
Yeah.
Like, as I said, I can't stress enough. Great that it's in there, but I think surprising it's in there.
Yes, yeah.
It's literally a what if army list. It's an army list.
It is slightly different.
Would you like to make any point at any other point that men have done anything in the history of Middle Earth? Here's your army list. Whereas almost every other army list is you may not do any what if stuff.
Yeah, but I think there's still enough flexibility in that. I think for me, the key will be the Middle Earth team just tweaking where there might become 1 or 2 armies that does, just become too dominant.
Well, we should be doing FAQ in February, right?
Yeah, so if just be able to clip their wings, so we go and hunt for other armies rather than just reach for the depths of Moria or reach for is it Return of the King? The Men of the West, isn't it? Men of the West.
Yeah.
I
saw someone
as long as they
go on.
As long as they keep just adjusting it here and there, and so that we keep exploring other options and just keep it fresh for a bit longer, and then let's just see where it takes us.
I saw someone say, some post again. It's with no disrespect. I don't know who it was. With no disrespect to the content, it's just not the sort of stuff I'm interested in. It just doesn't affect me. But they did stats, and I caught the headline that said something like Depths of Moria has had like 50% of the podiums or 30% more podiums than anywhere else across the GBHL. It was some sort of stat like that like the Depths of Moria was hugely outperforming everything else, which I don't know. I know it's good. I was at the GP at the start of the year when was it Matthew Light, I think, took it and won it. I think he won with it. If not, he was top table in the last round. And I remember them being like almost like that one was miles ahead in terms of GBHL 100 maybe podiums or something. I don't know.
I know it's one of the strongest, if not the strongest. I don't know how far ahead it might be.
That mildly annoys me because I won't do it now. But like, I'm kind of like, I could maybe this year I could do a Balrog. I could do a plastic Balrog, and I've got everything else. I was like, that'd be cool. And no, apparently it wouldn't be cool. Apparently I'll just be a bully,
Yeah. Like... Well, we said this before, didn't we? With even with the last edition back in 2018, when some things that were rubbish beforehand, which were great for taking the 7 stones, all of a sudden we're a little bit better, and that trend has just continued. So
I want to do that really cool thematic thing. Oh, sorry, it's really good.
Yes.
But 7 stones will still we'll have the same rules. We'll do the same thing we did last year. I get to delete all the stuff about the armies of Middle Earth because that's all got profiles now, but you'll be allowed to take anything at 7 stones still. So you'll be allowed to do any what if army you want. So any form of allies between different army lists. It will just be I haven't read the rules in since the last 7 stones. I can't remember what we wrote, but it will just be that you don't get any army bonuses. There's we wrote the rules for What do we call it? Open play, I think. Open play, like army list building, which is essentially what you had in the source book. So just you'll have access to all good and all evil, and you can just put them together however you want. So, yeah, that's a chance. I think for me, I realistically play in 5 tournaments a year, so choosing 5 of the army lists from 100 is fine. I think it would be more frustrating for people who go to loads of tournaments, because you might get bored of it quicker. I can't get bored of 3 books worth of profiles and the legacies and 24 scenarios.
Yeah.
I barely play 24 games a year. Can't get bored.
Well, while we're talking about tournaments, I'll do a quick plug for one I went to last Saturday, which was my first tournament of the season, if you like. It was run by Sam Johnson at Element Games, and it was different because it was 1,000 points, but it was all heroes. He called it sort of a smackdown, effectively. So this is where you could break the army lists. So apart from the fact that there had to be a good side and the evil side, you couldn't mix. So you had people taking all sorts of combinations. So my first game against Steve Thorley was against the war leader riding the Mumuk and 3 trolls and the 3 trolls. So you got combinations like that. But I had 3 really fun games. I went back to my Road to Rivendell theme, but this time I had Gandalf bumping into the elves that Elrond sent out, because of course that was always that could have happened scenario. He fended off the Nazgul from on Weathertop and before he made his way to Rivendell. So again, it was based on that. I did have a bit of artistic license because I included Tariel.
Of course.
Just like
Tolkien wanted.
If she was involved, hopefully she'll be involved in the hunt for Gollum in some form or fashion. Gollum was looked after by the Mirkwood elves.
Well, she had that update on her health saying that she wasn't really clear about what it was, but that she was suffering brain damage from a fall last year.
Yeah, so I heard that. So, but yeah, so the tournament was a lot of fun because it was a different configuration and it posed different problems because you had different, you had a mix of evil heroes on different sides. So I had 3 cracking games. I played a chap called Liam O'Neill, and I played Robbie Cater who's not far away, and I played Imps for the first time. And I came away fortuitously with 2 wins and 1 loss. But yeah, no, it was just it was just a lot of fun. So I think Sam's going to try and do something in that vein again. So if anyone is in this neck of the woods and fancies it one day, keep an eye out for it. So we've got Ben. Oh, come on, Ben! I can't remember your surname. Taylor Smith, I think it is. As well as Sam Johnson. They're putting various one-dayers on over this year at Element Games. So if you're in the Manchester area, do keep an eye out for those because they're a lot of fun. That these 2 are trying to put on in one way or another.
Very cool. Lovely plug. Do you want to? Should we rush through and then do the magazine? It's midnight. We're 4 hours into the stream. I feel we should do the thing we advertise as doing.
Otherwise, they'll all just kick off if we don't, won't they?
I don't think anyone will care in the slightest.
Oh, we've got some diehards here.
There are 130 episodes in. They know what they're signing up for.
Yeah, if you're new tonight.
Wasn't it Joe? He's a
in.
regular, and he said it was the best one ever. Incredible scenes.
We're all watching you now with your CD rack.
Don't watch me. Ignore the man behind the curtain.
And he's strengthening. These CDs are heavy with the plastic cases.
Just all your chat of physical media made me want to build a new CD rack. Do you want to see what the last few comments are?
Yeah, go on then. Okay, so Sam, while I remember, will there be another BSIME bingo again?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And God, I'm gluing myself to a CD rack.
I
Yes.
noticed two trees have gotten in on the act as well because they've done one.
Oh, have they?
Mm.
Oh, what can men do in the face of such reckless other bingo? But yeah, I will do it. I asked the patrons for a little feedback on. I don't plan on changing too much of it. There's a couple that I'm going to change, but I'm going to put it out certainly in January. And I am going to do my damnedest to. I truly despise content creators who go, so much good stuff coming, so much exciting stuff coming. Stay touched. I just hate that. I've always hated it, and I don't want to do that. But I've got a plan that I hope to make the hobby bingo even more kind of exciting for everyone, but particularly for our patrons this year. And so which will involve a chance to get some more stuff and more content on the channel. And I hope you'll see the fruits of that quite soon. And that's all related to Hobby Bingo. So yeah, Hobby Bingo for sure will be returning because I love Hobby Bingo. So
yeah. Joe responded to Sam and along the lines of the fact that you put that up in the patron chat. Joe thinks it possibly was going to be out this weekend, but I think you're thinking it may be a bit longer.
I don't think it'll be out this weekend.
It
might be out this weekend, I suppose. I don't think it's out this weekend.
Jack Brown says that is out.
That must be Harry's. That was the comment I read earlier.
That was it. Yes, Then Larry, my only real complaint is I would like if less lists had required heroes.
Yes, I completely agree with that, and I thought that again recently rereading them over Christmas. I was like, you read like the Easterlings, and the Easterlings, I believe, have to have Ander or the Dragon Emperor in either list. And it's like, I just want captains. And I know there's a couple ways you can jerry rig most of them. Like you could, I think the Hordes of Mordor one, you can take Easterling captains, but yeah, I don't like the fact. I think Iron Hills have to have Dane. You know, I don't like that.
And Joe said he's not particularly keen on the war gear restrictions.
Yeah, I think it's a shame that things have lost banners and horses and shields because the models don't exist. That I think is a shame.
But on the upside, Larry says he loves that people can't take your bows and spears anymore.
Yeah, I agree with
that. But then Joe said that didn't really bother him. He didn't do it except on Rangers, who can still take that anyway. Yeah. Sam says, remind me of your Ardacon games, Damien? ? And then I think there's an XD. Isn't that meant to be a big smiley face of some sort?
Remind me of your Ardacon games. This Sam? Which Sam is this?
Huddy.
Oh, is this about who I played? I'm not sure what the relevance is, but this is because I played Army of the White Hand 3 times. And
could be it.
Host of the Dragon Emperor. But what's that? Have I said something about how much I hate Army of the White Hand or something? No, I haven't said that. I don't know. He's probably talking about that. That was a bad day.
Larry said it didn't affect me as I never did it. But now nobody else can either. Yeah. Joe says I care.
Someone must have said like no one cares about that or something, and Joe saying I care.
Larry, I wonder if Joe has had time to finish reading it yet. Well, he has. Yes. No, Joe did fess up. He's read it. Chris Murfitt tuned in on the big TV playing card games with the wife. Hello, Chris. Hello, Christine.
Absolutely.
And Happy New Year. Hope all is good with you north of the border. You've had a bit of tough weather last few days. Across your neck of the woods. James Wilson, right folks, calling it a night. Being a busy first week back at work, we'll catch up tomorrow. Well, it's nice for you to join us, James. Then Sam H. Wolf commanded a siege tower built. There was no trees around, but fortunately there were tens of thousands of old DVD stands. Joe Holzman, I hate people who say there's so many exciting things coming, but there's so many
Yeah,
exciting things coming.
I know. I hear it. I
Uh,
hate it. I hate it, and I think there's some exciting things coming. It's not something. It's
um,
not something I do a lot. I'll stick to that.
Jack Brown, I'm looking forward to properly trying with hobby bingo this year. Yeah, it's something I've never done because of my completist nature. I would feel almost high-bound to try and get it done, but then that would then kibosh other stuff I want to do. So I've not started the journey because I think it might it would cramp my ability to do anything else, especially Throne of Skulls stuff. Then Larry, I remember when Damien used to put out a video at the start of the year promising that the next Fantasy Fellowship would come out that year. I don't think you did this last time. I don't.
That is Larry. That is not true. That video was never at the start of the year. No, I'm pretty sure if you watch the one this year, it kind of says it's not happening.
Yeah, I think yes. I think you the way you positioned it changed.
I need to get made redundant and not be in any financial trouble, which is a really tough combo.
Yeah, I just want to retire.
Yeah.
After having the week that I've had, do quite a bit of hobby. I just want to be able to retire, just do this
Yep.
week in, week out.
I had I don't think I actually said this about my Christmas, but I had 16 days off. I booked a car. We do get some sense of holiday at the university, but I booked a couple of days off, so I was able to put my out of office on for 16 days, which is amazing. I can't remember the last time I had 16 days off in a row. It was absolutely brilliant. I loved it, and I went back absolutely furious. It didn't. I was delighted, but it didn't leave me restored and delighted. I came back because I had this wacky thing, Michael, where I was like, I love not being at work and spending time with my family and doing nice things. And I just had this really kind of next level thing where I was like, I wish I didn't have to go to work at all. And I just like this Monday, I was really, really angry. I was like, I just don't want to be here.
It was in all the years of my working life, that first full working day back in the office was usually the hardest because everyone's been off and then everyone's coming back.
Yep.
And no one wants to be there sort of scenario. It was a collective big sigh. Rob Lanesbury, the most egregious one is the Mordor orc not getting a spear and shield, yet an elf can pick up a shield out of nowhere because they get off a horse. Yeah, there's always exceptions to the rule. That it always has to be. Joe Holzman, you did. Then Sam's saying that playing the same meta army wasn't going to affect you much with how few events you attend. Yeah, there you go. That was Sam's big smiley face one. Larry, about the mag review. Joe, you're right, Damien. You mostly show us how terrible things are about to get, and we love it.
Yeah, I don't do a lot of exciting things coming. I do a lot of terrible things I hear.
Larry, my problem with hobby bingo is I always procrastinate too much, and then the last month is my busiest month of the year when I have barely any free time to frenziedly complete all of the missing squares. It could have been worse, Damien. This is Joe. You could have spent the first working day of the year taking the year threes swimming.
Yeah. Sounds like yours was worse. You can have that.
Right, that's it.
All right.
We're going to do Meg then.
All right, everyone shut up. We're going to read a magazine. I just need to not glue my fingers to this CD rack.
We're into the Saturday, and there's still 20-something of you out there. So
that's cool. That's what they're here for.
Thank you very much for staying with us.
I can't believe Stoney didn't turn up for his moment of glory.
He's probably picking up all those slates that's come off his roof.
Doesn't have a roof, Michael. Boom. And the CD tower is held together by some fake string, just like it was back in the 90s.
Oh, is this the same? I say not trick, but the same device that you used on the mullet, wasn't it?
Yeah, I suppose it's needlessly wrapping fake string around something to make it look like it's being held together by it.
Yeah.
And as ever, no one will ever bloody appreciate it, and I've got tons and tons of time. So, to the magazine. Oh, God almighty. So it's a good strong entry for Battle Streams back in. Let's look at the magazine post-midnight. We're on issue 84. We both have it. We've both read it. Check out that super cool chasm on the cover. Nothing whatsoever like this turns up in the rest of the magazine. It's obviously one of the Moria boards. Mordor boards I think they've made. But in here we are promised that the Goblin King's hordes march to war. We have a drawing of Goblin on the front. Michael, do you have any insight into what he's saying at his SBG table?
No. The one thing I did notice is obviously meant to be Durbers, but the actual Durbers model has quite a few chins, whereas this one doesn't seem to have quite as many chins.
It never occurred to me it was meant to be Durbers, you know. I mean, you're probably right. Who else would it be? But he looks a bit too sexy and fit to be Durbers.
Well, that's it. Yes, it's a bit more ripped.
Yeah, let's have a look. So inside, the invasion of Moria. Like a plague, the goblins of Moria spread throughout the ancient dwarven halls, filling every room and space with their vile presence. This is not written by the goblins, is it? Only the fearful and demonic Balrog stops them from spreading further into the dark. And Gloin, the father of Gimli, says, Moria, too deep we delve there, and woke the nameless fear. And yeah, you're going to get Groblog. No, you're not. You're going to get Durbers. Groblog will not exist for another 7 years. But yeah, pretty cool. So we're going to get some Goblin action. And we jump in and we get some profiles for Durbers and the drums. Oh, I haven't done a profile review, but this feels like the Durbers we knew and loved for many years. Fight 4, Strength 4, Defense 6, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, Courage 4, 3 might, 2 will, 2 fate, and a 12-inch standfast. I know he's changed now, but up before MESBG, that was Durbers, wasn't it?
I think so. So, and I'm sure I asked this when we went through issue 83 back in the beginning of December. But these profiles already exist, don't they? They're in.
He's in Shadow and Flame. So this
in Shadow and Flame, like days.
Shadow and Flame, which has been out, so it must be on the floor somewhere. I'm pretty sure Durbers, isn't it?
Because I think the same question about the some of the other, was it the Dwarf Captain and some of the others, that these magazines are at the point in time where some of the supplements had already started to come out. Yes.
Durbers, the King of Moria. Although, do you know what is interesting? I noticed this when they did the new Armies of Middle-earth book, and one of the things we talked about with Dale in the review was how beautiful that book was, going back to some old artwork. You see this coloured-in version here? In Shadow and Flame, where a lot of that artwork came from, you get this.
No, it's sort of a more sepia version.
So I'm wondering, is it a colour one that's been turned sepia, or is it a sepia one that's been coloured? But interesting. So yeah, he was in this book first, and then this issue comes. This whole stretch of issues that we've been looking at, back to Radagast, is basically all content from Shadow and Flame. So Radagast and Tom Bombadil and Barrow Whites and all that stuff. It's all in Shadow and Flame. And now we're moving into we did the appendix of Shadow and Flame, bizarrely first with Glorfindel, Radagast, Bombadil, and now we're doing the main content of Shadow and Flame with things like Balin and Durbers.
So from now on, for the last 7 or 8 issues, there's no new profiles.
New in what sense?
What new? First time appearing in the magazine rather than being in another publication already.
I don't think the magazine got many things for the first time. I think it was normally publishing profiles that were in.
It was. I thought there were 1 or 2 that they were first time in the magazine.
There's probably a couple. I have a feeling that Ugluck was one. I feel like Ugluck was in but the vast majority of them were in like the first 3 rule books.
Yeah.
Put into
That's
here.
true. Yeah.
And now they've run out of rulebook stuff, and so they've moved on to Shadow Flame. So yeah, we get Durbos. Where's that bit of fluff that annoys me? It's on the next page. And you also get the rules for the Goblin Drum. 100 points. It's got a special rule called Heavy Burden, which is funny. We were obviously in an era before heavy objects. Massive. Only drummers can carry the drum. You can move it to if you move it's the same rules. Got defense 10, 3 wounds, can be carried by 2 goblins, and you drum, and you get +1 to your courage value, -1 to enemy courage value, and it is an 18-inch banner. I think that's the drum that we knew and loved for many years. But just some new profiles there for your Moria force. Any thoughts on those or any notes on those?
No, I just smile when it says carved from stone. Just to emphasise it's heavy.
It's a weird thing to make a drum out of, isn't it?
Well, yes, exactly. Yeah, but you could have made it work.
I think I'd use something else. I'd use like metal or plastic or something. I think foam board.
I must admit, I always enjoy when I remember getting these the figures, and I always loved the fact that they were effectively glorified bones as the drumsticks.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
That always tickled me.
Well, I think they are bones, aren't they? I think they're like thigh bones.
Yeah. That's it.
I always assume they're like dwarf or human thigh bones. But yeah, it's cool. It's a nice little kit.
Well, yeah. I'm assuming it must be dwarf, surely.
Yeah,
although they're quite tall for dwarfs.
You'd think they're dwarf, but they're quite big, aren't they? Yeah. And then we get to the main meat, I guess, of the issue, which is Barlin's campaign. Now, David Day would never make an error like this. Now, I might be wrong on this. I haven't fact-checked this, but let me read this to you, Michael. This campaign is set during the period in Moria's bloody history when scores of dwarves left the Misty Mountains to follow Barlin on his quest to reclaim their former home.
I noticed that. I don't. They mean the Lonely Mountains, surely.
That's not right, is it?
Yeah, I read that and thought they're leaving something and coming back to it again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's other dwarf holds in the Misty Mountains. I haven't. As I said, I haven't gone back and read. It might literally be in the book. Yeah, other dwarfs from Misty Mountain holds came and joined them, but I don't have any memory of that in the text of other dwarfs joining them. And yeah, I thought exactly the same as you. I thought it was the Lonely Mountain. Scores of dwarfs left the Lonely Mountain, but it's not close, is it? It's not like they've put the Lonely Mountains. They've typed a completely different set of mountains.
Well, weren't there some dwarves up? That were you keep going up the Misty Mountains, and weren't there some at the very top? Weren't they called the Iron something or other?
You don't mean the Iron Hills, do you?
I can't remember what they're called. I thought there was some right at the very as it sort of turns it westwards. I thought there was some dwarves just at the sprinkling at the top. Once they all dissipated.
Mists. You can see Gundabad. I think was Gundabad originally a dwarf hole, wasn't it?
Maybe not then. Maybe I'm misremembering.
There's nothing on this map. That doesn't mean it's not the case.
I mean, it's a long distant memory. So, and at my age, some of those are a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
Suspect.
But I just think if we both picked up on that being weird, I think there's something going on a bit funny there.
Mm.
But anywho, you get 3 brand new scenarios using the tiles that we used in the last magazine to create a kind of linked campaign, which is quite cool. It's got the standard death of the hero thing. So if you have the same hero model rolling on, you have to roll to see if they actually survive. And I was trying to work the maths on this. There's three scenarios in this. The side that wins the most games wins the campaign. Note that winning the final scenario presented in the next page, the next magazine, counts as 2 victories rather than 1 and will seal the fate of Moria. And it was just like, does that... I know it's only a bit of fun. It doesn't make the whole thing pointless, but it feels like 1 game out of 4 counting as 2 wins feels like stacking the deck a bit. Like, so what does it mean? Like, if you win... It basically means when it's 2-1, it's a bit of drama because when it's 2-1, either side can still win it. I think that's what they're doing. Whatever happens here, both sides can still win. Is that? Do you think that is that fair? Is that the intent?
I think so. I guess the one thing I was slightly surprised at that they've not connected it to the first trio that were part of issue 83. You know, they've connected 84 and 85 together, but somehow, even though some of the scenery that you build and one of the figures that you paint, the Dwarf Captain in 83, somehow it's a building block to 84 and then 85. But from a campaign perspective, they've not connected them all up.
Yeah.
And I was a bit surprised by that.
It's a bit like Double Points Friday on House of Games. But that's like, that's still giving you double points on 1 out of 5, not double points on 1 out of 4. Just saying. But anyway, so we get these 3 scenarios. So, should we have a look at them? They make creative use of your tiles. So the first one is Gateway to the Goblin Realm. And in this, dwarves have to find a way into the Goblin's realm, essentially, to try and find the Goblin King. And so you have 9 rooms. You take it in turns to lay them out, aiming to create a square. So that's the kind of proposed layout.
Now, I think when we looked at 83, the previous issue, to play the scenarios there, I think we said you'd need a minimum of 6.
Yeah, so I remember. Oh, of course, because I hadn't even connected the dots on this that you did the last issue.
Yeah.
Mags. This is perfect.
So I mean, someone might remember better than I, but I think we'd said you'd need 6 to play the 3 mini campaign then. So this one already, you need to come up with another 3 more.
Yeah. You put some little goblin nests. There's goblin patrols that are represented by 1 goblin model walking around the board, and then when that goblin model moves into a board with dwarfs, it kind of becomes like 1 to 6 models on a dice roll, and you have to you're moving from section to section, and every time you enter a section, you roll a dice, and you add the result of that dice to the number of sections you've moved through, and once you roll a 9, once you score a 9, you have found the entrance to the lair. So you have to have explored at least 3 rooms to do it. It's quite cool.
The winning the game is not just finding the entrance. You've got to return to the starting room
to go and tell your mates.
Mm.
And in this, to give you some idea, it is 3 Khazad, 13 dwarfs, a dwarf captain, and 24 Moria goblins, although maybe you don't need the goblins. Oh yeah, at the start of every turn you roll a dice, and on a 4 or more you place an additional goblin patrol. So there's almost limitless goblins sprouting up around the place. So it sounds quite fun. Feel like it'd be tough on the dwarfs.
Yes.
It feels very tough on the dwarfs to have to kind of wander quite far through a maze with not many models, being ambushed by infinite goblins, and then have to get all the way back. Then we get to rescue the dwarf prisoners. You have to guide a dwarf rescue party through the ruins of Moria, searching for survivors of the previous expedition. So as I said, well, obviously the first one didn't go well, and they've all been taken prisoner. But in this, you have a bit more of a maze. You'll need all of your modular sections and the Goblin King's lair section. More on that later. That's what you build in this one. You take it in turns to lay it, and you try to cover a roughly square area with as many interconnected corridors as possible. And so we get this, which looks pretty mega.
Yeah. I think I said to you when we were chatting about this earlier that because I did issue 83, and I think I said then, these look a lot of fun. It goes back to your Dungeons and Dragons days. It goes back to your Hero Quest days. It really spoke to that vibe. And then seeing the additional piece that we're going to come across towards the end of the magazine, at the end of the magazine, locked into here as well. It really makes me fancy doing this because it just looks like a lot of fun. And because they're modular, you've got lots of reusability.
Are you really tempted? Do you think you're going to give it a go?
Yeah, I am tempted, but it's a question of when. Another one to clock down the retirement project.
Could you do something with it for Throne of Skulls? Could there some way that this be a display board?
I'm sure there'd be a way of doing something like that. But then you got to fill it with 1,000 points or something.
It's got put a Balrog in it. There you go. And the dwarfs are all in one of the outer positions. The dwarf prisoners begin in the middle of this little cage thing inside the Goblin King's realm, and the goblins are sort of spread throughout. The prisoners can't be attacked until so they're right in the middle, and once the rescue party enters the Goblin King's lair, they're free to charge, but they're basically unarmed because they're so tired, so they get -1 to their roll. And there's a cave troll guard who I think can move around the Goblin King's lair but can't leave it, so they've got to fight their way through a cave troll. And the good player wins if at the end of any turn there's no evil models left. It's a fight to the death. Whoever kills the other army first, and that is 8 Khazad dwarfs, 5 warriors, and a dwarf captain against 24 Moria goblins, goblin captain, cave troll, and 8 dwarf warriors. So are the prisoners not part of the army then?
Well, I was looking at that. The evil player wins if he kills all of the dwarf rescue party. It doesn't say the prisoners. But presumably the prisoners in a weakened state anyway, even if you kill the rescue party.
They are models. You deploy them. That's so weird. They're models on the evil player. I mean, it doesn't necessarily say on their side, but it says the evil player will need 8 dwarf warrior card figures. Fair enough. Pretty cool. Is it 8? So you got a lot of 8 dwarfs, 13 dwarf. Looks very hard for the dwarfs, I reckon.
Yeah, I think it is. Yes.
The cave troll there is untouchable, isn't it? The dwarf captain can't get him. You know, at that point, the dwarf captain's fight 5s. He's lower fight and he can't strike.
I mean, I guess the one thing you might say is because it's cramped conditions. If the dwarf player plays it well, they can't get trapped.
He can't be swarmed.
And therefore can minimise the number of occasions when they could get taken down. But even so, it's still just weight of dice.
Pretty cool. And then the last scenario. Do you want to talk us through scenario 3?
So this is the actual kill the Goblin King, and this is this is the Moria Goblin King rather than what we've got in the Hobbit later on. So this one, this is where you just use the new scenario piece that you're going to build in this magazine itself.
Quite large,
and I quite like this one. So you've got so essentially there's no prisoners here, is it? This is just again, it's a bit of a yeah, because when again the good player wins if they kill the Goblin King. They don't have to kill everything else, just the Goblin King. But the evil player has to kill all the dwarves before the Goblin King dies. So I guess no, there can't be a draw, can there?
8 Khazads, 12 dwarfs, and a captain against 24 goblins, a goblin captain, cave troll, Gerbers, and the drum.
You can get a draw on this one, couldn't you? In theory. Could you?
No, because it's wipeout, isn't it? Good player will win if at the end of a turn there are no evil models alive. The evil player wins if he kills all the dwarf rescue party. You can't achieve both of those in the same turn, can you?
No, but the good player will win if the dwarves succeed in killing the Goblin King.
Oh, I'm on the wrong page. I'm reading the victory conditions for scenario 2. The Goblin player will win if the dwarves succeed in killing the Goblin King. Well, yeah, but that I think.
Yeah, no, you can't get a draw. You're right. You can't get a draw.
Don't say I'm right because I was reading the wrong scenario. In theory, I suppose you could kill the Goblin King in a combat, and the Moria Goblin Captain could heroic combat No, he couldn't, because that would have happened before Durban.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think I've taught myself you can't have a draw. Yeah,
Here's
yeah.
here's how you do it, Michael. Here's how you do it. The last dwarf model left is a dwarf captain. The Moria Goblin captain with 1 wound. And he's fighting Durbers. The Moria Goblin captain calls a heroic combat. The dwarf captain calls his own heroic combat. The dwarf captain wins the roll off. He kills Durbers. The Moria Goblin captain achieving their condition. The Moria Goblin captain then heroic combats into the dwarf captain, killing him.
Yeah. So yeah, that's right. There is a way of doing it.
Bound to happen.
So the gaming area it's this nice new piece that you're going to build in this PAX modeling workshop, and essentially the dwarves enter through a couple of doors on each side. Then you've got goblin reinforcements arriving, and then already in the throne room you've got goblins, durbers, and a cave troll. How many goblins was it going to be?
It's 24 again.
24 again?
Yeah. 24. The captain, the cave troll, Durbers, and the drum.
I can't swear it said how many the goblins. Anyway,
it's all on page 4. You get all the combatants on the first.
Oh page. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Yes, it was the little table at the beginning of page 4. You silly boy, Michael. Yeah. And the special scenario rule of this one is sort of cowardly endless hordes. So basically, that you just recycle your goblins.
On a 3+.
When a goblin warrior is killed, the eager player sets it to one side and at the start of the next turn rolls a dice for each goblin, and this is 3 or more. So that's a sort of 2 in 3 chance, isn't it? The goblins return to the board, moving through one of the doors. At least it's now it's interesting actually. So it talks in the text here about the rear of the chamber, but the actual notes on the diagram, on the picture itself, had them all coming up on the side.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, it says they come in through the rear, but the map it says they enter from the sides.
Yeah, so you might have
think that's a mistake.
Where that?
Because I think if they enter from the sides, I would say this is impossible for the dwarves to win.
Yeah.
Whereas, what I quite like about it is it feels kind of last stand heroic, that they have to punch their way forward, and they have to get to the Goblin King and cut him down, and they'll turn around and there'll be 100 goblins behind them, and there's no way they'll ever get out, but they might have achieved their objective. Yeah, I think that's just a mistake on the map.
Yeah, because it does say the dwarves enters through the large main doors opposite the throne. So presuming that that's right. But yes, so it's reasonably straightforward. It's just a bit of a massive punch up.
And in the next pack, the concluding scenario of Balin's campaign sees Balin himself battling against the fury of Moria's mightiest denizen. Now, I think there's a clue in there for who that is, as I think it says the Fury. So I think it's going to be a Moria Goblin Shaman. What do you think?
Not the picture that's next to it.
No, I think the picture is entirely unrelated. So there seems to be a threat of a Balrog. Potentially. I would imagine you get Balrog free in the magazine. That'd be so, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there's also a giveaway on the back page.
Spoilers. Nice campaign. I think it's very cool. I like it.
Yeah, I think all these. I think we said about the issue 83 that the 3 scenarios linked together looked like they had a lot of fun, a lot of potential to them. I think the same applies with this one.
Yes.
They're all a bit different. They all look a bit tough for the dwarves, to be honest. But I think that if you constructed some of these modular cells, they're gonna it's gonna have a lot of fun.
I suppose the campaign to reclaim Moria didn't go well for the dwarves, so maybe it should be tough for the dwarves.
Yeah,
I think they're great. It's a bit of a I don't really like Moria v Dwarfs anyway. It's not one of my things that fires off for me. So I'm always slightly apathetic towards this. But also the scenery, which is amazing, is such a hurdle. I can't play this. That, you know, a lot of the scenarios you can sort of, oh, I've got some trees. I've got some hills. I can do something like this. And the scene, even if you don't have the exact same scenery, it's not intrinsic to it. Whereas this is, even if you don't want to build it, you've got to go to some effort kind of cutting up pieces of paper into the right shape, you know?
Yeah.
Now, if you made it all, lovely. Happily play a game on it.
I do like this concept of Balin with his expeditionary force coming back to Moria, and it's a bit like as we see at the beginning of the when they enter the Moria in the Fellowship of the Ring, the fact that that they're having to find it, they're all learning about how they're going, as it were. So it has that sort of vibe, as it were, that appeals to me. So and to me, dwarves and goblins is a sort of iconic punch up, iconic matchup.
Sure.
So yeah, on a lot of levels, I take the point about the fact you to be really immersive, you're going to have to spend a bit of effort in terms of making these.
I do love a dungeon crawler though. I think I said this to you before the stream started. Like, I'm not going to make this, but I love what Steve did with the sewers. Any scenario where the board can change, and you don't know what's coming next. I had the original Warhammer Quest from 1995, and I love that. I've still got it. I love that game, and I like that, the mystery of in that one it was you'd turn a card over whenever you got to a doorway to find out what was next, and I like that. I think that's the kind of games I like playing and stuff. So I'm all for it, but just it's one of those ones that's like I'm not likely to play this. Then we get a painting guide for the Goblin King. Is this where we got? Where was the actual? I'm sure that was it. That's what I want to say. The Durbur's fluff. That I'm sure I've read this in like an army book or something. But Durbur's rules over his dark brethren with a fist of iron, using his size and strength to intimidate and fight his way into position of rulership. When the dwarves returned to Moria, it was Durbur's that mastered the goblins to repel him. And it was just, I just realised I didn't, he's obviously a GW invention, but I didn't know much about him. And I don't know how much of this is in other books. Such a leader is Durbur's, who has proclaimed himself Goblin King, using his aggressive and evil nature to gather the goblin denizens of Moria under his control. With countless goblin warriors under his command, he viciously defends his territory against any who would dare trespass. But yeah, I just realised I didn't know an awful lot about young Durbers, and
So Durbers, Druzag, Groblog, and Astrak, they're all GW inventions. It's not even a name that they pinched from appendix or anything.
There might be a named or called any of those things in the appendices or something, but no, they're not. They're not historical characters more. And Groblog and Astrak are, I say new, they're not new. There's probably people watching this that are younger than them, but they were 2012. Yeah. They were invented for 2012, along with like the Dwellers in the Dark and the Wild Marauder and the Watcher in the Water and the Great Beast of Gorgoroth. They're all part of that. So
in terms of what Tolkien wrote, is there anything he mentioned in terms of some sort of hierarchy or the way that Moria goblins are organised themselves? Was there anything at all?
Not that I know of, not too much, I don't think. I think they're very, very sympathetic characters. I think they're great inventions. I think GW did great with them. I had a bit of trouble with Groblog first, because it was like, what do you mean the other... And I think his fluff was he's contesting Durbers, and it's like, alright. It didn't feel very like, what do you mean there's another Goblin King? And I think they are alive at the same time, I think, in GW's fluff. But I thought Durbers was great. There should be a lead goblin. There should be a boss goblin in charge, a bit like the Great Goblin in The Hobbit. You can have a name shame and stuff. I thought they were quite cool. I thought they were nice additions, and they're good things that GW came up with.
Yeah, it did. It didn't feel like it was overly stretching the realms of what might have been sort of plausible within this sort of aesthetic, this sort of world.
It's a sensible thing that GW have done for a lot of the evil races, where the films don't give you a lot of those evil heroes, and so GW have invented a lot of the captains for the evil races. I think it's good. And we get a paint guide.
Now, what I liked about this is the fact that they encourage you to go back to your very early Moria goblins.
Very early Moria goblins. Do you want to read the recap box?
It was packs 1 and 20, I think they mention here, and encourage you to use some of these new techniques and some of the stuff that you've learned, and go back and take your early figures to another level.
And they have a picture of them, which I love. Got the picture of the two goblins from earlier. I don't think that, certainly the one on the left has had the base done. Like, the base doesn't look like that in issue 1, so I don't know if maybe the base looks like that in issue 20 by the time you paint the other base, and you've already gone back to him and done the base. But he's not your model from issue 1. He's been judged up a bit already. But yeah, it is nice, and it is cool to come back to it. You know, I'm not just feeling melancholy about the stream, but imagine the magazine. You've been collecting this for fortnightly, so you get 26 a year. So you're about 4 years into collecting this thing, right? And you're like, wow, there's my little goblin from 4 years ago, and here we are 6 years later. 6 years since we sat on that stream and painted some Moria goblins, and now we're going, why not go back to your Moria goblins and touch them? And I could do this. I bloody won't. I could. There's a bit more fluff about Durbers as well. Durbers has used his considerable size and violent nature to force the Moria goblins to follow his will, gorging himself on food. Durbers has grown larger and stronger than his minions. Valuing his own safety beyond all things, the armour Durbers wears is the best the goblins of Moria are able to forge. This, together with his serrated blade, make him a formidable adversary. It's quite good fun. And the painting guide, you said you didn't ever skim the painting guides and you read it in detail, so any thoughts on the painting guide, Michael?
The only thing I feel less easy, or sits less well with me, is the rusty sword.
Oh yeah.
Going back to a serrated edge, and I know I have this temptation when you do evil to make their weapons and stuff look rusty, but I keep telling myself, well, why would they do that? Because when they're rusted, they might break. They're not looked after, and it doesn't. Although you sort of feel somehow it's rusty because they're all usually scruffy with half-torn clothes and that sort of stuff. But the reality is that surely they'd be looking after weapons as much as the good side looking after their weapons.
It feels like propaganda to me.
Yeah,
it feels very, 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 very written by the goodies. It's like, why if they're smart enough to like wear armor and hunt for food and ambush people and kill them, you think they'd look after their armor a bit?
Yeah.
I think it's patronising to assume that they wouldn't look after their gear. I didn't paint any of my Moria goblins with rust. Mainly
no, I didn't either.
Didn't have the time. The goblin skin's quite cool, I think. You do Catachan green, and then you mix in desert yellow, and then you add more desert yellow, and so it's using yellow as a highlight for green, which I think is quite a nice touch to highlight all those beautiful chins that you mentioned earlier.
Well, I was going to say, I remember when I did my Durbers, that somehow there was a satisfaction in highlighting the chins. I don't know why, but it's because they've got this nice little couple of curvaceous edges or something, so they lend themselves well to being highlighted, and it looks effective, but it just felt wrong in a way.
It was boots on the last stream, Michael. It's curves and chins on this one, is it? We could, by the end of it, we could convert you the perfect model, I think. Hera's boots, Durbers' chins, a bit of a Jane Seymour look to her, and we'd be laughing.
I'm not sure about the yellow eyes, mine. They're a bit too cat-like.
All the better to see you with. He does have big eyes. And you paint a tongue. I'm not sure we painted a tongue before. You paint it a mix of tentacle pink and leash purple.
Yeah, roll back the ears on these colours.
That's nice. Durbers is very old for me. When I got back into things in 2011, I was painting him to be a Goblin captain for Balin's Tomb scenario. So very early on, I painted the Fellowship, and then I needed to paint 24 Goblins, 2 Goblin captains, and a cave trail. So I was painting Durbaz as a Goblin captain within, I don't know, 6 months of getting back into this game. So I've had him done for a very long time. He came with me to my very first SBG tournament in 2012 where I met Harrison. So I do have a bit of affection for the young lad. And by the end of it, as we'd expect now, it's a great paint job, right?
Mm. I think the red's a bit brighter than I did mine, but it looks good though.
Page 2 and page 15, Michael.
Page 2 and page 15.
We've got different Durbers. Is one of those the heavy metal one? Then we have a grey base without tufts, and then we have a brown base with tufts. So on page 2,
yeah.
Are we looking at the heavy metal one maybe?
Could be, yes. Yeah, you've got an indoor one and an outdoor one.
It's good, isn't it? It's good. And so we go. Nice. I'm finding it harder, and I'm just about losing it as we get into the 80s to motivate myself to talk through the painting guides. I know I said it in the last one. It's getting harder and harder to find interesting things to say about. Start by painting your armour tin bits, then dry brush it chainmail, then dry brush it Runefang seal, then put a wash over the top. There's a mix of blue, black, and brown inks. The Goblin King's Lair. Thrill us, Michael. This is good. You're not thrilling us.
So I'm still just reacquainting myself. I really like this. I'm trying to think, what was it in particular? Oh, that's right. The bit I really liked, or the bit that was worth commenting on, I thought, was the Goblin Throne.
Oh, yeah.
Because to my mind, it meant that surely George R.R. Martin must have been playing this game before he wrote Game of Thrones.
You think? Or the Iron Throne was there, so maybe you hadn't had the TV series, but maybe the guy making this was a bit of a fan of the books. Definitely, there's definite feelings there, isn't there?
Yeah. When was the first Game of Thrones book?
96.
No, 6. Oh, right. So
he releases them regularly, you see, Michael. Because what he did is he released the first one in 96, then released the next one in 98, and then he released the next one in 2000, and it was great every 2 years, brilliant. Then he released the next one in 2005, which was kind of strange. And then, even though we'd waited for 5 years, what was even worse was he split it into 2, so he only actually included half the characters. So you had to wait for the next book, the 5th book, to find out what had happened to some of the characters from 2000. And that book came out in 2011. So you'd gone from waiting 2 years between books 2 and 3 to waiting 11 years for half of the characters. And we were like, well, God, that was 6 years between books 4 and 5. At least we won't have to wait that long again. And here we are, Michael. Here we are. 15 years later. I can't believe I'm saying it. 15 years later. And I remember shutting it. I remember shutting it in my flat. A flat I haven't lived in for a very long time when I didn't have children. And I shut A Dance with Dragons and I said, I can't wait to find out what happens next. And I bloody have waited. I bloody have. A lot of stuff's happened.
I think I struggled to remember where it... Because I did read all the books. But even that... I must have finished them about a decade ago.
On the off chance people might care, it ends with the bloke who is up north having a bad day. And it ends with the woman on the other side of the sea kind of about to have a bad day as well, actually, I would say. 15 years, man, that's too long. 15 years, like, say it out loud, but anyway, happy things.
But in terms of the Goblin King's Lair,
cool.
It's got lots of ingredients, with the throne. You've got the little sort of encampment area that you use for the prisoners in scenario 2.
It's big as well, isn't it? It's like it's over a foot. I know it's not a square, but it must be over a foot square, right?
Yeah, I've not looked at the measurements, but it's got to be something like that.
Because this one picture here, this is all inside it. That kind of shoot. I love that shooting down the hallway. That's all inside this one piece, which you make out of one piece of foam board. They tell you to make it out of one piece of foam board in like 3 different ways. They say carve it out of one piece of foam board; it'll be much stronger. If you can't, then you can make it out of smaller pieces of foam board and glue them together. But that will be really weak and a really bad idea. So make it out of one piece of foam board if you can do it. We don't want you to make it out of multiple pieces. Make it out of one.
I certainly think the side bit, the 4 side bits, you could do as separate.
No, Michael. It's like you're not reading it. Do you know what I got very excited about? I think it's a first. Issue 84. A new tool.
What, the protractor?
A protractor.
That was a staple part of my pencil case. For all my years at school,
Yeah,
the protractor.
I had a weird thing
Protractor,
reading
set
this.
square, and there was one other. Oh dear, ruler, protractor, and set square. Yeah.
It's that thing that like men think about the Roman Empire like 10 times a day or so. You know that ridiculous thing. It's like I saw this, and I've probably considered a protractor at some point in the last 20 years, but I stared at that, and I was like, I don't think I've thought about a protractor for a quarter of a century. You know what I mean?
So was it part of your
yeah, up to secondary
carry
school.
case when you were at school?
So up to secondary school, yeah, including secondary school, yeah, had to have it. And I was like, why did I need that? I haven't used a protractor. I'm pretty confident I haven't used a protractor in 25 years since I left school. I've never needed to know what the angular delights that unlocks.
I'm trying to think if I ever used it as a to draw a semicircle or something like that. But even though I don't think I did, I think I used a compass for that.
But it's also weird that why is issue 84 that I think they're ready for the protractor. This is when they need it. This is the one. You've used a bloody like buzzsaw before, but now you're not ready for a protractor. But there's a great stat here. Ready for this? As a useful guide, the interior angles of an octagon are always 135 degrees. Put that on a mug.
I don't think I knew that.
No, I didn't know that because I don't have a protractor. This is where I become undone. I was like, I feel foolish now. There's just something weird about this. I think it's in my slightly melancholic looking back mood that I'm in at the moment. I was just seeing this. It was like seeing a VHS tape, seeing a protractor going, oh, I used to have, people used to nick them out of your pencil case and you'd be like, give me your protractor back, you idiot, I need that for angles.
And then you both get in trouble for talking in the lesson.
Yeah, so he's got my protractor, I need it. And go, this is English. Oh. Don't need your protractor, Damien. You'll never ever need it again when you leave to this school. Let us know. There's still 26 people out there. There's a big protractor work in there. Right.
I think what I liked about this, unlike some of the other items of terrain that we've come across, it felt like it's fairly straightforward. Most people.
If you've got a protractor,
you can make this. It's not one of these. Go from this starting bit and then all of a sudden this massive castle type thing.
Yeah, it's a good guide.
It did feel building on what you learned in issue 83 plus obviously the bits you've learned before. It felt eminently doable without being a massive undertaking, and yet still. Ended up with a pleasing result.
You do have to make 10 octagons though, so you do really need your protractor. It's like they have saved it for the one where you really need to draw a lot of octagons.
I suppose the question is, have you still got a protractor?
Me? Is it going to surprise you? No.
I think I might still have my old pencil case.
I bet you I could find. I bet there's a massive kids stationery drawer. They've probably got one in a set because God knows the kids of today need to use them. Oh no! It's a live protractor unboxing. Where's his old pencil case?
Now, I might be undone here because I've got a feeling.
Is that
some of
your?
that
Wait, you
slipped
said, is
through.
this your school pencil case,
Yes.
Michael? I'll try and be delicate about this. We're both men of a certain age. How the hell is your school pencil case within reach?
Well, it's just because we've got a drawer full of pencils and bits and bobs and stuff, and we just kept using it. No, I don't know. The protractor isn't here. I'm sure I've got it somewhere else. Just lots of pens and.
Oh, here come the excuses. It's probably out. It's out on the kitchen table in use, isn't it? Just drawing some octagons earlier today. Always drawing octagons.
I mean, there are still old pair of scissors.
And a compass. And a compass. You got a compass in there?
No, I know. I've got a feeling Penny may have co-opted this and used it herself because it's got lots of teacher highlighter pens and stuff like that.
I bet she's nicked your compass as well.
Yeah, probably.
Always drawing circles and octagons, that one, isn't she?
Yeah.
Don't need any of those things in life.
I've got a feeling this was meant to be. It was a Silver Jubilee one at one stage, but I think it's all been rubbed off the front.
Well, the pencil case.
Yeah. Silver Jubilee was 1977.
That's a very grown-up pencil case for a child. I'm a huge fan of the Monkey.
Very old pencil case.
What's the other thing you used to get in that set? What was the triangle thing? A set square.
Protractor, wasn't it? Protractor? Oh, set square. Set
square. Again,
yeah.
It's just two short rulers.
That was the one that tended to break more easily. The ruler, and the protractor were fine. It was a set square that you would snap quite quickly.
If they're in use, I just want to break into schools and go, you are never going to need to draw these shapes when you leave. You're not going to need to draw triangles, circles, or octagons. Chuck them in the bin. Don't need it.
Well, until you get to issue 83, 84. And it says, that thing you used to have.
But sir, what if I want to make the Goblin King's lair out of foam board in 25 years? Yes, Jimmy. You'll need your protractor. Oh.
So yeah, so I thought the King's Lair itself.
It's very good.
Had lots of interesting elements. And they come up with lots of different extra things you can do to it. So things like the sleeping what was it? Sleeping mats, wasn't it? The filthy bedding, that was it.
I liked the floor. I might flick over here. This is gonna. Boo.
Oh, the etching the floor.
This is the etching the floor, which I actually think, if you don't focus on it properly, looks like a sort of sketch of a lonely mountain or something. But what you're actually seeing in there is like 3 diamond shapes. I think. I don't really know what's going. What is that? What's going on down here? What's the bottom one?
Oh, it's a hammer on an anvil. Is the bottom one.
Oh yeah. That's like the head of the hammer at the top. Yeah. So that's quite cool. Lovely. Oh, look at that. Look at the angles you can get on that thing. Beautiful. And then over here we get so we got the beautiful detail on the throne. Like really nice. Goblin throne. More like iron throne. And then you make these lovely little fences to make the pit of doom for. Oh look, he's tying rope around stuff to pretend that's how it's attached. It's a good technique, that. Good shot here of how big it is. It's really, really cool. And then what I really liked were the etchings. Check this out. Goblin scrawl. Goblins, like all orcs, have their own debased culture. Hidden deep under the misty mountains in the realm of Moria, they are in awe and fear of the mighty Balrog. It's possible this beast would become central to the culture of goblins. To represent this on the model, Blood red paint can be used to create unsophisticated murals on the walls, depicting events important to the goblins. You got the
Doesn't that
Balrog
hark back
covered.
to? Isn't it the Father Christmas letters
Yeah, a bit
where
like that, yeah.
with the goblins vape, but they were when they're sort of the equivalent of drawings on caves scenario.
Yeah. But are these dwarfs? Is this the goblin saying this is how I make the Balrog beat up the dwarfs? Or is this again, this is the time we met the Balrog? Is this like an autograph?
Mm.
And then over here you've got like, look, I think this is a goblin shooting an arrow at a dwarf.
Yeah.
I think these are awesome.
Or it could be shooting an arrow at Legolas.
It could be, yeah. The arrival of the Balrog and the goblin's victory over the dwarves. And then, yeah, like Michael said, you get the filthy bedding, which is a very saucy title, isn't it? Filthy bedding. And you can make all these little furs around here. It's when the Goblin King has a sleepover. These are for his mates to come around and stay over. And then there's a little cheeky. That's how you make a mirror counter, which we need these days for Khazad-dûm. Little treasure chest. This is a bit more classic BSIME now, where this is saying, if you want a mirror and you want a treasure chest, just make it. There's nothing here, is it?
Oh, it does refer to pack 80, wasn't it?
That's sacks of coins, isn't it?
Oh yes, no, that's right. Yes.
Along with other items such as a chest or a mirror, they can be made from balsa wood and plastic cut.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I say this for the 400th time. I'm 30 years into this hobby. I can't make those out of balsa wood. And then a little broken tomb down here. It's very, 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 very cool.
Yeah.
It's a great piece of scenery. And a really good sort of... oh no, dice tray spoilers. I think it's a really good, like, almost ending to the dungeon. In the old Warhammer Quest, it was called the Objective Room, but it's like you've built this cool dungeon up, and now they've got this great little add-on. And you could keep doing that, right? You could keep adding extra rooms to it and extra bits to it to represent different things in different areas.
I mean, the interesting thing will be with issue 85 how this all plays out with the Balrog model.
And we'll find out in the future.
Yeah. But yes, no, I thought this was a good, solid edition of the BSIME magazines, built on the previous one, and I think they've just hit a good vein, if you like, based around the Moria expedition.
I agree. I don't think it's a best issue. Would you care to argue against me?
So, well, last time with issue 83, we did put up 83 for one of the, as a candidate, didn't we?
Did we?
I think we did.
Oh no.
Double check. Maybe we didn't. I know we talked about the potential. Perhaps we didn't in the end.
We did.
We did. That was my memory that we did.
You are spot on. You have nailed that.
So the question I think would be, is this one better than the previous one?
It better not be, or we'll have to nominate it, won't we?
Well, no, it'd replace it. I think you'd have to have one representing this particular series of like the trilogy of the Moria expedition.
So what you're saying is that the content's got to spread itself across 2 issues to be good enough, really, because it's not. I can't remember. Why did we say the other one was good? What was? We've obviously got the campaign. Did we get? Was it a dwarf supplement? Was it? We got dwarf captain. We got dwarf warriors. We got Khazad guards.
It was the dwarf angle, wasn't it? It was the link 3 scenarios. I mean, it.
I think they are a bit of a 2-part. I think this is kind of Shadow and Flame. We got the dwarfs in the last issue. We got the goblins in this one. It's like a bit like the Last Alliance, where we had that 4-issue Last Alliance swing that made a great Last Alliance supplement, and here we're getting kind of 3-issue Shadow and Flame supplement.
Is it? I mean, because it's the next step forward, but the first one was the first introducing this modular nature, or although they've done it before with with the sewers and so on. It's like saying, is it Fellowship better than Return? Because one's bigger and brasher, but the first
83
one's
walked so that 84 could run.
I would stick with 83. I think 84 doesn't take it any. It just makes it bigger and better. But does it make?
We got a lot of profiles in 83. We've got a Dwarf King, Barlin, Dane, Dwarf Captain, Khazad, Dwarf Bannerbearer, Dwarf Warrior. We got a Dwarven Battle Company.
Oh yes, we had the Battle Companies bit, didn't we?
Then we got
I think we leave 83. I don't think 84 tops 83. I think we leave 83 where it is. Would be my take.
Yes, I think on their own 83 is better.
Yeah, I would agree with that. But I do like what we've got in 84.
I did enjoy it. I greatly enjoyed it. There's a lot of creativity in there. A lot of fun stuff in there. Shall we see what the nerds think? And
yes.
then look at Facebook.
I know Joe's read it, so I don't know if Joe had any thoughts or anyone else had any thoughts.
Well, there's only 21 of them out there, but they have thoughts. We've got, and we love it. My problem with hobby bingos, we've done that. Procrastinate. Year 3 swimming. I think it's here. Joe wants Mad Cam. Perhaps you should have let him out of the basement then. Perhaps it's Groblog. I think that's on the front. The picture. Perhaps it's Groblog. Weren't Theodred and Gamling mag exclusive? Yeah, maybe. I'm not. Yeah, they could be. I think Theodred rings a bell. You might be right about Gamling, but there's definitely something about Ugluk. But most of them aren't. Was kind of my point. Have you found it? No, not Gamling. Harmer.
Yeah.
Stone's quite echoey. Good for drums, I think he means.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I keep going then.
Yep.
So, Larry, did you find the bones humorous? Question mark. I think that's meant to be a joke. Yes. Joe. Gundabad was a dwarf hold. It's where Durin woke, and it's one of their most sacred places. I don't know if Damien caught that. We might have to re-step that one. The only Misty Mountain holes were Khazad and Mount Gundabad, both which were overrun by orcs by this point. Okay, yeah. Sam, think you mean the Blue Mountains. Thorin made them into a kingdom after losing the Lonely Mountain in the War of Orcs Doors. That's what I mean, the Blue Mountains. Thanks, Sam. Aren't they further west near the Shire? Yes, I think they are. Hence why the company meets the Shire. Yeah, I just knew there was somewhere off to the west beyond the Misty Mountains, but I couldn't remember quite far. So we'll come back to that when Damien comes back. I'm assuming that what he meant is mentioned. Yeah. Jack Brown, I really want to make all the scenery for these. It doesn't look ridiculously time-consuming and lots of fun to play. Yeah, exactly. That's my thoughts, Jack, as well. It seems reasonably doable, and it does seem to have a lot of potential. You also don't have to kill all the goblins if you can somehow manage to make the patrolling ones stay out of the throne room. Yeah, so that must be scenario 2 or 3, isn't it? Sam, don't know if it's fact or theory, but I heard that Derbers was GW's take on Azog before the Hobbit was a thing. Big, brawny, heavily armored goblin leader. Oh, yeah, we'll come back to that one as well when Damien reappears. Giles meets GL hobbies all over again. Larry, interesting observation I have just made tonight. Is Derbers the only GW creation who's left-handed? Ooh, we'll come back to that one. Right, are you sitting down?
I am sitting down.
Right, so a couple of things just to backtrack on.
Right.
So I was sort of right in terms of where I was thinking in terms of the mountains.
Oh, yeah.
There is Mount Gundabad.
Yeah.
But Ryan's pointed out that was also overrun by orcs by this point.
Yes.
But Sam says he thinks, and I think he's right. I'm thinking of the Blue Mountains.
They're over by the Shire, though, aren't they? They're not.
Yeah, that's right. But it's still further west, isn't it? I knew it was sort of further west.
That's where Thorin is at the start of the Hobbit. That's where Thorin's based.
Yeah, but that's where I was thinking of.
Right, got you.
And then there was Yeah, and then Sam also said he'd heard that Durbus was GW's take on Azog before the Hobbit was a thing. Big, brawny, heavily armoured goblin leader.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. I mean, the idea of eating lots of food doesn't sound very Azog. I think even in his brief description in the book, he's like pretty hench, isn't he? He's a giant ironclad orc or something. Not rather than I think the food thing makes him sound a bit more like the Great Goblin, where he's described as a huge goblin or something, isn't he? But maybe it could be. I mean,
Yeah.
You know, those guys knew the books really well, so it wouldn't surprise me if they went, oh look, there's a kind of orc hero here that we're not allowed to touch, but maybe we could kind of emulate that a bit.
And Larry is being very observant. Is Durbus the only GW creation who is left-handed?
Is he left-handed?
Well, he's holding his sword in the left hand.
He's pointing with his right hand. I think he's handed off his sword to his left hand so he can point with his strong hand.
Yeah, might be.
But maybe, I don't know, maybe it could be.
And I said also, I like that you get goblins in issue 1, but no hero for them until issue 84. Well, yeah, sort of bookended things. Jack Brown, in a picture to the top right, they're also coming in from the doors near the top, but agree, probably better the other way. You can tell from the steps. Yeah. Sam says the shaman. Can't remember what's that to do with.
I think it's a guess for who the mightiest hero of, you know, when I was saying about Fury rather than the Balrog.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Joe Helsman says they give you a card, Balrog, previously. Yeah, I was thinking that, yeah. Sam says Great Goblin is as close as I can think of to a hierarchy in the Misty Mountains. Larry, I mentioned DW based him on the fact that there was a Goblin King in Hobbit. Well, yes, that must have been some sort of cue. And then Larry suggests there is a precedent for Goblin monarchy. Son of Gondor.
We don't know that they're all happy about it. There might be a lot of Goblin Republicans.
Yes. Sons of Gondor 1. I'm not quite sure. If Durbus has been gorging on food, shouldn't he have a 5+ fat save?
3 wounds, fat.
Yeah. Who's Joe Helsman? Is curvaceous edges to multiple chins and you hero's boots? Yeah. Sure, the throne looks cool, but it's missing the poo bucket. Yeah. I must admit, I don't know why it was sort of fun to paint that poo bucket of the Hobbit Goblin King.
I've not had the pleasure.
No, I did paint the whole of the Goblin starter, the Hobbit starter set, apart from Radagast, the free one that came with that limited edition,
super limited edition,
or the extra one. Larry, it's terrible when creators start a series you get invested in, then they cruelly refuse.
For God's sake, don't even finish reading
them. Ricky Drinks Paints. I love the Goblin graffiti on 21 of the Balrog and the Goblin shooting at dwarves. Yeah. Larry, isn't it Damien? Isn't it? All right. Yeah. Ryan, and there is another book after that as well to come out.
Yep.
Yeah. Gelsman, at this point, I don't think I'd even read it if he ever does release it.
I'll have to read it.
Jack says, I see Duras has looted some Khazad Doom mirrors. Yeah. Sam, the term I keep hearing, RE Winds of Winters, is the Marinese knot. There's so many storylines converging in one place that he's made it so it's a really difficult story to write that ends up where he wanted it.
I'm sure it is, but you've had 15 years. You can have 5, have 10, you can 15. No, not 15, George.
Here we go. Right, Sam says, how many of Damien's display boards could have been made easier with a protractor? Has all this stress over all these years been totally unnecessary if you'd had a protractor to hand?
I don't know. Do you think? Is that? I've never thought, God, if I only had a protractor, but maybe that's because I didn't have a protractor.
Isn't that a BSIME bingo square? Make a piece of terrain using a protractor.
Yeah, a protractor.
Jack Brown, I make it approximately 20 inches square. We'll work out more accurately if I ever get around to making it. Sam, in German, I believe it's called a Winkelmesser.
A Winkelmesser?
Brought the house down in year 8 German. Sons of Gondor 1, I get that Damien has an axe to grind against protractors, but if I had a nickel for the number of times that I wish I had a protractor so I could make a perfect perpendicular line or split an angle, then Jack says depends if it's a regular octagon.
This must be
Sam's
about the
never
angles.
ever used a triangular ruler thing, but every stationary set included them.
Yeah.
Larry says set square. Is that what it's called? Says Sam. I knew them as the things that sit in the pencil case and break over the ears. Yeah, they're the ones I think I said that really break. Sam says Michael's care speeds away in search of a protractor. Larry says I still have a protractor and set square in my old school pencil case. Yeah, but you're a bit younger than me, Larry.
He's a bit younger.
Chris Cooper, I have had to think about a protractor recently because Ruth needed one for a school.
Yeah, but did she need it? Did she need it? Or did the school just tell her she needed it? I want you to go and find out what she did with that protractor, Chris. And what the school are teaching her about the requirements and the needs in her life of a protractor.
But then Chris does end it, school, that side, nope. Larry, but it would be in some unsorted box from when I moved out of my parents' house. There would also be many rulers, but probably not as many rulers as you've got spoons, I'm guessing. I have one of those weird double spike compasses too. Oh, yes. Yes, you get those because that's what the mariners use, isn't it, for going when they navigate. Sam, it's like they read my points. Gilesman, I believe you nailed it, Damien. The correct name is the weird triangle thing. Larry says, I have used a compass since leaving school. Yeah, Jack Brown says, yes, each square made of pillars is 4 inches square, I think. Larry, I can't recall why, but I definitely have. It's just flipped. Sam says, I dread to think, Larry. Jack Brown, I've been meaning to properly work that out for a while. Joe, now it's clearly a lion, Damien.
What was that?
Must be the scrawling. Ricky drinks brains. This is why I love BSIME. Where else can you watch a man 0:55 in the morning go and get his school pencil case from the 1970s?
That's why people watch.
Yeah. Unique content, says Sam. No one else is covering this. Maybe ASMR people.
I love that you use covering it, not no one else is doing it. No one else is covering this. No one else is dealing with these big issues, man.
It is Stationary Deep Dive, the exciting new content planned.
Well, I said we don't rest on our laurels here. Big plans, big plans.
Rob Laishbury, good night, guys. Hopefully see you at 7 Thursdays later this year. Well, hopefully Rob will see you on a BSIME live stream again before. But yes, Jack Brown, I think this one is better than 83. Ooh.
I think we've already decided that it wasn't. We've gone against what the public want, Michael.
More inspiration, less accessibility. But then Joe says, I think 83 was better. Sam says he's allowed to eat off season. Joe Holzman, I finished Turbos. Could this be a first hobby bingo square of the year?
Oh, I'd love to see it.
Ka-ching.
I'll have to make sure that one's not on there now, just to really wind him up.
Then I got Adam G157. Oh, hello there. You're still going.
Why are people surprised by this point?
Sam, absolutely love the terrain guide, says Richard. Larry, do we think Goblin monarchy is hereditary? No, I suspect it's probably survival of the fittest. How have the Goblin shenanigans been going tonight, says Adam. We've been... we talked about goblins a little bit, but we've also gone on all sorts of other offshoots.
There's been some goblin content.
Come on, go away. Sam, after recent allegations, Prince Andrew will now lose his royal titles. Statement from Moria. Gelsman's strange goblins gorging themselves on food is no basis for a system of government. There's an author, I feel like it was Mark Twain, who was writing a serialized story. Well, I mean, in terms of serialization, most of Dickens' books were written initially as weekly or every other week in periodicals. They weren't written as novels in the way that we consume them now. Which I always think is interesting and something not to forget. Larry, I will never let Damien R. Byrne complain about that without commenting on his hypocrisy. Yes. Joe, 1 week, he just wrote, I seem to have written my heroes into a scrape. I can't think of a way out, so I'm not going to. Sam, make a terrain piece using only a protractor.
I will set out here, and I probably should have said this when there was more than 24 people watching at 1:30 in the morning. There is still time. I put it in the Patreon chat. But for our hobby bingo, if anyone wants to make suggestions on changes, get in touch. Any squares you want to add to, any squares you think should be removed, there's still a chance to feed into it for Hobby Bingo 2026.
Then Adam says, angle it right, you can cut with protractor like a sort of blunt saw. Might take a while. But, Larry, I had loads of rulers as I was scavenging them whenever I found them on the floor.
Of course you would.
Gelsman, the last time I had to draw a circle, I just used some tape, some string and a pencil. Yeah, there's always ways around. Larry, I was always the person people could rely on when they needed to borrow stationery, as I had, quote, acquired so much. Adam, did anyone else ever
they had to borrow it off you because you'd nicked theirs.
Yeah, did anyone ever test out how shatterproof a ruler actually could be? Yeah, some of these things were very, very flimsy.
But it meant it wasn't. People used to do that. The bullies used to they'd snap it in half. And go, oh, I guess it's not shatterproof. And you go, that's not shattering. That's snapping. It means if you drop it on the floor, it won't shatter. Oh, you broke my ruler anyway.
Yeah, and Larry responded to saying, yes, Adam, but I had spares, so it wasn't such a big deal. So I think, yeah, Larry's experienced that. Joe Helsman, I was drawing the circle for school. There are compasses at school, but yeah, they do it differently. Joe says, I will be thoroughly unwound up, Damien. Sam replies to Larry, Azog Bulb would imply yes. Larry says, but they aren't royalty.
This is about
Adam,
that's about the genetic line, isn't it? Hereditary
yeah.
royalism.
Adam says, Panther opening night went very well for me.
Oh, no, it didn't.
An audience member came to me afterwards comparing me to Eric Morecambe, so I was thrilled. Mm-hmm.
Why is it? Congratulations.
Yeah.
Why is Panto starting in January?
You do get some Panto start in January. Yes, there's some people. Yeah, I did. I vaguely remember Penny saying that in her village they did them, and it was something they do in the new year.
That would never happen in Aylesbury, Michael. That's all.
But I'm guessing because if it's I don't want to say amateur in terms of, but if it's people in their spare time, up to Christmas is difficult to find time to do something like it. But after Christmas, maybe just a guess. Yep. So Joe says, Adam, high praise indeed. Larry, he's been backed into a corner since the last episode was so hated. If he wrote the final book, it would have to be so amazingly perfect for people to not just complain.
I think even if it was perfect, they'd complain.
Yeah, exactly. You won't be able to please everyone. Larry, I didn't nick it. Sam says, I like how Damien was in a school of Essex kids. Larry says he found it.
All right, Gollum.
Adam, because that's when we can get into the theatre.
Oh, no, it's not.
Sam, that they let them in for 50p each. They have time left on the costume hire. Plus, we don't clash with the pro shows this way.
Oh, yes, you do.
Yeah, take every opportunity here.
Wonderful.
Right, that's it.
Shall we go and find out what the kids of today have been up to tonight?
Oh yes, I haven't done my. You can. Do you want to start, and I'll quickly add my picture.
Yeah, for sure. Let me have a look. We have
Progress
no
picture.
emails. Ooh. All right, so let's find this. Let's refresh you. Right. It's weird the way it's ranking things now. So
Yeah, is it going to
51
behave?
comments. The first one I've seen is a comment from Larry, which is unkind. Right, so let's go and queue up Facebook and transition. Boom! Now my hope is, oh, don't you do that thing? Don't you do that thing? Isn't it just doing this fixes it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. I've dealt with that quicker than normal. I believe it will now be working. Oh my goodness. I just grabbed my phone. You wouldn't believe what's happening. Live, we have one of our patron chats, Joaquin, better known as Beggar Hero, who wants to join the chat. Has got in touch with me. I'm going to add him live. Patrons, live edition coming. How exciting! There's a new.
Lots of novelty turns this this live stream.
Joaquin is flying into the patron chat live right now. He's in. Midstream. What a time to be alive. Incredible scenes. Hopefully he's still out there. I know Beggar Hero was watching, so hopefully. Right, so let's get us a cheeky little note. Goblin week. Let's see what the kids have been up to.
How many comments have we got?
51.
Not so bad.
So things start with Mark Greentree with a beautiful picture as ever. He's got a Durbers on there. He's in. Quite unusual to see Mark Greentree posting first, I think. Beautiful mug, beautiful tea cake, lovely greens, hobbit hole. Incredible scene. So I'll be seeing Mark Greentree very soon for a shopping trip. Chris Cooper is in with a batless drizzle. Oh, check out the clearance sausage rolls. Co-op baked sausage rolls, £1.60 down to 72p.
Oh, I'm hungry now.
That's nearly as good a deal as a 2.5 pence mince pie. No, it isn't, is it? Why the hell I've got, oh my God, I've got dictation on. It's written everything I've said. Incredible scenes. Chris Cooper. And I noticed that Chris Cooper had 3 comments. That's also a hell of, he's got like a sandwich and a Scotch egg. I just realised he's got a hell of a co-op feast tonight. Well, so Chris Cooper went to the co-op to get some stream snacks. Got a great haul from the reduced section. And Chris Cooper says, got him finished. We'll base him properly when I do some more goblins later in the year, which I definitely do, right? He looks good, man. Have you not got his bats? Are his bats lost to time? Looking very cool. And James Griffin encourages him by saying, I'm sure we can find a reason. Now, I don't know who this guy is. But someone else is painting a Drizag with bats. Do you want to talk us through this?
Yeah, so all the bats have done. They've just been undercoated. I didn't actually do anything with them tonight.
Right.
They will eventually sit on the back of the model. So all I've done is a little bit of Drizag this evening. I noticed Chris has done his with a slightly different scheme. I always take a look at what the GW figure looks like, and I quite like the idea of sort of the inside of the cloak being red.
Mm-hmm.
So I've gone with that. I've just gone with sort of a traditional green of some sort for the skin. So and then just a bit of brown. So I've just got some base coat layers on just to get the ball rolling.
Very cool. Is he likely to be finished, or is he going to now languish in a box?
No, it's not that it's a New Year's resolution as such, but I think I want to make much more conscious effort. If I start a model on the BSIME, at some point in the not too distant future, I will finish them off.
Good.
So
Good
he will get finished.
Joe Holzman is in. A Durbers and some Cadbury Christmas puds tonight. Lovely stuff. Some little doggos over on the left as well. Joe is in. Wonderful stuff. Ricky Colebrook is in. Ashrak getting a mention, and Drizag. Sadly, no extremely out of dining promotional snack today. Incredible scenes. Is there? I think we had a comment on this one. There we go. Base and wash. That's me done for the night. Time to enjoy the rest of the stream on the big telly. Lovely stuff, my friend.
Do you know where the slaughter base is on the circles?
Yeah.
The actual slot itself. It's not quite. It's never dead center.
No. Yeah. There's a larger half and a smaller half. Yeah.
Yeah. So when I was doing Druzag and just dry fitting it, I realised that because normally I'd have the bigger center in front of the model.
Agreed.
But with Druzag, because I've got the bat standing behind him, I realised I'd have to actually have the smaller part in the front to make room at the back to attach the bats on.
I agree with everything you've said. Michael Dublay's in. Durbo's getting a fresh new paint job tonight. I hope you enjoyed, my friend. I hope it relieves some of the stress. Got a pint, got some, what are the Maltesers? What are they? Mini reindeers. Some seasonal Maltesers. You'll love to see it. Lovely from Dublay. Oh, got a comment. There we go. Heading off to bed as Seb has started the habit of waking up at 5 a.m. We'll catch up tomorrow. Managed to get some base coats down tonight. It's looking good, man. It's a model that still stands up, isn't it, that Durbers?
We've had no Groblogs yet, have we? We've had all the other three, but not Groblogs yet.
Absolutely right. There has been no Groblog representation. Richard Clement, so this is the bits box you saw. In all this, no luck looking for a name Moria Goblin hero. Got a Goblin scribe though. Alas, he's about 100 miles too far north. Sorry, dude. Andy Clark, hoping for some beginner's luck. So it's the first time he's been on thing. Look at that. Look at that little plate. I love the combination of the Christmas cake, the Quality Street, and the model. Andy Clark. You couldn't win a dice on the day you're added to the patron chat, could you? Can you imagine? Jacob Hanlon. That's GR Hobbies. G for Jacob, R for Hanlon. Good afternoon from Canada. Not on theme as I don't own any Goblin heroes, so I'm working on a fiefdom army I'm painting for a friend in a purple scheme he requested. After taking this photo, I realised they look like the Freddo wrappers. How fun. Thanks for streaming. Always a highlight of the week for me. Thanks, Jacob. That's really kind. Can we work some green into that fiefdom's army? Maybe paint the shield icons green to really pick up on the Freddo? I don't think they're in the States. Sorry, not in the States. Apologies. I don't think they're in Canada, so I don't think people would get away. You'd get away with it, sneaking frog propaganda around.
Isn't that a Throne of Skulls idea there to actually paint an army in the Freddo colour scheme?
That's pretty good. It's a fairly horrible colour scheme, but it's pretty good. Jack Brown is in with Durbers and Druzag. Potentially from a dual pack, because I think they're sold together, aren't they?
I think so, yes. Yeah. Because they're the two that are in the current army book, aren't they?
We've got some comments. So we've got a picture there.
Middle Earth book, yeah.
Okay, so we've got, he's got this, it doesn't say if they're finished, but they've got base materials down, so I think so. It's looking good. And there's some weathertop progress. Adding lots of rocks. It's looking very cool. That also looks quite like the weathertop from the guide. So I think he might be following the earlier Battle Streams guide. Cool stuff. Sam Huddy, not on theme tonight, painting a Secret Santa present. Was that Theodred, I'm guessing, or the Acolytes? And maybe starting to build the leader of this year's first event, are we? So I think the Acolytes are the Secret Santa present. And then he's thinking of Theodred. I got Theodred for Christmas as well. That's the other model I got. No theme, no dice. Josh Crosby. Oh, you wouldn't, but Crosby smashed it. Of course it's Crosby. Storms in with a Groblog.
Oh.
In classic Citadel Finecast paper. Ryan Pickering. No named heroes tonight. I do have this Goblin Captain I converted from the Battle Games in Middle-earth mag last year. So that's lovely. Very close to being on theme, but alas, no, I'm afraid, Ryan. Home is our favourite place to be at Christmas. Lovely. A sentiment I very much share. And we've got some Goblin Captain progress. Looking good. That was a conversion I wanted to do on the stream, but just never got around to it. Christopher Hull can't join today. Here's a peek at my year in Dunland. Is this you? This is my gap year in Dunland. Got caught up in a rowdy mob. Good work, Christopher. What's happened there? Larry Miller. Who knows what horrors lurk within here. Mostly getting things assembled for my local slow grow. Mostly. But one of my trio of planned goblins managed to make it to the stream. There's a cheeky Drizag down there. Oh, I see Larry's got a lot of parts there for a lot of different models. Hopefully he's cut them all off the sprues and just wanged them in a selection of different directions by now. That would be glorious. Oh, he's made a save as well.
That. Isn't it that Larry started to cut them all off first and then think about the numbers?
Cut them off and just scatter them like snow or ashes. Wherever he pleases. Look at that. He's got good saving on those double chocolate cake bites, though. I think saving on culinary things seems to be the other theme of tonight's stream.
Good mug.
Great mug. Full of yellow. Andy Clark, trying to follow the mag painting guide. Some old hex... Oh, look at those! Oh, you love to see a hex pot. Still, I've got a few, but they're not in here. They're in the cupboard. Oh, lovely stuff. I feel like Andy Clark's already in, isn't he? Yeah, he's already in. That's a progress pick. James Wilson, no goblins for me, as they're all painted. Testing out colour schemes on some ranges. And said, well, I admire your integrity, James, to not just grab one of them and whack a few extra highlights on them. But also, I'm appalled by your lack of wanting to join in with the stream by grabbing one and whacking a couple of highlights on it. So we've got a green cloak and a brown cloak. Is he asking? Testing out colour schemes. So I think he wants opinions, Michael. So we've got a green cloak. Tell me when you've seen it.
Just waiting for it to come up. That's the green cloak there.
Mm-hmm. And then we have a brown cloak. I'm going to vote for green, James, but I'm a sucker for green cloaks.
The brown one.
What are we saying, Haskell?
I think I'm with you in terms of green. But then, would you have the odd brown ones thrown in? So
You probably would in real life, but I like to pretend all of mine went to the same clothes shop normally.
But yeah, instinctively, I would go green, James.
Rory Campbell has... Oh, poor Durbers. Here's how far I got tonight on hacking up Durbers to make an alternative captain model. Needs some reconstructive leg surgery, but he's on the right track. Oh, he looks... The poor guy.
It's like pirate Durbers now.
It's horrible. But I feel like he shouldn't get in the draw because he's unmade progress.
Is that something that Sid would do in Toy Story?
He's disassembled a Durvas. His Durvas is further away from completion than at the start. But of course, Richard. Sorry, it's not Richard. It's Rory. You will go in. Richard Clammer. Still looking for something to work on. Here's my setup for tonight. Lots of scenery on the go. A welcome return of live nachos. That's a Helm's Deep wall, I reckon. Do you think? Or maybe not. Maybe it's a broken wall of Minas Tirith. We've got
That's a lot of nachos.
There's always is standard Clammer nachos. That incredible scenes, lovely stuff. At the moment, no Goblin, I believe. We've got some replies. Right, instead fished out all my already painted models, hoping for chips. Whilst I ate my nacho chips. Is that a fish and chips joke? Oh, he's got them there. I see. He's got all his Goblin heroes. Turns out Groblock warped out of his pose and broke his foot off the pillar. So I've had clean up on that on his foot. Now he's hovering though because I'm too scared to heat him up back to fix the warp. I like he's got the before and after as proof. We'd trust Richard. He's a man of integrity. He goes, oh, finally get to read along with a physical copy. What a strange and exciting feeling. And I enjoy this for 7 more mags. So I mean, if you like the magazines, if you like going through them, you've only got 7 more chances. Sam Page, Ashrak has been the case for a while. Not even sure what army can be taken in these days. I think it can be taken in the Moria list from Armies Middle-earth. Not sure if he also made it to the whatever the Balrog one's called. I suspect he's just in the Moria list. And we've got some replies. We've got some progress. Here we go.
Is the picture behind Sam? Because I'm just slightly behind you, behind his Ashrak. Isn't that the hot air balloon from?
The Cathay, yeah. I think he likes a bit of that. He's looking very good, Sam.
Yeah, that is looking good. I remember I quite enjoyed doing my Ashrak, and with all the little spiders on him as well. It was something about I know was it a fine cast, I think, but it still was quite one of the better ones.
Yeah, well, I did him in December, and once I worked out what everything was, there's a bunch of flash to remove, and it's like, is that cloak? Is that arm? Is that sleeve or whatever? And it's hard to find a decent picture of him now because he's not on sale. But I did enjoy it. I did it really quickly over like an evening or something. I actually think I chucked some contrast down on him, which is very unlike me. And then just very briefly highlighted up the spiders, I think. But yeah, you'll see him in a hobby vlog at some point. He's gone for a quick darker scheme for Ashrak. Whether it'll get used is another question. Yeah, completely agree. But I love that. I painted 3 models in December, at least 3 models, that I have no intention of using. Oh, and Sam Johnson said he's in Assault on Lothlorien. He must be in the Moria one as well, but maybe he's in 2. That's cool. Joe Holzman is the rules for the festive minis that he painted. Is that I mentioned? Oh goodness! Have a look. So we've got Christmas Treebeard, Rowdy Christmas on Sleigh, Gander Claus, Bill Dolph the Red-Nosed Pony. You have to have Treebeard as the leader. There's a flash on here. If Treebeard wins, rather than making strikes, he can swing his Yule log. Any model within 3 inches will be hit by his massive Yule log. Takes a strength of 8 to hit and becomes a sticky mess because of the icing. Very good. Counts as being paralysed. And a partridge in a pear. I am no tree. There's a partridge in him. He counts as a banner with a range of 6 inches. Christmas tree doesn't suffer -1 to rolls for carrying it. He's a partridge. If he's reduced to one wound, he loses the ability. The elves on shelves. Merry and Pippin gain mince pies. That's topical. Throwing weapon with a range of 12 inches, strength of 1. If a model gets hit and not removed as a casualty, it's distracted by the feast and it is transfixed. Whoa, that's good. Double 3+ to hit every turn, transfix a model. That's really good. If they roll a 1 when to hit they've scoffed all the treats and their supplies run out. And they can use the will points to resist the temptation of mince pies and can re-roll their to hit roll. That's very cool. Raddy's Christmas Stay guide. So the Raddy can fly, and he's got gifts from the old man's sack. Every time he flies over a model, over a friendly model, he can roll a dice. He gives it a point of might, a point of will, or a point of fate. Above their starting level as well. The stocking stuffer of the Istari. Gandaclaw's candy cane is a hand and a half. Master forged elven made candy cane that provides Gandaclaw with a free will point each turn, allows him to cast 2 spells per turn. Starts the game with 3 stuffed stockings. A stuffed stocking can be spent to allow a d6 to be re-rolled when making a casting roll. And strength and will can move it above your starting level. Bildolf is Jack and Breakfast rule affects all models rather than just hobbits. The roll is, it can be altered using might. On a 2+, he counts as having cast Blinding Light because of his red nose. Bill has the Mighty Hero special rule, and the Golden Ring Bearer is all at the same. It's not racist if it's true. As such, the only way to determine which profile to use by means of a d6 at the start of each turn. So what does that mean? The Golden Ring Bearer is all at the same. So I think you've got like a ring bearer, and it'll be a different one every time. That looks really good fun. I think, am I getting it right, Joe, that you were given those rules, I believe? I don't think he's written those. I think he went to an event and was given those, I think. Very, very cool stuff. Sam Earnshaw is working on the one true Goblin King. Some sass, some anti-Goblin Town sass there. I wonder what the Goblin King would have to say about that. Looking very cool. Larry Miller, all cleaned up and ready for assembly. Whoa. What do you mean all cleaned up and ready to wang to different corners of your room? Very strange. This is the comment I saw when I started Damien on tonight's stream. His old man yells at Cloud. And oh yeah, he's put a picture of the Hellraiser bus stop up. Very, very cool. Julian Hammond started Ashtrak. He gets in. Boom, boom, boom. And do we have an update pick? We do. I don't think he's painted though. Got some BSIME materials down. Very cool. You still out there, Michael?
Yep.
I just realised I hadn't heard from you in a while. You're not on my screen at the moment, so I was like, I hope the stream's still going. Ashley Fisher, based and shaded on some Gobbo. Who knows? Maybe they'll get finished this weekend. Ashley's not in yet. I feel like it's been a while since old 4 Dice Fisher has been in the draw, you know. He's not 4 Dice Fisher, is he? He's 5 Dice Fisher.
Yeah, because there's no 4 dice.
There's no 4 dices.
So has he done something with Joe's sword arm? Because it's pointing downwards there.
Well, Ashley Fisher?
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right, yes. I think it might just be putting it on in a different place.
Yeah.
Rather than it being a conversion, but... Yep.
Yeah, because it came separate, didn't it? Yeah.
Pike's near straightening, so we're taking the stream to the kitchen. We'll make sure I stand far enough away from the kettle. Oh, that's good. Stephen Ryan, not the best paint job in the world, but another 20-year model complete. Oh, that's awesome, man. I don't think he's been in yet, so in he goes. Lovely stuff.
I like that.
What, the snow troll? Oh, snow troll's good.
No, there's Stephen Ramos, because I'm just a few seconds behind you.
Snow troll looks amazing, dude, as well. Great to have Dare Bears behind you. Pointing them on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that snow troll. That's mint.
I love that model. So good. So cool. Andy Clark ran out of steam for tonight. Base coats and a wash done, but I believe he's already on. He is. Richard Clammer, the interior angles. Can't believe someone had already made that mug. It's incredible. That's doing Ryan. The stream's so long, I've also painted Bill. Wow, we are happy to help. Oh, it's got a cheeky rot waiting in the background there as well. And there we go. That was my 51, I believe. I will do a cheeky refresh.
Oh yeah, I like Bill there, Stephen. It's good.
We're up to 54. Could have obviously been arriving as we went through it, so we'll just scroll to the bottom and just check I haven't missed anyone. No, that was it indeed. Boom. There we go, we are back. Michael, do you want to catch up with the chat while I do the admin and work out what we're going to do?
Yep. All right. Okay. I'm going to try and... Right, Larry, hey, got him killed for it. If anyone, I'm Bilbo. Adam, glad we found your level, Damien. Larry, and he's considered the hero of the story. Joe Osmond, I don't think you killing for rulers has been ruled out, Laz. That's not the patron whose Christmas present you've given away to Stony, is it?
No.
Joe says, I was distracted by the mag, so missed top spot. Larry, you would have to pay me a lot more than that to eat a mince pie. Jack, you posted first in episode 45. May have done so in others, but not been on theme or in one. I haven't done yet.
This is where Jack's incredible spreadsheet is coming into force.
Statistical gathering. Larry, is Druzak just wearing a cape, wrist, and shin wraps? He is showing a lot of thigh. Showing off those muscles. I didn't have that problem as I'll be using the bats as a bat swarm. Oh yeah, that's my I prefer the model, obviously. No other reason. Joe Kelly.
I told you the worst did that.
Joe Kelly just got back and both surprised and pleased to see you guys still going strong. I'm not sure about the strong bit.
Yeah, still going.
Put on a pot of coffee and let's press on through to date night. I've got to talk to my sister in the morning in Adelaide. She's they've had a very hot time in Adelaide at the moment. Temperatures in the 40s. Larry, yeah, they come packed together. Yeah, okay, yeah. Jack, it is the one from the guide, at least the weather top itself. The surrounds are more made up. Larry, I was a little sad as I had been planning to get him before Legacies and had an idea for conversion for the spare Groblog, but now have to make do with the spare Druzak instead. I would do a mix, as they have a mix of cloak colours in the movie. I think he's an assault on Lorien too. He is. Joe, I did say they were incredibly broken. Not an event, just my friends and a Christmas game, and yes, they were written for me. We had to figure out the ring bearers on the go. We settled on them keeping their own stores of might and fate from their profiles, but used the figures for everything else from whatever profile was rolled that turn. And that's it. Absolutely.
So, I'm delighted to say, Michael, that we have, I think, I wasn't quite right actually. I said it was going to be, I thought it was going to be a very good chance to win a dice, and it is. It's not the lowest we've had in a while. We've got 17 entries. Now we did have, it's the lowest apart from 2 streams ago. The Unnamed Dwarf Heroes was actually 16 entries. But apart from that, it's our lowest in quite some time. So it's a very, very good chance to win a dice tonight. 17 different people. And because it's 17 different people and we need 3 finalists, I'm going to use the prize dice itself to determine its winner. Because we can. So, let's head on over to the arena. There we go. This is the prize you're fighting for. It's rolled a 5, it's rolled a 1, but of course this dice only truly rolls 4s. So it's good. It's a good spread of results here. This is good. So this is the prize we're fighting for. It's beautiful, beautiful. Battlestream's Middle Earth dice. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's what you want. Michael, of course, you are eligible to get this. So we've got 17 entries, and to mix things up a bit, to make a bit fair on those early groups, I'm going to go with a group of 5, then a group of 6, then a group of 6. So the first group of 5 is Mark Greentree, Chris Cooper, Michael Haskell, Joe Holzman, and Ricky Colebrook. So we'll be re-rolling a 6, so we'll probably have to re-roll it quite a lot, because these dice roll a lot of 6s. And the number that Haskell is after here for himself is number 3.
Oh, I think you need to roll this and call it.
I think you have the integrity to call this and not cheat and affect my hand. So I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to let you pick, and I'm going to let you find the 3, Michael, because I believe in you. I think you're going to do it. I really do.
Go on then, roll.
Oh, it's so close. It's Joe Holzman. Joe Holzman, like in 4th place, because he got distracted by the magazine, instead of in 1st place where he normally is, has made it to the final. Incredible scenes. Next group. Michael Dublé, Andy Clark. So that's our first timer there. Jack Brown, Josh Crosby, Larry Miller, and Rory Campbell. So I think Andy Clark on a 2 would be the people's champion. And just so you know, Josh Crosby is on a 4. And I'll leave that to you.
I feel the weight on my shoulders. And roll.
Oh, it's a 1. It's Michael Dublé. Michael Dublé was having a rough week. He's in the final. What a time to be alive. And a lot of the people going, you've dodged Crosby there, Mark. You've done well. Our final group: Richard Clamatt, Sam Page, Sam Earnshaw, Julian Hammond, Ashley Fisher, and Stephen Ryan. We have got 5 dice Fisher in here. And of course we've got 5. All we got is Holzman's a 6 dicer, isn't he? I didn't even think. No, Holzman's a 5 dicer. Holzman's a 5 dicer, and you've put him in the final. And Ashley Fisher is also a 5 dicer. Can you find Ashley Fisher on a 5? What a final that would be.
Roll.
Oh, it's not. You've dodged him. That's Sam Earnshaw. Incredible scene. So, let's go and see what we've got riding on this. Sam Earnshaw has got 3 dice, though. He could, well, it is big. You could get him to be the first person, the only person in the world on 4 dice. Michael Dublé. We don't need to talk about Joe. Surely he's on 5 dice. He could be going up to 6. He hasn't won in 27 streams, though. Had a really good run through the 80s and the 90s. But has not won in 27 streams. And Michael Dublé. Michael Dublé's got 3. Wow. So you've managed to find a 3 dicer, a 3 dicer, and a 5 dicer for the final. That's incredible. If you I think if you ignore the outlier of how many dice Josh has, I would be confident in saying that is the most black dice owned by finalists in any round. I don't know if Jack Brown can confirm that. I imagine Josh with his 10 probably tips it over. But if you discount Josh, that's got to be a 3 dice or a 3 dice and a 5 dice. That's incredible. This is a very high quality final you've shaped up.
I mean, that's why they're in the final, because they've got form at this sort of game.
This is it, yeah. This is it. They've earned it. It's not, the one thing it's not, that we know it's not. It's not luck. It's training, it's conditioning, it's dedication to the sport, it's commitment. It's all these things. And what it is, most importantly, is it's all come down to this. So, we have Joe Holzman on a 1, Michael Dublé on a 2, Sam Earnshaw on a 3. Can Joe Holzman become the only person in the world to have 6 dice? Or will...
Is that quite apt and appropriate that Michael Dublé is on a 2?
Yes. And I think, given the week he had, he kind of gave me the nudge for this stream. I think it would have happened anyway, but he was like, can we have a stream this week? And maybe he's manifested this. So can you make Dublé or Sam Earnshaw the only person in the world to have 4 dice? Or will you make Joe Holzman the only person in the world to have 6 dice? Michael Haskell, tonight you are making someone a unique black dice fairy. Joe is on 1, Dublé is on 2, Earnshaw is on 3. Michael Haskell, it's over to you.
Ready, roll.
It's a 3. Earnshaw has smashed ahead. It's strong, and he's also turned a BSIME dice into a 1. Even when they get hit, they can't help it. I think VAR would have to interfere with that. So Sam Earnshaw has moved up 1-0. What can Holzman and Dublé do in response?
Roll.
Dublé's there. Joe Holzman, where is he? Where's Joe? What's he up to? He'll be back. Joe doesn't. There's no way you get to 5 dice
roll.
and don't get involved. Oh my God, Earnshaw match point. No one saw this coming. They assumed the 5 dice of Holzman and the emotional weight of Dublé would win the day, but Earnshaw's like, screw that lot. Can Earnshaw take it?
Roll.
Oh, he's done it! He's broken Dublé hearts. Sam Earnshaw, congratulations, sir. Incredible scenes. Oh, Sam Earnshaw. Dublé so close to having the perfect week. Well, potentially not the perfect week. The perfect tonic. Let's get some data in. So Sam Earnshaw now has 4 dice. Winning on stream 130. Sam Earnshaw's really nicely spread out. 36, 68, 110, 130. He's been always there, always chipping away at other people's records. Michael Haskell moves up to joint most streams hosted with Mark Stone. Again, Michael's form on that has really improved in the last few streams. Michael's won the guest host competition on 127, 128 and 130. You've really come into form for hosting streams.
Of course, there must be 1 or 2 patrons will make the observation that the reason Mark and I are so high up in guest hosting is because we live in your basement.
I can neither confirm nor deny. Sam Earnshaw, lovely. Let's pop you in there. And the stream was on, what was the date?
It's the 10th. No, well, it was the 9th.
Yeah.
It's now the 10th.
25. Issue 84. Do you want to see what the chat's saying about such things?
Yeah. So, I was going to say, right. So Joe says the 1 week I'm not in number 1! Exclamation mark. And then Chris says clearly a fix. Holzman winning it, not being number 1. Joe, I was going to say it's got to be Dublé to win, considering his shit week. But now I know he's got 3 dice already. F him. Jack Brown says to your point in terms of totality of dice, episode 120 had Joe, Ashley and me, which might be for black dice or at least tie. Yeah, I've only got 1 though. But if Joe and Ashley had 5 and how many did you say Ashley had? Was that he was 5 as well?
Ashley's 5, Joe's 6. That's 11. Assuming they all had what stream? What number?
120.
Oh,
It's not that long ago, is it?
Ashley won 120. Hang on, this is big Because they had 11, but Ashley won 120. So going into it, they only would have had 10. How many did you have?
1.
So that's 11. And what did you manage to find here? A 5, a 3, and a 3. That's 11 as well.
Yeah.
Tight stuff.
And then, Joe says, "Gee, Sam, Ricky Brinkpates, congratulations." Grat says, Larry. Jack, I think that 121 might have been one fewer, actually. Ashley won, so presumably 4 before, 5 for Joe, and I think my class 1. So, 10 against 11. Yeah. I think this one is quite possibly.
Can I not count? Ashley would have been on 4. Was it Joe?
And Joe would have had 5 then, wouldn't he?
Yeah, so it's 10. I can't count.
Yeah. Joe, my head clearly wasn't in the game, missed my usual spot, but still fluked my way to the final. Jack, if Joe is 6, it makes it a tie. Yeah, okay. So, Jack, no, it isn't, because if Joe has 6, it was 6, 3, and 3. Yeah. Right, that's it. I think I know Sam was in earlier, and Sam usually does some commentary, but maybe Sam's may have had to bow out.
Absolutely. I'm going to pop over to a phone cam because I got everything I wanted done. That's the dice tray. That's not relevant to this. So there is. Let me bring some. There is Fracas base coated and shaded.
That's it. Have you done that all this evening, haven't you?
Yeah, it's just base coats and chucking some washes over. It's nothing complicated.
Good already.
They'll all dry out, and he needs to be painted for next weekend when I take a.
Have you got some good evenings free this week coming up?
Yeah, I think so.
So it's in the realm of the doable.
Oh, Michael, that's in the realm of the doable. Whether or not the other amount of insane hobbying I've decided to take on for no good reason is doable remains to be seen. Are you happy with what you achieved?
Yes. I didn't. I just thought I'd get some base colours on Druzag, and I managed that. But it's the fact of just because he's the last of the 4 I haven't done, so it makes sense to complete him, and then it gives me some options if I want to play around with Moria.
That's how I felt with Ashrak, to be honest. It was just really nice to feel like I was completing that army.
Yeah, it goes back to my completist tendency.
It's hard to really complete an army though, because the model ranges are so big. That you have to decide whether you're what's completing an army, just the bits that you want, or every model for it.
I have tried to. I think I said it before, because there are some aesthetics that don't quite work for me, so I have to sort of draw my own little sort of boundary lines around which ones I really like, and then that's the ones I want to try and make sure I've got the bits of that I want.
So for me, like in Moria, I've got the Prowlers, but I don't have the Black Guard. No, not Black Guard. What are they called? Good and Bad Black Shields at the time.
Black Shields, yes.
And I didn't want those. I just didn't like them. And I don't have the Dweller in the Dark, but I'm not going to get those. Do you know what I mean? They just never appealed to me. So I feel like my Moria's.
I like the Black Shields. So I got some of them, but the Dweller didn't. The Dweller, I just. It's like a skinny Balrog.
Yeah, I always thought that Moria Goblin aesthetic from the film was such a great, striking piece of design that I never liked it when they covered it up in a giant cloak. It just never did anything for me. But each to their own. In incredible news, there are still 19 of you out there watching, which is really quite remarkable. So thank you for joining us. We can have a little peek ahead to what's to come in your next gaming pack. And as far as I know, the next stream will be issue 85. It will be another issue. We're bound to pause for Shelob as and when that comes out, but no word on that yet. And in issue 85, Balin battles to reclaim Moria from evil. And so, learn tactics for using your dwarven forces in your battle games. Play Balin's final battle for Moria against the mighty Balrog. I don't think we've had stats for the Balrog yet, have we? But Joe said we had a card for him. Maybe we have had stats for him. Yeah, they must have done it for Khazad-dûm or something. They must have done it for Khazad-dûm. Must have done.
I mean, sometimes they do the cards for some of the things coming ahead, Yeah,
I
so
think they've done that battle, so I think there's been a Balrog. Paint your Balin figure ready to make a final stand, spoilers, in the depths of Moria, and build a lava-filled lair for the Balrog. That's
that
pretty
all caught
cool.
my eye.
Michael, what's the theme?
That's a good question, isn't it? So what for HU83? We said any
Unnamed dwarf.
unnamed
hero.
dwarf. I mean, it feels like. Do we say it? Because I'm trying. Is there a Khazad Doom list now?
Yeah, in Armies Middle Earth. Michael has rage quit the stream.
I'm just wondering who's in the list and whether we use that. Here we go. Kingdom of Khazad Doom. Kingdom. Yeah, you haven't got many. I mean, do we? So we had 4 candidates this time, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do we say any model that's in the Khazad Doom list?
No, Michael, we don't. I'm disappointed in you at this point. If I'm honest, I'm disappointed.
I'll let the side down right at the end.
Yeah, it will be. It's rare I pull rank, but as you sit there, spitting on Balin's legacy, flicking through books, I'm gonna shut this down.
Well, that's a good point because Balin's actually in this list anyway.
It is Balin week, Michael Haskell. How very dare you suggest anyone taints Balin's memory with other dwarves?
Do you think it's just Balin?
I think Balin deserves a stream. I think Balin can have a stream. We must have. How many Balins have we got?
That's a good point, actually. Yes, I didn't think about the multiple models.
We got 2 Thorin's Company, 1 Champions of Erebor, 1 Barrels Thorin's Company. That's 4. Then the old one. That's 5. Young Balin. That's 6.
Yes.
It's got to be Balin week. Everyone loves Balin. It's got to be Balin week, and Balin came with it. It's Balin week, Michael. Balin week.
Yeah. No, you're right to pull rank.
And I think a lot of people might have a Thorin's Company sprue hidden away somewhere, or they might even have the old model.
Yes, because there must be quite a few people that got the Hobbit starter set, for example.
Can I show you what I will be working on? Because this is a model I've been looking forward to paint for probably about 10 years, and looking forward to show off on this stream for 3 years. I've been waiting for Balin's stream. Check out this.
Oh!
This is old Balin converted to have Hobbit Balin's head by the wonderful Dave Fredericks. And he converted this for me years and years and years ago. And I was always like, thanks, this is really cool. I think it was originally going to be for an SBG mag. It might have been done for issue 2 when we had the Balin conversions. And I was like, cheers. And I think he might have done it as a bonus. I just can't remember the story behind it. But,
so where's the head from?
It's Thorin's Company. So it's Thorin's Company Balin, and Dave sculpted up the beard all around it and everything.
Yeah.
So it's the Hobbit model. It's Ken Stott Balin.
Yeah, I mean the face looks very lifelike in terms of the actor.
Yeah, so it's like that head and the old Balin body, and then the
Yeah.
beard's kind of sculpted up
Beard.
around it. And of course, when I looked ahead, I was like, well, there's a Barlin week in a few years, and I'll paint this Barlin. And then I will have 2 Khazad-dûm models painted. A converted dwarf captain out of Dane, whose hands I nicked, and this converted Barlin dwarf, who's obviously, what is he? Is he legacied, or is he in? He's legacied, isn't he? He's
I
not
think
in
he-
Arms
I think he
Middle-earth.
is, yeah.
When else is he going to get done? So I am super excited to finally get.
Yeah.
Some
That would be a
paint on
bit
that.
special, that piece.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I think it's very, very cool. And yeah, hopefully lots of Thorin Company love. Is there a potential for a deep dive there? I have to see what I can find. My hope, I believe, I haven't cleared it with anyone, let alone found a guest host, but my hope is it can't be 2 weeks. So I think it will probably be Friday the 30th of January is my hope for the next one.
My brother's birthday.
Well, happy birthday to the brother. He can join us, should you wish. Let's see what people are saying. Larry, I wanted Moria Black Shields, wanted to get a small number when they were resin, then they bought them back in metal, but you had to get a full warband, and now they cost silly amounts. And then he goes, surely it's Barlin week. It's a rare, serious sounding comment from Larry. And then Larry says, there are 6. We got it right. There are 6 different Barlins you can paint. Joe Holzman inexplicably suggests Metal Barlin, Metal Dane, Durin, Marden and Floy. Larry screams justice for Barlin. Jack Brown, Barlin isn't in the list, and model with mag should be on theme. I agree, just Barlin. Jack Brown says, can you paint the tomb from the Moria scenery? He's in there.
In spirit.
I think that's a yes. I think that's a yes. I like that a lot. Because not everyone's going to have that lying around. But if they have got it lying around, they're never going to paint it. Apart from on this. Jack, that is genius.
Yeah, but
what would you say to that one?
Yeah, no, I'm all up for that.
Larry says, what's this? Me and Damien agree. Ryan Pickering, I currently have 4 Barlins ready with another on the way for next stream. Lovely stuff. Larry did this conversion. I'll have to dig him out. If I can find him, my plan is to paint Champions of Erebor Barlin. Joe Holzman's got the metal Barlin to paint. Larry says, as tragedy befell my one, and so for years now I've been missing him from my beloved Champions of Erebor. Surely you could paint old Dane as he's the same model as old Barlin. And Joe said, if that's a yes, can you paint the plinth that was a subscription gift from the mag? Oh, is that's got the tomb on it as well? I guess that'll have to be yes. And it's another,
yes.
Yeah, it's another rare piece. So yeah, any of the Barlin's tombs pieces. Yeah, they're official models, aren't they? I like that. I like it. Jack says I won't be painting the tombs I already have, and we'll have to settle for a living Barlin. And Larry thinks the tomb is more a sculpt of Ori than Barlin. It's not a sculpt of Ori. That's filthy Jackson retconning. That was never Ori when they filmed Lord of the Rings. It's just a dwarf with a book. Joe Holzman said, "I have that plinth to paint." That's cool. Then.
I'll put it somewhere. Yeah,
I think that can happen. He's absolutely on that plinth, isn't he? He's absolutely there. Wonderful. So yeah, have you got a Barlin you could dig out, Michael?
Oh, that's a good question.
Thank you.
I painted the metal Barlin. I painted the Champions Variable Barlin. I painted the Thorin's Company Barlin.
Barrels?
I haven't done young Barlin.
Barrels?
So it's either young Barlin or tomb Barlin.
Not barrels.
I've got barrels. Yes, no, I haven't done that one either. Yeah, so I do have options. I'll have to give it some thought.
Nice, I think. What
Say again?
We both just said, what? I said cheeky little Barlin and a barrel would be nice, I think.
Yeah, maybe I dig it out, yes.
Very cool. And that's us. It's been a big one. Nearly 6.5 hours. Incredible work.
Still not anywhere near Dale territory.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't that only 7? It's not like you're nowhere near it, you know.
At least I don't have to wake up in the morning, have a quick look at the cricket score and grimace.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? The good news is everything
It's
went
over.
well. Yeah, it's over. It's all done. Joe has that plinth the paint. It's been waiting for a year. Larry says he's always been originally, and Joe says it's not Jackson retconning, is it? Doesn't Goblin say Ori would have been the one writing the book? Gimli, it's not definitely Ori in the books, but it's definitely not. Therefore, not. No, what I mean is, I believe it's Ori that wrote it in the book. He says someone's definitely Gandalf describes writing, and and Gimli says that would be Ori's hand. So Ori's the one who writes the book. But then, if you watch all the behind the scenes for Lord of the Rings, there's never a mention whatsoever that dwarf is meant to be Ori. It's just a dwarf holding the prop for the book. And then what they did was, when they made The Hobbit, they started going, "Oh, that must be Ori," or something like that. But yeah, so it could be Ori. It could be an interpretation. But when they're making Lord of the Rings, there's no intention for that corpse to be Ori. But if you want it to be Ori in your head canon, I think it could be Ori. That's your right.
Yeah, your hobby, your way.
Absolutely. Wonderful, Michael. It's been a joy. It's been a delight as ever. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the first episode of season 7 of Battle Streams in Middle Earth. Here's to a glorious 2026 with some glorious hobby for our wonderful, wonderful game. Anything more from you, Michael?
No, just wish everyone have a good weekend.
Absolutely. And beyond that, we will see you very soon on Battle Streams in Middle Earth or in our Patreon chat if you want to continue the Battle Streams fun all throughout the week. We'll see you very soon.
Bye.